Ladies and gents, you and I listening to the sounds every day, every time. DJ HSG. Pussy wet, pussy, pussy sick, pussy, pussy is a boxer. If you want respect, girl, you hit the box first. Rookie drippin', 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 drippin'. Eat your drippin', 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 drippin'. Gonna sip it, sip it, sip it, sip it. Yeah. Bend it over. All my boss fans don't just come and tap in. That whole team with the thorns and he back in. Niggas know that I'm the goat and ain't no cap in. Bitches poppin' pussy, niggas stand there and bop that clock. Flicked up on my wrist and I'm nicknaming it Frost. Had a nigga out in Memphis, hit him up for some top. In and out your nigga mouth, you would think I was flops. Got an elevator booty, go uptown. Nigga like I'm gangsta, so I'm fucking with them uptown niggas. If it's dancing in no dark, no, it's a bust down, nigga. I won't argue, I got breath to get you touchdown, nigga. Worst thing y'all ever did was let me get in my bag. Y'all gon' make me go and spend a fucking ticket instead. Catch me running to the money, I ain't been to the track. Bitches know just how I'm coming, cause I been on it, yeah. I get turned up and turned up in a different way at the same time. Bitch won't bust in a few fights, still hear the hate through the grapevine. And pressing bitch got 6 stacks, got niggas sweating like a hate vine. Many bitches will sell me like a nightmare in the daytime. It's kilo. Watch me drive, make it pop, hit the strip and watch me throw it from the top. Bend it over, touch your toes and make it rock. Pussy gripping got me coming out of socks. Watch me drive, make it pop. Fuck me good, put this pussy on the lock. She so good, told his homies on the block. When it's messy, need to clean up his mind. Bend it over, bend it, bend it, bend it. Bend it over, bend it, bend it, bend it over. Bend it, bend it, bend it, bend it over. Bend it, bend it, little booty bitches, go to work with it. All my Atlanta bitches, go to work with it. Louisiana bitches, go to work with it. If you got action, you can shake it, go to work with it. Put your hands on your knees, make it twerk in the H. They bouncing up and down, got them working their waist. Now they sweating out their body, got them holding their lace. My real bitches right beside me, cause they know what it takes. Don't save a hoe, ain't no cake. Slide on a hoe, I'ma skate. They talking don't know when I say I'll put a hole in your face. If you ain't from here, then you know you gotta tap in. And I ain't showing up if you ain't got the back in, back in. Watch me drive, make it pop, hit the strip and watch me throw it from the top. Bend it over, touch your toes and make it rock. This pussy gripping got me coming out of size. Watch me drive, make it pop. Fuck me good, put this pussy on the line. She so good, told his homies on the block. When it's messy, need to clean up, put the pot. Bend it over, bend it, bend it, bend it.
I wanna see it both hands on your knees. You know you come mad, I gotta get you to the bag. Better give me the keys, we can do the day. So please don't be a long drive like Steve Madden. Drop top coupe, this a high speed jet. Panoramic roof, got the be all black. Going where I'm going, baby, what a living there.
Fragrance on another level, loving how you smelling. Only other question, when it's me and you gon' get together. Diamonds on reflector when I'm talking about whatever. Never had your pussy pleasure, I'm out for the metal. Orange in the beginning, it was yellow. I hate to be alone, options open, I got several. Plain Jane Rolling, ain't no diamonds in the devil. No, we not moving on, I can leave you where I met you.
You know you never sad, and you heard me from last. 1942, I'm on the board in your glass. Money coming in, and I've been running up a sack. Fucking up the night, nigga, right back in my bag. I wanna see it both hands.
My niggas don't be acting. Let's get ratchet, let's get ratchet, let's get ratchet, let's get ratchet, let's get ratchet.
Alright, so I'm gonna bring up the name Jennifer Granholm. and Gretchen Whitmer. So, they're the governors of Michigan. And um, Gretchen Whitmer is an amazing governor. Jennifer Granholm is an amazing governor of Michigan. And when our leaders in Michigan are not participating as they should, I have supported every governor in Michigan, every politician in Michigan since I started voting. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican in Michigan, whatever the leaders are at the time, I'm supporting. And Jennifer Granholm did some amazing stuff in Michigan. When she was in office, when she was a leader in Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer is doing a great job now as the governor of Michigan. Stop playing with our leaders. They know what's best for us as law-abiding citizens. Stop messing with our
I won't know if the whole free. That beat come in so hard and so nasty. Two hoes on the wrist, I'm like, bitch, it's your day. Stop staring at my timepiece. Two hoes on the drip, I'm like, bitch, where your man? Stop staring at my side piece. It's your day. Bitch, it's your day. It's your day. Bitch, it's your day. Bitch, it's your day. Bitch, it's your day. Stop staring at my side piece. Stop staring at my side piece. But you won't get your baby back. See me in that dress and he feel like he tasted that. No, eat it up. Go play with me 3, 2, 1. You know I'm the hottest, you ain't never got it. Keep me up a person when I'm absent. Speaking when I'm not there. Oh, Gary Cat, I call him Carol Baskin. Been bad, I ain't gonna adjust. Boys shit could, they be loving us. And them niggas stay mad, I'ma give them dust. I don't give a yeah, you know what's up. You know, real lost to me in the dance. Your baby daddy want my number, he ain't got a chance. The way I arch that back, put him in a trance. Tick down, strong song. All my bitches on top, got paid by the pound. Looking like they're on smoke in the flesh, not a sound. How that way so smooth, and that arse so brown. When we step up in the spot, make a bow down. Wrist on brown. Bad and I'm brown. Give me my crown, I ain't got no brown. 6 years deep, man, I put it from the ground. No, they did it for me then, well, I bet it for me now. They already know we on top. And that shit will never stop. Took a hit, I bought another car. And I took him home just to eat the box. They already know we on top. And that shit will never stop. Took a hit, I bought another car. And I took him home, yeah, I got that good food. Hello people, can you do? He said it's good, I can make it bigger. I'm gonna stop for you, dinner. That's a sneak kick, with the energy to match. My body in tight, don't cut me no slack. Try to run game, they ain't got no time. But my people don't stop, they don't feel that hard track. People gotta big Birkin bag, hold 5, 6 figures. Right, so man, but we call it figure. None of the gamma rich. Same group of friends, they don't ask the picture. Drop a couple racks, like this big picture. Drinking on Nicky and I'm making a
get smashed up. Act up, you could get smashed up. Dirty, yes, baby, first piece of back up. It's to my union, I can't run my stack up. Tied to my page, trying to track us. Brand new train, city girls going platinum. I keep a baby block, I ain't fighting with no random, period. These issues serious, I let him take some. Now he acting all delirious. Get his dad, she the rubber like it's West Furious. You see my number in his phone, now you acting curious. He gon' buy me Gucci if I ask for it. He a crazy rocket town boy. I bet your little sister wanna look like me. I bet your little brother wanna put on me. Hood. Now I ain't acting rich. You can't come around without that kind of wait like a bubble gum. I ain't in a shorty, I can see it, that's fine. Act up, you can get smashed up. Act up, you can get smashed up. Act up, you can get smashed up. Dirty, yes, baby, first piece of back. JT on the track, and you know I'm about my paper. Tweet, type, so he call it lifesaver. If your the broke, nah, I can't catch it. If your the rich, I'ma you till you ain't one. Scammer, I'm turning to a dancer. I make it clap like he got the right answer. Sit on it with man, sit it harder than a hammer. He on a freak, pink breast cancer. Oh, you like it, that's why I like it. I don't care if I can paint or your big truck. Yeah, I know you getting it, but if you spinning it, give a fuck what it gotta be giving it. Baby, sticky, baby, move it, baby, stuck up on it. And hippie, baby, watch big, could have brought a Range Rover. Chain move, but I took some change on it. And I'ma put the gang on it. They'll die about me, they'll bang on it. And that out, little frame on it. When you got my name on it. Bitty, pretty on the realest in the city. Only with the plug, got him worth a bitty, showing love. Only talk about ass. When we hit, we chose him, he ain't pick me, and we never doing quickie. She been down since the jellies in the go-go. Got me stepping out the Jeep and my nut-nose. When we pull up to the scene, they be filled with jealousy. It's so finicky, she gon' bring the energy. Hit a phone with the ski light. Guess what? All the rich-ass boys pull up on us ice. And up, we could look, don't touch. And I'm back for some bands every time we make up. That my best friend, she a real bad bitch. Got her own money, she don't need no on the dance floor. She had 2, 3 drinks, now she twerking. She throw it out and come back in. That's my best friend. Come back in, my best friend. If you need a freak, I ain't dumb. She was to the deep. If you ride for me, she don't need a key.
Jennifer Granholm already signed the law.
Twerking hard or hardly twerking. All my bitches to the motherfucking dance floor. This your motherfucking anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now listening to the sounds of the DJ pussy like a perk. Fat ass, throw it on a nigga, make you sweat it out, put in work. Cash it out like a clerk. Pussy sweet like dessert. Put your money where your mouth in. Go ahead, show me what this pussy worth. I'ma do the nigga dirt. Cash out for his hell. Boss bitch, I got clientele. He hit his feelings so well. If he want it, he gon' have to spend them racks. Bang it over, bitch, break your back. Twerk. leash. Blow up his bad like some audio speak. Better go to the jab. Big city bitch, no ass. But I brain on my dad. Ain't got enough money to be up with me. Shit, you can shit bitch, she ain't tough to me. Any nigga that I fuck get low with me. That money keep calling me, cuffing me. I'm gang on fire in the classy. Hot sauce on the flip up. Open and deep from trouble. Get a rich nigga on the fuck. No, I get a nigga on the fuck this day. Say what? I'm fucking niggas in the club. Bad bitch with 22 tags. Only do rap shit for fun. Real shit, real rap, no cap. Pussy going crazy, me hit from the back. Only like a scam, you gon' pay me with a check. Treat me like a queen, have me flying on a jet. Yeah, what's next? AP rolling for gas. Play niggas like checkers, no checks. If it's money ain't right, get left. Only keep a bad bitch around me. All my bitches rich, we don't fuck for the free. Couple gang niggas that gon' bust on 3. I'm still getting top in the backseat G. Ass fannies, fashionable jeans. This kitty real tight, real sweet. Little bitch ain't quite like me. Oh, you ain't seen what I'm seeing in the week. Kitty, what's up? Pull up in a big road truck. Rich nigga wanna fuck me, yeah. Kitty gon' bust on 3. Say what? Only fuck with niggas for the club. Bad bitch with 22 tugs. Only do these rings just on 3. Let me drip down on me. Pull up in the SRT. I done hold with the pussy and free. Yeah, I'm paying like a chick on just on 3. Yeah, being for the strip on the pole. Like a trapper bitch, you getting made wrong. They saying that it's up in the stuff. Yeah, bitch, you can't gon' bust on 3. Valentino's talking Valentine. You know this pussy on the move for dummies. Might just let him eat the pussy for a new designer bag. And I come collect. If you watching, tell her keep on watching while I'm sitting down.
Don't you talk to me, nigga. You ain't talking enough. And if you tell them that you hit, then you talking too much. Only fuck with real bitches, we be fucking shit up. And niggas try to call me extra, my hair costs too much. I need a bag. I need my hair and my nails done. I need a bag. What's about bitch without a biz? I need a bag. 20 inches on my lips. I need a bag. BBS is on my lips. I need a bag. How about a jet, no leg? If the bitch keep talking me shit, I'ma go ahead and fuck her dad. I don't want no pet ass honeys, I wipe that shit with my ass. And my ice be real good, so they don't even gotta use no flash. Bitch. And I ain't fucking for no burger. Nigga ice me out, I got that water like a surfer. He be giving me brain, but I ain't never learning. I be switching lanes, so I'ma ride it like a perm. Don't you talk to me, nigga, you ain't talking enough. And if you tell them that you hit, then you talking too much. Only fuck with real bitches, we be fucking shit up. And niggas try to call me extra, my hair costs $4. I need a bag, I need my hair, my nails, I need a bag. Bitch without a biz. I need a bag. 20 bitches on my lips. I need a bag.
I'm outside on the block. What you tryna do? Who I'm slow? Bitch, I'm big too. I got dogs and gorillas like we in a zoo. You got goons, I got shooters, they put triggers too. Get the ops in the way, I bet I make a move. Cause fuck these hoes, fuck these niggas too. I'm outside on the block, yeah, B.I.G. on the beat. Y'all know just calm down. Cool things like Santana. Bitch, I run my town. Real coach don't say nothing. You too loud. Same shit they gon' tell me when I blow this gas cloud. I got these bitches tryna go big. I spent 20,000 on wigs. Park on the street, coop too big, booty too deep, drink too deep. Yeah, shit, I don't do kickback. Big dip, I don't do kickback. Just hold shit like a zigzag. Bitch, won't smoke, let me hit that. Fuck these hoes, fuck these niggas too. I'm outside on the block. What you tryna do? Who I'm slow? Bitch, I'm big too. I got dogs and gorillas like we in a zoo. You got goons, I got shooters, they put triggers too. Get the ops in the way, I bet I make a move. I'm outside on the block. All of these diamonds dripping the powder way. Shit, I'm close, man. I'm real pussy. Yeah.
You gotta know you hoes is lame. Cause these try to bitches, they gon' say my name for fame. Number 8 is Jordan, none of you hoes don't have no chains. Type of bitch can't make it rain. How you pour that shit a shame? We can come for word report. Homie watching me like TV, wanna fight, go score for score. Ain't no pressure by no hoe, I took a trip, this shit was far. If I fuck that nigga down, I bet he be right here tomorrow. When I walk past these hoes, man, they know look. I got me some cute bug, got my work in the food up. And I be down like water, I feel I'm a right like a food. Taking my check up in the way, my strap is hard to tell. I wish I got them on my back with me, I'm killing that. I'm young and passionate. All my diamonds flashing, I just killed another rat. It's on the pilots on the test, hey. Bitch, I'm young and passionate, hey. All my niggas tracking, hey. Bitch, we out in traffic, I pull up, they get my back in there. Bitch, I'm young and fresh, bitch, I'm crazy, but I'm freaky. Bitch, you know it's me. Change my name to Jay Biggie. They pull up on after hours, and he know it ain't no speaking. I'm so good the way he eat it, I might let him get a piece of it. But she like you nasty, real body no plastic. I ain't got no nigga, no phone, it's your ass. These niggas wanna take my reputation, shit like they ass. Nigga better be cold, cold, shit tryna
Attitude, I think, 'cause I'm the shit. And them cans, I like my niggas rich. That's when I took basketball, I drop it real low. Street smart, on the cuss real though. Shit fast, make a cock guy, make a damn grip show. It's one thing, then I'm in frame, like a real hoe. Playing hard, watch this dead shit like jello. Might just let him see my kitty, he like hello. I might pick him up and down like a rello. He said that pussy need a ring like mellow. Bring it back, like fall. He gon' chew this pussy like it's chimichanga. It's some retro cucamonga. It's that queen shit. Yo nigga is a bunch. Bitch, I'm in that gang. Willy Wonka. Bitches trying to red away. Cowabunga. That's Kiyasha. Nigga put me on the blade. Like I'm pasta, I'm a fucking monkey. Bitch, I'm too hot. You drop 2 songs. This shit too flop. Call it too hot. Take it outside. Call it cool. Bitch, too flop. What's it fire? My shit too hot. Up to the bodega, and I keep it with me just so that I'm feeling safer. Feeling on my body, but my feet is in Bottega. Bitch, I'm getting money, it's a all about a name. It's all for the bank. It's all about the money, it's all for the
Do that shit, bitch, do it. Drop it to the split. Tryna see your dance on it, bitch. Now you lit like a big bitch, do it. Drop it like a hit. Make you spin the bands on that shit. If you cabin like you rich, bitch, do it. You's a bitch, you ain't with me. I put my house on that bitch. I just tip feet. I shoot rounds at that bitch. Tip the tail deep. Don't tell me. Oh, I'm here. See, I got bad bitches jumping at the dead. Bitch, you wish for your fucker, man. Little bad bitches, I can shot them like two. I lay down popping like a molly shoe. Do that shit, 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 bitch. Do that shit, 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 bitch. Do it, drop it to the beat. I don't see the biggest on it, bitch. Now you lit, I don't like bitch. Do it, drop it like a hit. I ain't no hoe, but I do be on one. I promise my niggas gon' love me the same. I'm a hot girl, don't try it. I want that shit that be showing my thing. I like the drinking, I like that sex. I fuck with niggas that's under the check. Bitch with a dick like you been served. I like a dick with a little bit of curve. This pussy shit like a hunt. Call that nigga Captain Hook. I go shots. On that then I pop it. Ayy, bitches pop it. I do what they pop me. Ayy, he's a sweet. He said when he ate it. Ayy, know it's good. Ayy, showing it. Ayy, shit. I love niggas with conversation. They find a bitch, no navigation. Been a quarter like in the head with no guarantees on the penetration. I can take you to the fine shit. We both break, just trying shit. Make niggas dance with jealousy. Don't even know if I can like them. Nigga, we used to clean. Make that pussy clean. Okay, just like that finger. Make that pussy cream. Okay, you want to play it me. Oh, yeah, what's your team? That shit super sad. Big pump ain't deep. I'm so excited. You can't cut me by. I just want a nigga who gon' serve me like a ice. I just buy that so I put them on that diet. Just ain't no try. I told her, oh, you better not try. I got a man, I got a bitch. I'm a banana, you got a bitch. Like a he on showing. Beefing with your bitches really getting kind of boring. If it ain't about the money, then you know I'm gonna ignore it. I'm the shit. I need a mother clear the force, too much street doors. I keep it loud, I keep it watch, I keep it moving. I'm just playing games, I'm just so for that bitch. Ay, I'm still a bitch. I'm classy,
Once upon a time, and I heard that I was sucking. Came from a bitch who never wanna put us in my face. On ass night, racks, nickel shake, ice, jewelry on me, flashlight. I feel this is last night. Hit 'em with that cook, make a nigga act right. Broke boys don't deserve no pussy, I know that's right.
Hey, good, but to give us some money. Hey, good, but to give
Want the blind fuck, but now I'm all blind. Nice me. Love the hate, give up on the sleep, but I put my chains in the safe. First thing, when I'm gonna tell that bitch, you gotta skate. Got me mad, I'm mad, I'm mad, I'm mad. And my girlfriend, no first. Right now, shake it fast for me, 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 girl, shake it fast for me, 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 girl, shake it fast for me, fast, shake it fast for me, fast, shake it fast for me, fast, shake it fast for me, girl, shake it fast for me, fast, shake it fast for me, fast, shake it fast for me, fast, shake it fast for me. Drop it like it's hot, with the hard top when I drop it's a bop. Graduated with a hard knock, top slap on my rock with a fresh swap. With the mind when you crop top, make it hot. I like that. Those get off my type. I don't need to say hey, I look back to the game. I don't need a bad way. Leave out the back, another back at the front door. Fall asleep, but I put my chains in the same first thing. And I wanna tell that you gotta skate. Don't be mad at me, don't go bad on me. Yeah, my girlfriend, no fish. Right, girl, shake it fast for me, 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 girl, shake it fast for me, 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 girl, shake it fast for me, 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 girl, shake it fast for me, shake it fast for me, shake it fast for me.
Coming out the side, watch me drive, The way I arch that back with
Thank you.
Chuck, after all the hype, all the prep, all the pre-debate gamesmanship from both campaigns, this is it. We are literally just minutes away now from the start of this first and all-important presidential debate on the stage behind us. We've already seen the candidates tonight, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, each arriving here a bit earlier this evening. They're waiting backstage. And Chuck, we had a moment tonight. President Bill Clinton is in the House and met Mrs. Melania Trump, and they just shared that handshake. We've got the whole family assembled here.
We do, and I think one thing we got to remember is big of personalities that they are. We know this is going to be a clash of big personalities. This is also a clash of two competing visions of America. Hillary Clinton embracing the many cultural changes, the diversity, the acceleration of globalization that's happening. Donald Trump embracing a vision that says, whoa, let's slow down, let's slow things down, let's look inward a little bit. Let's not let the back get lost tonight.
Let's bring in our colleague Tom Brokaw, obviously somebody who's watched a lot of debates, but doesn't this feel like there's something special about this one, if nothing else, because I think maybe 100 million people could be watching.
I've never seen one quite like this, in part because that 100 million people watching are still trying to make up their minds. This is an important debate. And the television viewership, we've got social media going on, the tweeting that is going on, the texting that is going on, the streaming that is going on. This is the biggest iconic event in American history, to say nothing of our
The stakes are so high with the polls tight. We've seen just as recently as today. Let's go to Andrea Mitchell. Excuse me, Hallie Jackson is in the spin report. Hallie, good evening.
Hi, Savannah, and here media and surrogates are ready for what happens after the debate. But before then, here's Donald Trump's biggest test. Can he prove he has the temperament to be commander-in-chief? It's one of his biggest negatives with voters. Too many insults, and he could come off like a bully. Too few specifics, and he could seem unprepared. Savannah?
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you.
Let's go to Andrea Mitchell, who's been covering the Clinton campaign. What's Hillary Clinton's goal tonight, Andrea?
Well, her need is to really relate to people, especially those millennial voters. And very frankly, one of her top aides said to me, we're glad we have Donald Trump to debate against because he's the draw. He's drawing 100 million people. And that's the kind of crowd Hillary Clinton has not been able to attract. She now has to sell herself tonight. And Bill Clinton is here. He never attended any of the final debates.
Sure, thank you, Andrea.
So we are about 30 seconds away now from this debate. Chuck, the stakes are very high, and as I mentioned a bit earlier, the polls are extremely tight.
I do think the audience is very fluid. You have a whole bunch of people who are either voting or undecided. So I think the more people out there today.
Here we have the multi-billionaire, the former First Lady, Secretary of State, and the U.S. Senator about to debate. Well, Lester will take it away.
Good evening from Hofstra University in Hempstead, New York. I'm Lester Holt, anchor of NBC Nightly News. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. The participants tonight are Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization. The commission drafted tonight's format, and the rules have been agreed to by the campaigns. The 90-minute debate is divided into 6 segments, each 15 minutes long. We'll explore 3 topic areas tonight: achieving prosperity, America's direction, and securing America. At the start of each segment, I will ask the same lead-off question to both candidates. They will each have up to 2 minutes to respond. From that point until the end of the segment, we'll have an open discussion. The questions are mine and have not been shared with the commission or the campaigns. The audience here in the room has agreed to remain silent so that we can focus on what the candidates are saying. I will invite you to applaud, however, at this moment as we welcome the candidates. Democratic nominee for President of the United States, Hillary Clinton, and Republican nominee this evening belongs to the candidates and just as important to the American people. Candidates, we look forward to hearing you articulate your policies and your positions, as well as your visions and your values. So, let's begin. We're calling this opening segment Achieving Prosperity, and central to that is jobs. There are two economic realities in America today. There's been a record 6 straight years of job growth, and new census numbers show incomes have increased at a record rate after years of stagnation. However, income inequality remains significant, and nearly half of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Beginning with you, Secretary Clinton, why are you a better choice than your opponent to create the kinds of jobs that will put more money into the pockets of American workers?
Well, thank you, Lester, and thanks to Vostra for hosting us. The central question in this election is really what kind of country we want to be and what kind of future we'll build together. Today is my granddaughter's 2nd birthday, so I think about this a lot. First, we have to build an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. That means we need new jobs, good jobs, with rising incomes. I want us to invest in you. I want us to invest in your future. That means jobs in infrastructure, in advanced manufacturing, innovation and technology, clean renewable energy, and small business, because most of the new jobs will come from small business. We also have to make the economy fairer. That starts with raising the national minimum wage and also guaranteeing, finally, equal pay for women's work. I also want to see more companies do profit sharing. If you help create the profits, you should be able to share in them, not just the executives at the top. And I want us to do more to support people who are struggling to balance family and work. I've heard from so many of you about the difficult choices you face and the stresses that you're under. So let's have paid family leave, earned sick days. Let's be sure we have affordable child care and debt-free college. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it by having the wealthy pay their fair share and close the corporate loopholes. Finally, we tonight are on the stage together, Donald Trump and I. Donald, it's good to be with you. We're going to have a debate where we are talking about the important issues facing our country. You have to judge us. Who can shoulder the immense loss of responsibilities of the presidency? Who can put into action the plans that will make your life better? I hope that I will be able to earn your vote on November 8th.
Secretary Clinton, thank you. Mr. Trump, same question to you. It's about putting more money in the pockets of American workers. You have a few minutes.
Thank you, Lester. Our jobs are fleeing the country. They're going to Mexico. They're going to many other countries. You look at what China is doing to our country in terms of making our product. They're devaluing their currency, and there's nobody in our government to fight them. And we have a very good fight, and we have a winning fight, because they're using our country as a piggy bank to rebuild China. And many other countries are doing the same thing. So we're losing our good jobs, so many of them. When you look at what's happening in Mexico, a friend of mine who builds plants said it's the 8th wonder of the world. They're building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world, some of the most sophisticated, some of the best plants. With the United States, as you said, not so much. So Ford is leaving. You see that this car division leaving. Thousands of jobs, leaving Michigan, leaving Ohio. They're all leaving, and we can't allow it to happen anymore. As far as child care is concerned and so many other things, I think Hillary and I agree on that. We probably disagree a little bit as to numbers and amounts and what we're going to do, but perhaps we'll be talking about that later. But we have to stop our jobs from being stolen from us. We have to stop our companies from leaving the United States and with them firing all of their people. And all you have to do is take a look at Carrier Air Conditioning in Indianapolis. They fired 1,400 people. They're going to Mexico. So many hundreds and hundreds of companies are doing this. We cannot let it happen. Under my plan, I'll be reducing taxes tremendously from 35% to 15% for companies, small and big businesses. That's going to be a job creator like we haven't seen since Ronald Reagan. It's going to be a beautiful thing to watch. Companies will come, they will build, they will expand, new companies will start, and I look very, very much forward to doing it. We have to renegotiate our trade deals, and we have to stop these countries from stealing our companies and our jobs.
Secretary Clinton, would you like to respond?
Well, I think that trade is an important issue. Of course, we are 5% 10% of the world's population, we have to trade with the other 95%. And we need to have smart, fair trade deals. We also, though, need to have a tax system that rewards work and not just financial transactions. And the kind of plan that Donald has put forth would be trickle-down economics all over again. In fact, it would be the most extreme version, the biggest tax cuts for the top percents of the people in this country that we've ever had. I call it trumped up trickle-down, because that's exactly what it would be. That is not how we grow the economy. We just have a different view about what's best for growing the economy, how we make investments that will actually produce jobs and rising incomes. I think we come at it from somewhat different perspectives. I understand that. You know, Donald was very fortunate in his life, and that's all to his benefit. He started his business with $14 million borrowed from his father, and he really believes that the more you help wealthy people, the better off we'll be, and that everything will work out from there. I don't buy that. I have a different experience. My father was a small businessman. He worked really hard. He printed drapery fabrics on long tables where he pulled out those fabrics and he went down to the silk screen and dumped the paint in and took the squeegee and kept going. And so what I believe is the more we can do for the middle class, the more we can invest in you, your education, your skills, your future, the better we will be off and the better we'll grow. That's the kind of economy I want us to see again.
Let me follow up with Mr. Trump again. You talked about creating 25 million jobs. You promised to bring back millions of jobs for Americans. How are you going to bring back the industries that have left this country for cheaper labor overseas? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
Well, for one thing, and before we start on that, my father gave me a very small loan in 1975, and I built it into a company that's worth many, many billions of dollars with some of the greatest assets in the world. And I say that only because that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. Our country's in deep trouble. We don't know what we're doing when it comes to devaluations, and all of these countries all over the world, especially China, they're doing the best ever. And what they're doing to us is a very, very sad thing. So we have to do that. We have to renegotiate our trade deals. Unless they're taking our jobs, they're giving incentives, they're doing things that frankly we don't do. Let me give you the example of Mexico. They have a VAT tax. We're on a different system. When we sell into Mexico, there's a tax. When they sell in automatic, 16% approximately. When they sell into us, there's no tax. It's a defective agreement. It's been defective for a long time. Many years, but the politicians haven't done anything about it. Now, in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, yes, is that okay? Good. I want you to be very happy. It's very important to me. But in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, when she started talking about this, it was really very recently. She's been doing this for 30 years. And why hasn't she made the agreements better? The NAFTA agreement is defective just because of the tax and many other reasons, but just because of the tax.
Let me interrupt this a moment.
Secretary Clinton and others, politicians, should have been doing this for years. Not right now because of the fact that we've created a movement. They should have been doing this for years. What's happened to our jobs and our country and our economy generally is, look, we owe $20 trillion. We cannot do it any longer.
Let's back to the question, though. How do you specifically bring back jobs? American manufacturers, how do you make them bring jobs back?
Well, the first thing you do is don't let the jobs leave. The companies are leaving. I could name, there are thousands of them. They're leaving, and they're leaving in bigger numbers than ever. And what you do is you say, fine, you want to go to Mexico or some other country, good luck. We wish you a lot of luck. But if you think you're going to make your air conditioners or your cars or your cookies or whatever you make and bring them into our country without a tax, you're wrong. And once you say you're going to have to tax them coming in, and our politicians never do this, because they have special interests, and the special interests want those companies to leave, because in many cases they own the companies. So what I'm saying is we can stop them from leaving. We have to stop them from leaving, and that's a big, big factor.
Let me let Secretary Clinton.
Well, let's stop for a second and remember where we were 8 years ago. We had the worst financial crisis, the Great Recession, the worst since the 1930s. That was in large part because of tax policies that slashed taxes on the wealthy, failed to invest in the middle class, took their their eyes off of Wall Street and created a perfect storm. In fact, Donald was one of the people who rooted for the housing crisis. He said back in 2006, gee, I hope it does collapse because then I can go in and buy some and make some money. Well, it did collapse.
That's cool business, but
9 million people. 9 million people lost their jobs. 5 million people lost their homes, and $13 trillion in family wealth was wiped out. Now, we have come back from that abyss, and it has not been easy. So we're now on the precipice of having a potentially much better economy, but the last thing we need to do is to go back to the policies that failed us in the first place. Independent experts have looked at what I proposed and looked at what Donald's proposed, and basically they've said this, that if his tax plan, which would blow up the debt by over $5 trillion and would, in some instances, disadvantage middle-class families compared to the wealthy, were to go into effect, we would lose 3.5 million jobs and maybe have another recession. They looked at my plans and they said, okay, if we can do this, and I intend to get it done, we will have 10 million more new jobs because we will be making investments where we can grow the economy. Take clean energy. Some country is going to be the clean energy superpower of the 21st century. Donald thinks that climate change is a hoax perpetrated by the Chinese. I think it's real.
I did not.
Science is
I do not say that.
and I think it's important that we grip this and deal with it both at home and abroad. Here's what we can do. We can deploy 500 million more solar panels. We can have enough clean energy to power every home. We can build a new modern electric grid. That's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of new economic activity. So I tried to be very specific about what we can and should do, and I am determined that we're going to get the economy really moving again, building on the progress we've made over the last 8 years, but never going back to what got us in trouble in the first place.
she talks about solar panels. We invested in a solar company in our country. That was a disaster. There was plenty of money on that one. Now look, I'm a great believer in all forms of energy. But we're putting a lot of people out of work. Our energy policies are a disaster. Our country is losing so much in terms of energy, in terms of paying off our debt. You can't do what you're looking to do with $20 trillion in debt. The Obama administration, from the time they've come in, is over 230 years worth of debt, and he's topped it. He's doubled it in the course of almost 8 years, 7.5 years to be semi-exact. So I want to tell you this, we have to do a much better job at keeping our jobs, and we have to do a much better job at giving companies incentive to build new companies but to expand, because they're not doing that. And all you have to do is look at Michigan, and look at Ohio, and look at all of these places where so many of their jobs and their companies are just leaving, they're gone. And I just ask you this, you've been doing this for 30 years. Why are you just thinking about these solutions right now? For 30 years you've been doing it, and now you're just starting to think of solutions. I will bring, excuse me, I will bring back jobs. You can't bring back jobs.
Well, actually, I have thought about this quite a bit.
Yeah, for 30 years.
I have, well, not quite that long. I think my husband did a pretty good job in the 1990s. I think a lot about what worked and how we can make it work again. Bringing in new jobs, a balanced budget.
The single state deal ever approved in this country.
Incomes went up for everybody. Manufacturing jobs went up also in the 1990s, if we're actually going to look at the facts. When I was in the Senate, I had a number of trade deals that came before me, and I held them all to the same test. Will they create jobs in America? Will they raise incomes in America? And are they good for our national security? Some of them I voted for. The biggest one, a multinational one known as Captain, I voted against. And because I hold the same standards as I look at all of these trade deals. But let's not assume that trade is the only challenge we have in the economy. I think it is a part
part of it, and I've said what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a special prosecutor. We're going to enforce the trade deals we have, and we're going to hold people accountable. When I was Secretary of State, we actually increased American exports globally 30%. We increased them to China 50%. So I know how to really work to get new jobs and to get exports that help to create more new jobs.
When you haven't done it in 30 years or 26 years,
Well, I've been a senator.
You haven't done it. You haven't
I have been a Secretary of State, and I have
Your
done it.
husband signed NAFTA, which was one of the worst things that ever happened in the manufacturing industry.
That is your
You go to New England, you go to Ohio, Pennsylvania, you go anywhere you want, Secretary Clinton, and you will see devastation where manufacturers down 30, 40, sometimes 50%. NAFTA is the worst trade deal maybe ever signed anywhere, but certainly ever signed in this country. Now, you want to approve Trans-Pacific Partnership. You were totally in favor of it. Then you heard when I was saying how bad it is, and you said, I can't win that debate. But you know that if you did win, you would approve that, and that will be almost as bad as NAFTA. Nothing will ever top NAFTA.
That is just not accurate. I was against it once it was finally negotiated and the terms were laid out. I wrote about that in...
You called it the gold standard.
Well,
You called it the gold standard of trade deals. You said it's the finest deal you've ever seen.
No.
And then you heard what I said about it, and all of a sudden you were against it.
Well, Donald, I know you live in your own reality, but that is not the facts. The facts are, I did say I hoped it would be a good deal, but when it was negotiated, which I was not responsible for, I concluded it wasn't. I wrote about that.
So is it President Obama's fault? Is it President Obama's fault?
Announcement. Look, there are
Secretary, is it President Obama's fault? Because he's pushing.
There are different views about what's good for our country, our economy, and our leadership in the world. And I think it's important to look at what we need to do to get the economy going again. That's why I said new jobs with rising incomes, investments, not in more tax cuts that would add $5 trillion to the debt.
But you have no plan.
Oh, I do.
Secretary, you have no plan.
A book about it. It's called Stronger Together. You can pick it up
That's about all you
at the bookstore or at an airport near you. But it's because I see this. We need to have strong growth, fair growth, sustained growth. We also have to look at how we help families balance the responsibilities at home and the responsibilities at business. So we have a very robust set of plans, and people who have looked at both of our plans have concluded that mine would create 10 million jobs and yours would lose us 3.5 million jobs and
You are going to approve one of the biggest tax cuts in history. You are going to approve one of the biggest tax increases in history. You are going to drive business out. Your regulations are a disaster, and you're going to increase regulations all over the place. And by the way, my tax cut is the biggest since Ronald Reagan. I'm very proud of it. It will create tremendous numbers of new jobs. But regulations, you are going to regulate these businesses out of existence. When I go around, Lester, I tell you this, I've been all over. And when I go around, despite the tax cut, the things that businesses and people like the most is the fact that I'm cutting regulation. You have regulations on top of regulations, and new companies cannot form, and old companies are going out of business, and you want to increase the regulations and make them even worse. I'm going to cut regulations. I'm going to cut taxes big league, and you're going to raise taxes big league. End of story.
That can't be left to stand. You know, I kind of assumed that there would be a lot of these charges and claims, and so I have taken the homepage of my website, HillaryClinton.com, and we turned it into a fact checker. So if you want to see in real time what the facts are, please go and take a look. Because
And take a look at mine also.
not add a penny to the debt, and your plans would add $5 trillion to the debt. What I have proposed would cut regulations and streamline them for small businesses. What I have proposed would be paid for by raising taxes on the wealthy because they have made all the gains in the economy. And I think it's time that the wealthy and corporations pay their fair share to support this country.
Just open the next segment.
Well, did I just finish? When you take a look at her website, she's is $1.3 trillion. And look at her website. And you know what? It's no different than this. She's telling us how to fight ISIS. Just go to her website. She tells you how to fight ISIS on her website. I don't think General Douglas MacArthur would like that too much.
The next segment, we're continuing the
At least
subject.
I have a plan to fight ISIS.
No, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do.
No, we're not.
See, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do. No wonder you've been fighting. No wonder you've been fighting ISIS your entire adult life.
Go to the police, the fact checkers, get to work.
You are unpacking a lot here, and we're still on the issue of achieving prosperity. And I want to talk about the taxes. The fundamental difference between the two of you concerns the wealthy. Secretary Clinton, you're calling for a tax increase for the wealthiest Americans. I'd like you to further defend that. And Mr. Trump, you're calling for tax cuts for the wealthy. I'd like you to defend that. And this next two-minute answer goes to you.
Well, I'm really calling for major jobs because the wealthy are going to create tremendous jobs. They're going to expand their companies. They're going to do a tremendous job. I'm getting rid of the carried interest provision. And if you really look, it's not a tax. It's really not a great thing for the wealthy. It's a great thing for the middle class. It's a great thing for companies to expand. And when these people are going to put billions and billions of dollars into companies, and when they're going to bring $2.5 trillion back from overseas, where they can't bring the money back because politicians like Secretary Clinton won't allow them to bring the money back because the taxes are so onerous and the bureaucratic red tape. So what is so bad? So what they're doing is they're leaving our country, and they're, believe it or not, leaving because taxes are too high and because some of them have lots of money outside of our country, and instead of bringing it back and putting the money to work because they can't work out a deal to, and everybody agrees it should be brought back. Instead of that, they're leaving our country to get their money because they can't bring their money back into our country because of bureaucratic red tape, because they can't get together. Because we have a president that can sit them around the table and get them to do something. And here's the thing, Republicans and Democrats agree that this should be done. $2.5 trillion. I happen to think it's double. That's probably $5 trillion that we can't bring into our country, Lester. And with a little leadership, you put it in there very quickly. It could be put to use on the inner cities and lots of other things, and it would be beautiful. But we have no leadership. And honestly, that starts with Secretary Clinton.
You've given us the same question to defend tax increases on the wealthiest Americans, Secretary Clinton.
I have a feeling by the end of the day, I'm going to be going for everything that's ever happened. Why not? Yeah, why not? Just join the debate by saying more crazy things. Now, let me say,
There's nothing crazy about not letting our companies bring their money back into the economy.
This is a Secretary Clinton statement.
let's start the clock again, Lester. We've looked at your tax proposals. I don't see changes in the corporate tax rate or the kinds of proposals you're referring to that would cause the repatriation, bringing back the money that's stranded overseas. I happen to.
Then you didn't read it.
I happen to support that in a way that will actually work to our benefit. But when I look at what you have proposed, you have what is called now the Trump loophole, because it would so advantage you and the business you do. You proposed an approach that has a $1 billion tax benefit for your family. And when you look at what you are proposing, it is, as I said, trumped up, trickle down. Trickle down did not work. It got us into the mess we were in 2008 and 9. Slashing taxes on the wealthy hasn't worked, and a lot of really smart, wealthy people know that. And they are saying, hey, we need to do more to make the contributions we should be making to rebuild the middle class. I don't think top-down works in America. I think building the middle class, investing in the middle class, making college debt-free so more young people can get their education, helping people refinance their debt from college at a lower rate. Those are the kinds of things that will really boost the economy. Broad-based, inclusive growth is what we need in America, not more advantages for people at the very top.
Mr. Trump,
Typical politician. All talk, no action. Sounds good, doesn't work, never gonna happen. Our country is suffering because people like Secretary Clinton have made such bad decisions in terms of our jobs, in terms of what's going on. Now look, we have the worst revival of an economy since the Great Depression. And believe me, we're in a bubble right now. And the only thing that looks good is the stock market. But if you raise interest rates even a little bit, that's going to come crashing down. We are in a big, fat, ugly bubble. And we better be awfully careful. And we have a Fed that's doing political things. This Janet Yellen of the Fed. The Fed is doing political by keeping the interest rates at this level. And believe me, the day Obama goes off and he leaves and he goes out to the golf course for the rest of his life to play golf, when they raise interest rates, you're going to see some very bad things happen because the Fed is not doing their job. The Fed is being more political than Secretary Clinton.
Mr. Trump, we're talking about the burden that Americans have to pay. Yet you have not released your tax returns. And the reason nominees have released their returns for decades is that voters will know if their potential president owes money to, who he owes it to, and any business conflicts. Don't Americans have a right to know if there are any conflicts of interest?
I don't mind releasing. I'm under a routine audit, and it'll be released. And as soon as the audit's finished, it'll be released. But you will learn more about Donald Trump by going down to the federal elections, where I filed a 104-page, essentially financial statement of sorts, the forms that they have. It shows income. In fact, the income, I just looked today, the income is filed at $694 million for this past year. $694 million. If you would have told me I was going to make that 15 or 20 years ago, I would have been very surprised. But that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. When we have a country that's doing so badly, that's being ripped off by every single country in the world, it's the kind of thinking that our country needs, because everybody, Lester, we have a trade deficit with all of the countries that we do business with of almost $800 billion a year. You know what that is? That means who's negotiating these trade deals? We have people that are political hacks negotiating our trade deals.
The IRS has an audit of your taxes. You're perfectly free to release your taxes during an audit. So the question, does the public's right to know outweigh your personal?
Well, I told you, I will release them as soon as the audit. Look, I've been under audit almost for 15 years. I know a lot of wealthy people that have never been audited. I said, you get audited? I get audited almost every year. And in a way, I should be complaining. I'm not even complaining. I don't mind it. It's almost become a way of life. I get audited by the IRS, but other people don't. I will say this. We have a situation in this country that has to be taken care of. I will release my tax returns against my lawyer's wishes. When she releases her 33,000 emails that have been deleted, as soon as she releases them, I will release my tax returns, and that's against my lawyers. They say don't do it. I will tell you this. No, in fact, watching shows, reading the papers, almost every lawyer says you don't release your returns until the audit's complete. When the audit's complete, I'll do it. But I would go against them if she releases her.
So it's negotiable?
It's not negotiable. No, let her release the email. Why did she delete 33,000?
Well, I'll let her ask that, but let me just admonish the audience one more time. There was an agreement. We did ask you to be silent, so it would be helpful for us. Secretary Clinton.
Well, I think you've just seen another example of bait and switch here. For 40 years, everyone running for president has released their tax returns. You can go and see nearly, I think, 39, 40 years of our tax returns, but everyone has done it. We know the IRS has made clear there is no prohibition on releasing it when you're under audit. So you've got to ask yourself, why won't he release his tax returns? And I think there may be a couple of reasons. First, maybe he's not as rich as he says he is. Second, maybe he's not as charitable as he claims to be. Third, we don't know all of his business dealings, but we have been told through investigative reporting that he owes about $650 million to Wall Street and foreign banks. Or maybe he doesn't want the American people, all of you watching tonight, to know that he's paid nothing in federal taxes, because the only years that anybody's ever seen were a couple of years when he had to turn them over to state authorities when he was trying to get a casino license, and they showed he didn't pay any federal income tax. So if he's paid zero, that means zero for troops, zero for vets, zero for schools or health. And I think probably he's not all that enthusiastic about having the rest of our country see what the real reasons are, because it must be something really important, even terrible, that he's trying to hide. And the financial disclosure statement, they don't give you the tax rate. They don't give you all the details that tax returns would. And it just seems to me that this is something that the American people deserve to see, and I have no reason to believe that he's ever going to release his tax returns, because there's something he's hiding. And we'll guess. We'll keep guessing at what it might be that he's hiding. But I think the question is, were he ever to get near the White House, what would be those conflicts? Who does he owe money to? Well, he owes you the answers to that, and he should provide them.
He also raised the issue of your emails. Do you want to respond to that?
I do. You know, I made a mistake using a private email.
That's for sure.
And if I had to do it over again, I would obviously do it differently. But I'm not going to make any excuses. It was a mistake, and I take responsibility for that.
Mr. Trump?
That was more than a mistake. That was done purposely. Okay, that was not a mistake. That was done purposely. When you have your staff taking the Fifth Amendment, taking the Fifth, so they're not prosecuted. When you have the man that set up the illegal server taking the Fifth, I think it's disgraceful. And believe me, this country thinks it's disgraceful. It really thinks it's disgraceful also. As far as my tax returns, you don't learn that much from tax returns, that I can tell you. You learn a lot from financial disclosure. And you should go down and take a look at that. The other thing, I'm extremely under-leveraged. The report that said 650, which, by the way, a lot of friends of mine that know my business said, boy, that's really not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money relative to what I had. The buildings that were in question, they said in the same report, which was, actually it wasn't even a bad story, to be honest with you, but the buildings are worth $3.9 billion. And the 650 isn't even on that, but it's not 650, it's much less than that. But I could give you a list of banks. I would, if that would help you, I would give you a list of banks. These are very fine institutions, very fine banks. I could do that very quickly. I am very under-leveraged. I have a great company. I have a tremendous income. And the reason I say that is not in a braggadocious way. It's because it's about time that this country had somebody running it that has an idea about money. When we have $20 trillion in debt, and our country's a mess. You know, it's one thing to have 20 trillion in debt, and our roads are good, and our bridges are good, and everything's in great shape. Our airports are like from a third world country. You land at LaGuardia, you land at Kennedy, you land at LAX, you land at Newark, and you come in from Dubai and Qatar, and you see these incredible, you come in from China, you see these incredible airports, and you land, we become a third world country. So, the worst of all things has happened. We owe $20 trillion, and we're a mess. We haven't even started. And we've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East, according to the report that I just saw. Whether it's 6 or 5, but it looks like it's 6. $6 trillion in the Middle East. We could have rebuilt our country twice. And it's really a shame. And it's politicians like Secretary Clinton that have caused this problem. Our country has tremendous problems. We're a debtor nation, we're a serious debtor nation, and we have a country that needs new roads, new tunnels, new bridges, new airports, new schools, new hospitals. And we don't have the money because it's been squandered on so many of your ideas.
And maybe because you haven't paid any federal income tax for a lot of years. And the other thing I think is important.
It would be squandered too, believe me.
If your main claim to be president of the United States is your business, then I think we should talk about that. You know, your campaign manager said that you built a lot of businesses on the backs of little guys. And indeed, I have met a lot of the people who were stiffed by you and your businesses, Donald. I've met dishwashers, painters, architects, glass installers, marble installers, drapery installers, like my dad was, who you refused to pay when they finished the work that you asked them to do. We have an architect in the audience who designed one of your clubhouses, at one of your golf courses. It's a beautiful facility. It immediately was put to use, and you wouldn't pay what the man needed to be paid, what he was charging you.
Maybe he didn't do a good job, and I was unsatisfied with his work, which our country should do
the
too.
Thousands of people that you have stiffed over the course of your business not deserve some kind of apology from someone who has taken their labor, taken the goods that they produce, and then refuse to pay them. I can only say that I'm certainly relieved that my late father never did business with you. He provided a good middle-class life for us, but the people he worked for, he expected the bargain to be kept on both sides. And when we talk about your business, you've taken business bankruptcy 6 times. There are a lot of great business people that have never taken bankruptcy once. You call yourself the king of debt. You talk about leverage. You even at one time suggested that you would try to negotiate down the national debt of the United States. Well, sometimes there's not a direct transfer of skills from business to government, but sometimes what happened in business would be really bad for government. And we need to be very clear about that.
Look, it's all words, it's all sound bites. I built an unbelievable company, some of the greatest assets anywhere in the world, real estate assets anywhere in the world, beyond the United States, in Europe, lots of different places. It's an unbelievable company. But on occasion, 4 times, we used certain laws that are there, and when Secretary Clinton talks about people that didn't get paid, first of all, they did get paid a lot, but taking advantage of the laws of the nation. Now, if you want to change the laws, you've been there a long time, change the laws. But I take advantage of the laws of the nation because I'm running a company. My obligation right now is to do well for myself, my family, my employees, for my companies. And that's what I do. But what she doesn't say is the tens of thousands of people that are unbelievably happy and that love me. I'll give you an example. We're just opening up on Pennsylvania Avenue, right next to the White House. So if I don't get there one way, I'm going to get to Pennsylvania Avenue enough. But we're opening the old post office. Under budget, ahead of schedule, saved tremendous money. I'm a year ahead of schedule. And that's what this country should be doing. We build roads and they cost 2 and 3 and 4 times what they're supposed to cost. We buy products for our military and they come at costs that are so far above what they were supposed to be because we don't have people that know what they're doing. When we look at the budget is bad to a large extent because we have people that have no idea as to what to do and how to buy. The Trump International is way under budget and way ahead of schedule, and we should be able to do that for our
Well, we're well behind schedule, so I want to move to our next segment. We move into our next segment talking about America's direction, and let's start by talking about race. The share of Americans who say race relations are bad in this country is the highest it's been in decades, much of it amplified by shootings of African Americans by police, as we've seen recently in Charlotte and Tulsa. Race has been a big issue in this campaign, and one of you is going to have to bridge a very wide and bitter gap. So how do you heal the divide? Secretary Clinton, you get 2 minutes on this.
Well, you're right. Race remains a significant challenge in our country. Unfortunately, race still determines too much. Often determines where people live, determines what kind of education in their public schools they can get, and yes, it determines how they're treated in the criminal justice system. We've just seen those 2 tragic examples in both Tulsa and Charlotte. And we've got to do several things at the same time. We have to restore trust between communities and the police. We have to work to make sure that our police are using the best training, the best techniques, that they're well prepared to use force only when necessary. Everyone should be respected by the law, and everyone should respect the law. Right now, that's not the case in a lot of our neighborhoods. So I have, ever since the first day of my campaign, called for criminal justice reform. I've laid out a platform that I think would begin to remedy some of the problems we have in the criminal justice system. But we also have to recognize, in addition to the challenges that we face with policing, there are so many good, brave police officers who equally want reform. So we have to bring communities together in order to begin working on that as a mutual goal. And we've got to get guns out of the hands of people who should not have them. The gun epidemic is the leading cause of death of young African American men, more than the next 9 causes put together. So we have to do 2 things, as I said. We have to restore trust, we have to work with the police, we have to make sure they respect the communities and the communities respect them, and we have to tackle the plague of gun violence, which is a big contributor to a lot of the problems that we're seeing today.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide?
Well, first of all, Secretary Clinton doesn't want to use a couple of words, and that's law and order. And we need law and order. If we don't have it, we're not going to have a country. And when I look at what's going on in Charlotte, the city I love, the city where I have investments, when I look at what's going on throughout various parts of our country, whether it's, I mean, I can just keep naming them all day long. We need law and order in our country. And I just got today, as you know, the endorsement of the Fraternal Order of Police. We just came in. We have endorsements from, I think, almost every police group. A large percentage of them in the United States. We have a situation where we have our inner cities, African Americans, Hispanics, are living in hell because it's so dangerous. You walk down the street, you get shot. In Chicago, they've had thousands of shootings, thousands, since January 1st. Thousands of shootings. And I'm saying, where is this? Is this a war-torn country? What are we doing? And we have to stop the violence. We have to bring back law and order. In a place like Chicago, where thousands of people have been killed, thousands over the last number of years. In fact, almost 4,000 have been killed since Barack Obama became president. Almost 4,000 people in Chicago have been killed. We have to bring back law and order. Now, whether or not in a place like Chicago you do stop and frisk, which worked very well, Mayor Giuliani is here, worked very well in New York, it brought the crime rate way down. But you take the gun away from criminals that shouldn't be having it. We have gangs roaming the street, and in many cases, they're illegally here, illegal immigrants, and they have guns, and they shoot people. And we have to be very strong, and we have to be very vigilant. We have to know what we're doing. Right now, our police, in many cases, are afraid to do anything. We have to protect our inner cities because African American communities are being decimated by crime.
Your 2 minutes expired. I do want to follow up. Stop and frisk was ruled unconstitutional in New York because it largely singled out black and Hispanic young men.
No, you're wrong. It went before a judge who was a very against police judge. It was taken away from her, and our new mayor, refused to go forward with the case. They would have won her bill. If you look at it throughout the country, there are many places where
the argument is that it's a form of racial profiling.
No, the argument is that we have to take the guns away from these people that have them and that are bad people that shouldn't have them. These are felons. These are people that are bad people that shouldn't be. When you have 3,000 shootings in Chicago from January 1st, when you have 4,000 people killed in Chicago of guns from the beginning of the presidency of Barack Obama, his hometown, you have to have stop and frisk. You need more police. You need a better community relation. You don't have good community relations in Chicago. It's terrible. I have property there. It's terrible what's going on in Chicago. But when you look, and Chicago's not the only, you go to Ferguson, you go to so many different places. You need better relationships. I agree with Secretary Clinton on this. You need better relationships between the communities and the police, because in some cases it's not good. But you look at Dallas, where the relationships were really studied. The relationships were really a beautiful thing. And then 5 police officers were killed. one night very violently. So there's some bad things going on, some really bad things. But we need, listen, we need law and order. And we need law and order in the inner cities, because the people that are most affected by what's happening are African American and Hispanic people. And it's very unfair to them what our politicians are allowing to happen.
Well, I've heard Donald say this at his rallies, and it's really unfortunate that he paints such a dire, negative picture of black communities in our country. You know, the vibrancy of the black church, the black businesses that employ so many people, the opportunities that so many families are working to provide for their kids. There's a lot that we should be proud of and we should be supporting and lifting up. But we do always have to make sure we keep people safe. There are the right ways of doing it, and then there are ways that are ineffective. Stop and frisk was found to be unconstitutional, and in part because it was ineffective. It did not do what it needed to do. Now, I believe in community policing, and in fact, violent crime is 1/2 of what it was in 1991. Property crime is down 40%. We just don't want to see it creep back up. We've had 25 years of very good cooperation, but there were some problems, some unintended consequences. Too many young African American and Latino men ended up in jail for nonviolent offenses, and it's just a fact that if you're a young African American man and you do the same thing as a young white man, you are more likely to be arrested, charged, convicted, and incarcerated. So we've got to address the systemic racism in our criminal justice system. We cannot just say law and order. We have to say we have to come forward with a plan that is going to divert people from the criminal justice system, deal with mandatory minimum sentences, which have put too many people away for too long for doing too little. We need to have more second chance programs. I'm glad that we're ending private prisons in the federal system. I want to see them ended in the state system. You shouldn't have a profit motivation to fill prison cells with young Americans. So there are some positive ways we can work on this. And I believe strongly that common sense gun safety measures would assist us right now. And this is something Donald has supported along with the gun lobby. Right now, we've got too many military-style weapons on the streets. In a lot of places, our police are outgunned. We need comprehensive background checks, and we need to keep guns out of the hands of those who will do harm, and we finally need to pass a prohibition on anyone who's on the terrorist watch list from being able to buy a gun in our country. If you're too dangerous to fly, you are too dangerous to buy a gun. So there are things we can do, and we ought to do it in a bipartisan way.
Secretary, last week you said we've got to do everything possible to improve policing, to go right at implicit bias. Do you believe that police are implicitly biased against black people?
Lester, I think implicit bias is a problem for everyone, not just police. I think, unfortunately, too many of us in our great country jump to conclusions about each other. And therefore, I think we need all of us to be asking hard questions about, you know, why am I feeling this way? But when it comes to policing, since it can have literally fatal consequences, I have said in my first budget, we would put money into that budget to help us deal with implicit bias by retraining a lot of our police officers. I met with a group of very distinguished, experienced police chiefs a few weeks ago. They admit it's an issue. They've got a lot of concerns. Mental health is one of the biggest concerns because now police are having to handle a lot of really difficult mental health problems on the street. They want support. They want more training. They want more assistance. And I think the federal government could be in a position where we would offer and provide that.
Yes, I'd like to respond.
Please.
First of all, I agree, and a lot of people, even within my own party, want to give certain rights to people on watch lists and no-fly lists. I agree with you. When a person is on a watch list or a no-fly list, and I have the endorsement of the NRA, which I'm very proud of. These are very, very good people, and they're protecting the Second Amendment. But I think we have to look very strongly at no-fly lists and watch lists. And when people are on there, even if they shouldn't be on there, we'll help them. We'll help them legally. We'll help them get off. But I tend to agree with that quite strongly. I do want to bring up the fact that you were the one that brought up the word super predator about young black youth. And that's a term that I think was it's been horribly met, as you know. I think you've apologized for it. But I think it was a terrible thing to say. And when it comes to stop and frisk, you know, you're talking about taking guns away. Well, I'm talking about taking guns away from gangs and people that use them. And I really don't think you disagree with me on this, if you want to know the truth. I think maybe there's a political reason why you can't say it. But I really don't believe in New York City, stop and frisk, we had 2,200 murders, and stop and frisk brought it down to 500 murders. 500 murders is a lot of murders. Hard to believe. 500 is like supposed to be good. But we went from 2,200 to 500, and it was continued on by Mayor Bloomberg, and it was terminated by current mayor. But stop and frisk had a tremendous impact on the safety of New York City. Tremendous beyond belief. So when you say it has no impact, it really did. It had a very, very big impact.
Well, it's also fair to say, if we're going to talk about mayors, that under the current mayor, crime has continued to drop, including murders. So there is...
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Murders are up. All right,
New York has done an excellent job, and I give credit. I give credit across the board, going back to mayors, to police chiefs, because it has worked, and other communities need to come together to do what will work as well. Look, one murder is too many, but it is important that we learn about what has been effective and not go to things that sound good that really did not have the kind of impact that we would want. Who disagrees with keeping neighborhoods safe? But let's also add, no one should disagree about respecting the rights of young men who live in those neighborhoods. And so we need to do a better job of working again with the communities, faith communities, business communities, as well as the police, to try to deal with this problem.
This conversation is about race, and so Mr. Trump, I have to ask...
But I'd like to just respond, if I might.
Please, 20
I'd just like to respond.
Please respond, then I've got to...
Look, the African-American community has been let down by our politicians. They talk good around election time, like right now, and after the election they said, see you later, I'll see you in 4 years. The African-American the community within the inner cities has been so badly treated. They've been abused and used in order to get votes by Democrat politicians, because that's what it is. They've controlled these communities for up to 100 years.
Mr. Trump,
Well,
and I will tell you, you look at the inner cities, and I just left Detroit, and I just left Philadelphia, and I just, you know, you've seen me, I've been all over the place. You decided to stay home, and that's okay. But I will tell you, I've been all over, and I've met some of the greatest people I'll ever meet within these communities, and they are very, very upset with what their politicians have told them and what their politicians have done.
I think Donald just criticized me for preparing for this debate. And yes, I did. And you know what else I prepared for? I prepared to be president, and I think that's a good thing.
Mr. Trump, for 5 years, you perpetuated a false claim that the nation's first black president was not a natural-born citizen. You questioned his legitimacy. In the last couple of weeks, you acknowledged what most Americans have accepted for years: the president was born in the United States. Can you tell us what took you so...
I'll tell you very, well, just very simple to say. Sidney Blumenthal works for the campaign and very close friend of Secretary Clinton. And her campaign manager, Patty Doyle, went to, during the campaign, her campaign against President Obama, fought very hard. And you can go look it up, and you can check it out. And if you look at CNN this past week, Patty Solis Doyle was on Wolf Blitzer saying that this happened. Blumenthal said McClatchy, a highly respected reporter at McClatchy, to Kenya, to find out about it. They were pressing it very hard. She failed to get the birth certificate. When I got involved, I didn't fail. I got him to give the birth certificate. So I'm satisfied with it, and I'll tell you why I'm satisfied with it. Because I want to get on to defeating ISIS. Because I want to get on to creating jobs. Because I want to get on to having a strong border. Because I want to get on to things that are very important to me and that are very important to the country.
I'll let you respond. It's important, but I just want to get the answer here. The birth certificate was produced in 2011. You continued to tell the story and question the president's legitimacy in 2012, 13, 14, 15, as recently as January. So the question is, what changed your mind?
Well, nobody was pressing it. Nobody was caring much about it. I figured you'd ask the question tonight, of course, but nobody was caring much about it. But I was the one that got him to produce the birth certificate, and I think I did a good job. Secretary Clinton also fought it. I mean, you know, now everybody in mainstream is going to say, oh, that's not true. Look, it's true. Sidney Blumenthal sent the reporter. You just have to take a look at CNN last week, the interview with your former campaign manager, and she was involved. But just like she can't bring back jobs, she can't produce.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to pause, but I will let you respond to that because there's a lot there. But we're talking about racial healing in this segment. What do you say to Americans?
Well, it was very, I say nothing because I was able to get him to produce it. He should have produced it a long time before. I say nothing. But let me just tell you, when you talk about healing, I think that I've developed very, very good relationships over the last little while with the African American community. I think you can see that. And I feel that they really wanted me to come to that conclusion, and I think I did a great job and a great service, not only for the country, but even for the president, in getting him to produce his birth certificate.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, just listen to what you heard. And clearly, as Donald just admitted, he knew he was going to stand on this debate stage and Lester Holt was going to be asking us questions, so he tried to put the whole racist birther lie to bed. But it can't be dismissed that easily. He has really started his political activity based on this racist lie that our first black president was not an American citizen. There was absolutely no evidence for it, but he persisted year after year because some of his supporters, people that he was trying to bring into his fold, apparently believed it or wanted to believe it. But remember, Donald started his career back in 1973 being sued by the Justice Department for racial discrimination because he would not rent apartments in one of his developments to African Americans, and he made sure that the people who worked for him understood that was the policy. He actually was sued twice by the Justice Department. So he has a long record of engaging in racist behavior. And the birther lie was a very hurtful one. You know, Barack Obama is a man of great dignity, and I could tell how much it bothered him and annoyed him that this was being touted and used against him. But I like to remember what Michelle Obama said in her amazing speech at our Democratic National Convention. When they go low, we go high. And Barack Obama went high, despite Donald Trump's best efforts to bring him down.
Mr. Trump, you can respond, then we're going to move on to the next segment.
Respond. First of all, I got to watch, in preparing for this, some of your debates against Barack Obama. You treated him with terrible disrespect. And I watched the way you talk now about how lovely everything is and how wonderful you are. It doesn't work that way. You were after him, you were trying to, you even sent out, or your campaign sent out pictures of him in a certain garb, very famous pictures, I don't think you can deny that. But just last week, your campaign manager said it was true. So when you try to act holier than thou, it really doesn't work. It really doesn't. Now, as far as the lawsuit, yes, when I was very young, I went into my father's company, had a real estate company in Brooklyn and Queens, and we, along with many, many other companies throughout the country, it was a federal lawsuit, were sued. We settled the suit with no admission of guilt. It was very easy to do, but they sued many people. I notice you bring that up a lot, and you know, I also notice the very nasty commercials that you do on me in so many different ways, which I don't do on you. Maybe I'm trying to save the money, but frankly, I look at that and I say, isn't that amazing? Because I settled that lawsuit with no admission of guilt. But that was a lawsuit brought against many real estate firms, and it's just one of those things. I'll go on one step further. In Palm Beach, Florida, tough community, a brilliant community, a wealthy community, probably the wealthiest community there is in the world. I opened a club and really got great credit for it. No discrimination against African Americans, against Muslims, against anybody. And it's a tremendously successful club, and I'm so glad I did it. And I have been given great credit for what I did, and I'm very, very proud of it. And that's the way I feel. That is the true way I feel.
Our next segment is called Securing America. We want to start with a 21st century war happening every day in this country. Our institutions are under cyber attack, and our secrets are being stolen. So my question is, who's behind it, and how do we fight it? Secretary Clinton, this answer goes to you.
Well, I think cybersecurity, cyber warfare will be one of the biggest challenges facing the next president, because clearly we're facing at this point two different kinds of adversaries. There are the independent hacking groups that do it mostly for commercial reasons, to try to steal information that they then can use to make money. But increasingly, we are seeing cyber attacks coming from states, organs of states. The most recent and troubling of these has been Russia. There's no doubt now that Russia has used cyber attacks against all kinds of organizations in our country. I am deeply concerned about this. I know Donald's very praiseworthy Vladimir Putin, but Putin is playing a really tough, long game here. And one of the things he's done is to let loose cyber attackers to hack into government files, to hack into personal files, hack into the Democratic National Committee. And we recently have learned that, you know, that this is one of their preferred methods of trying to wreak havoc and collect information. We need to make it very clear, whether it's Russia, China, Iran, or anybody else, the United States has much greater capacity. And we are not going to sit idly by and permit state actors to go after our information, our private sector information, or our public sector information. We're going to have to make it clear that we don't want to use the kinds of tools that we have. We don't want to engage in a different kind of warfare. But we need to defend the citizens of this country. And the Russians need to understand that. I think they've been treating it as almost a proving. How far would we go? How much would we do? And that's why I was so shocked when Donald publicly invited Putin to hack into Americans. That is just unacceptable. It's one of the reasons why 50 national security officials who served in Republican administration have said that Donald is unfit to be the commander-in-chief. It's comments like that that really worry people who understand the threats that we face.
Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes in the same question.
Yeah, I do want to say that I was just endorsed, and more are coming next week. It'll be over 200 admirals, many of them here, admirals and generals endorsed me to lead this country. That just happened, and many more are coming. And I'm very proud of it. In addition, I was just endorsed by ICE. They've never endorsed anybody before on immigration. I was just endorsed by ICE. I was just recently endorsed 16,500 Border Patrol agents. So when Secretary Clinton talks about this, I mean, I'll take the admirals and I'll take the generals any day over the political hacks that I see that have led our country so brilliantly over the last 10 years with their knowledge, okay? Because look at the mess that we're in. Look at the mess that we're in. As far as the cyber, I agree to parts of what Secretary Clinton said. We should be be better than anybody else, and perhaps we're not. I don't think anybody knows it was Russia that broke into the DNC. She's saying Russia, 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 but I don't, maybe it was. I mean, it could be Russia, but it could also be China. It could also be lots of other people. It also could be somebody sitting on that bed that weighs 400 pounds, okay? You don't know who broke into DNC. What did we learn with DNC? We learned that Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of by your people, by Debbie Wasserman-Schultz. What would happen to her? But Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of. That's what we learned. Now, whether that was Russia, whether that was China, whether it was another country, we don't know. Because the truth is, under President Obama, we've lost control of things that we used to have control of. We came in with the internet, we came up with the internet, and I think Secretary Clinton and myself would agree very much. When you look at what ISIS is doing with the internet, they're beating us at our own game. ISIS. So we have to get very, very tough on cyber and cyber warfare. It is a huge problem. I have a son. He's 10 years old.
If you're not here for Roger Allen
He's
Gallagher,
so good with these computers. It's
or the name of Roger Allen
the
Gallagher,
security aspect of cyber
or
is
anything
very,
to do
very
with money
tough.
about Roger Allen
And
Gallagher, you need to
it's
leave
hard
right
to
now.
do. But I will say, we are not doing the job we should be doing. But that's true throughout our whole governmental society. We have so many things that we have to do better, Lester, and certainly cyber is one of them. Secretary Clinton?
Well, I think there are a number of issues that we should be
If
addressing.
you're not here for the name Roger Allen Gallagher, you must leave immediately.
To defeat ISIS. It does involve going after them online.
Get out of here.
With
Go.
our tech companies to
Come back with some money, broke ass bum.
from being able to use the internet to radicalize, even direct people in our country, in Europe, and elsewhere. But we also have to intensify our air strikes against ISIS and eventually support our Arab and Kurdish partners to be able to actually take out ISIS in Raqqa and their claim of being a caliphate. We're making progress. Our military is assisting in Iraq, and we're hoping that within the year we'll be able to push ISIS out of Iraq and then, really squeeze them in Syria. But we have to be cognizant of the fact that they've had foreign fighters coming to volunteer for them, foreign money, foreign weapons. So we have to make this the top priority, and I would also do everything possible to take out their leadership. I was involved in a number of efforts to take out al-Qaeda leadership when I was Secretary of State, including, of course, taking out bin Laden, and I think we need to go after Baghdadi as well, make that one of our organizing principles, because we've got to defeat ISIS and we've got to do everything we can to disrupt their propaganda efforts online.
You mentioned ISIS, and we think of ISIS certainly as over there, but there are American citizens who have been inspired to commit acts of terror on American soil. The latest incident, of course, the bombings we just saw in New York and New Jersey, the knife attack at a mall in Minnesota, and the last year, deadly attacks in San Bernardino and Orlando. I'll ask this to both of you. Tell us specifically how you would prevent homegrown attacks by American citizens.
Well, first I have to say one thing, very important. Secretary Clinton is talking about taking out ISIS. We will take out ISIS. Well, President Obama and Secretary Clinton created a vacuum the way they got out of Iraq. Because they got out, well, they shouldn't have been in, but once they got in, the way they got out was a disaster. And ISIS was formed. So she talks about taking them out. She's been doing it a long time. She's been trying to take them out for a long time. But they wouldn't have even been formed if they left some troops behind, like 10,000 or maybe something more than that. And then you wouldn't have had them. Or, as I've been saying for a long time, and I think you'll agree because I said it to you once, had we taken the oil, and we should have taken the oil, ISIS would not have been able to form either, because the oil was their primary source of income. And now they have the oil all over the place, including the oil, a lot of the oil in Libya, which was another one of her disasters.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I hope the fact checkers are turning up the volume and really working hard. Donald supported the invasion of Iraq.
Wrong.
That is absolutely
wrong.
Over and over again.
Wrong.
He actually advocated for the actions we took in Libya. and urged that Gaddafi be taken out after actually doing some business with him one time. But the larger point, he says this constantly, is George W. Bush made the agreement about when American troops would leave Iraq, not Barack Obama. And the only way that American troops could have stayed in Iraq is to get an agreement from the then Iraqi government that would have protected our troops. And the Iraqi government would not give that. But let's talk about the question you asked, Lester. The question you asked is, what do we do here in the United States? That's the most important part of this. How do we prevent attacks? How do we protect our people? And I think we've got to have an intelligence surge where we are looking for every scrap of information. I was so proud of law enforcement in New York, in Minnesota, in New Jersey. You know, they responded so quickly, so professionally to the attacks that occurred by Rahami. And they brought him down, and we may find out more information because he is still alive, which may prove to be an intelligence benefit. So we've got to do everything we can to vacuum up intelligence from Europe, from the Middle East. That means we've got to work more closely with our allies. And that's something that Donald has been very dismissive of. We're working with NATO, the longest military alliance in the history of the world, to really turn our attention to terrorism. We're working with our friends in the Middle East, many of which, as you know, are Muslim-majority nations. Donald has consistently insulted Muslims abroad, Muslims at home, when we need to be cooperating with Muslim nations and with the American Muslim community. They're on the front lines. They can provide information to us that we might not get anywhere else. They need to have close working cooperation with law enforcement in these communities, not be alienated and pushed away as some of Donald's rhetoric, unfortunately, has led to.
Mr. Well, I'd have to respond. Please respond. The Secretary said very strongly about working with, we've been working with them for many years. And we have the greatest mess anyone's ever seen. You look at the Middle East, it's a total mess. Under your direction to a large extent. But you look at the Middle East, you started the Iran deal. That's another beauty where you have a country that was ready to fall. I mean, they were doing so badly. They were choking on the sanctions, and now they're going to be actually probably a major power at some point pretty soon, the way they're going. But when you look at NATO, I was asked on a major show, what do you think of NATO? And they have to understand I'm a business person. I did really well, but I have common sense. And I said, well, I'll tell you, I haven't given lots of thought to NATO, but two things. Number one, the 28 countries of NATO, many of them aren't paying their fair share. Number two, and that bothers me because we should be, as we're defending them, and they should at least be paying us what they're supposed to be paying by treaty and contract. And number two, I said very strongly, NATO could be obsolete because, and I was very strong on this, and it was actually covered very accurately in the New York Times, which is unusual for the New York Times, to be honest. But I said they do not focus on terror. And I was very strong, and I said it numerous times, and about 4 months ago I read on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that NATO is opening up a major terror division. And I think that's great. And I think we should get, because we pay approximately 73% of the cost of NATO. It's a lot of money to protect other people. But I'm all for NATO. But I said they have to focus on terror also. And they're going to do that. And that was, believe me, I'm not going to get credit for it. But that was largely because of what I was saying and my criticism of NATO. I think we have to get NATO to go into the Middle East with us, in addition to surrounding nations, and we have to knock the hell out of ISIS, and we have to do it fast. When ISIS formed, in this vacuum created by Barack Obama and Secretary Clinton, and believe me, you were the ones that took out the troops. Not only that, you named the day. They couldn't believe it. They sat back probably and said, I can't believe it. They said, no, wait a minute. When they formed, this is something that never should have happened. It should have never happened. Now, you're talking about taking out ISIS, but you were there and you were Secretary of State when it was a little infant. Now it's in over 30 countries. And you're going to stop them? I don't think so.
Mr. Trump, a lot of these are judgment questions. You had supported the war in Iraq before the invasion. What makes your...
I did not support the war in Iraq.
2002.
That is a mainstream media nonsense put out by her because she, frankly, I think the best person in her campaign is mainstream media.
My question is,
would you like to hear?
Why is your
I was against the war. Wait a minute. I was against the war in Iraq, just so you put it out.
The record shows otherwise.
The record does not show
why was you, is your
The record shows that I'm right. When I did an interview with Howard Stern, very likely, first time anyone's asked me that, I said, very likely, I don't know, maybe, who knows, essentially. I then did an interview with Neil Cavuto. We talked about the economy is more important. I then spoke to Sean Hannity, which everybody refuses to call Sean Hannity. I had numerous conversations with Sean Hannity at Fox, and Sean Hannity said, and he called me the other day, and I spoke to him about it. He said, you were totally against war, because he was for the war.
Why is
and that was before the war started. Sean Hannity said very strongly to me and other people, he's willing to say it, but nobody wants to call him, I was against the war. He said, you used to have fights with me because Sean was in favor of the war. And I understand that side also, not very much, because we should have never been there. But nobody called Sean Hannity. And then they did an article in a major magazine shortly after the war started, I think in 04, but they did an article which had me totally against the war in Iraq. And one of your compatriots said, you know, whether it was before or right after, Trump was definitely, because if you read this article, there's no doubt. But if somebody, and I'll ask the press, if somebody would call up Sean Hannity, this was before the war started, he and I used to have arguments about the war. I said it's a terrible and a stupid thing. It's going to destabilize the Middle East, and that's exactly what it's done.
My reference was to what you had said in 2002, and my question was, why is your judgment any different than Mrs. Clinton?
Well, I have much better judgment than she does. There's no question about that. I also have a much better temperament than she has. You know, I have a much better... She spent, let me tell you, she spent hundreds of millions of dollars on an advertising. You know, they get Madison Avenue into a room, they put in, oh, temperament, let's go after it. I think my strongest asset, maybe by far, is my temperament. I have a winning temperament. I know how to win. She does not have that. Wait, the AFL-CIO the other day, behind the blue screen, I don't know who you were talking to, Secretary Clinton, but you were totally out of control. I said, there's a person with a temperament that's got a problem.
Secretary Clinton.
Woo, okay. Let's talk about two important issues that were briefly mentioned by Donald. First, NATO. You know, NATO as a military alliance has something called Article 5, and basically it says this: an attack on one is an attack on all. And do you know the only time it's ever been invoked? After 9/11, when the 28 nations of NATO said that they would go to Afghanistan with us to fight terrorism, something that they still are doing by our side. With respect to Iran, when I became Secretary of State, Iran was weeks away from having enough nuclear material to form a bomb. They had mastered the nuclear fuel cycle under the Bush administration. They had built covert facilities. They had stopped them with centrifuges that were whirling away. And we had sanctioned them. I voted for every sanction against Iran when I was in the Senate, but it wasn't enough. So I spent a year and a half putting together a coalition that included Russia and China to impose the toughest sanctions on Iran. And we did drive them to the negotiating table. And my successor, John Kerry, and President Obama got a deal that put a lid on Iran's nuclear program without firing a single shot. That's diplomacy. That's coalition building. That's working with other nations. The other day, I saw Donald saying that there were some Iranian sailors on a ship in the waters off of Iran, and they were taunting American sailors who were on a nearby ship. He said, you know, if they taunted our sailors, I'd blow them out of the water and start another war. That's not good judgment. That is not the right temperament to be commander-in-chief, to be taunted. And the worst part of what we've heard Donald say has been about nuclear weapons. He has said repeatedly that he didn't care if other nations got nuclear weapons, Japan, South Korea, even Saudi Arabia. It has been the policy of the United States, Democrats and Republicans, to do everything we could to reduce the proliferation of nuclear weapons. He even said, well, you know, if there were nuclear war in East Asia, well, you know, that's fine. You know, have a good time, folks. And in fact, his cavalier attitude about nuclear weapons is so deeply troubling. That is the #1 threat we face in the world, and it becomes particularly threatening if terrorists ever get their hands on any nuclear material. So a man who can be provoked by a tweet should not have his fingers anywhere near the nuclear codes, as far as I think anyone with any sense about this should be concerned about.
That line's getting a little bit old, I must say. Listen,
it's a good one, though.
I would like
well describes the problem.
It's not an accurate one at all. It's not an accurate one. So I just want to give a lot of things and just to respond. I agree with her on one thing. The single greatest problem the world has is nuclear armament, nuclear weapons. Not global warming like you think and your president thinks. Nuclear is the single greatest threat. Just to go down the list, we defend Japan, we defend Germany, we defend South Korea, we defend Saudi Arabia, we defend countries. They do not pay us, but they should be paying us because we are providing tremendous service and we're losing a fortune. That's why we're losing. We lose on everything. I say, who makes these? We lose on everything. Well, I say that it's very possible that if they don't pay a fair share, because this isn't 40 years ago where we could do what we're doing. We can't defend Japan, a behemoth, selling us cars by the minute.
We need to move on.
But it's very important. All I said was they may have to defend themselves or they have to help us out. We're a country that owes $20 trillion. They have to help us out. As far as the nuclear is concerned, I agree. It is the single greatest threat that this country has.
Which leads my next question as we enter our last segment here still on the subject of securing America. On nuclear weapons, President Obama reportedly considered changing the nation's long-standing policy on first use. Do you support the current policy? Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes on it.
Well, I have to say that, you know, for what Secretary Clinton was saying about nuclear with Russia, she's very cavalier in the way she talks about various countries. But Russia's been expanding. They have a much newer capability than we do. We have not been updating from the new standpoint. I looked the other night, I was seeing B-52s. They're old enough that your father and your grandfather could be flying them. We are not keeping up with other countries. I would like everybody to end it, just get rid of it, but I would certainly not do first strike. I think that once the nuclear alternative happens, it's over. At the same time, we have to be prepared. I can't take anything off the table. Because you look at some of these countries, you look at North Korea, we're doing nothing there. China should solve that problem for us. China should go into North Korea. China is totally powerful as it relates to North Korea. And by the way, another one powerful is the worst deal I think I've ever seen negotiated that you started is the Iran deal. Iran is one of their biggest trading partners. Iran has power over North Korea. And when they made that horrible deal with Iran, they should have included the fact that they do something with respect to North Korea. And they should have done something with respect to Yemen and all these other places. And when asked to Secretary Kerry, why didn't you do that? Why didn't you add other things into the deal? One of the great giveaways of all time, including $400 million in cash. Nobody's ever seen that before. That turned out to be wrong. It was actually $1.7 billion in cash. Obviously, I guess, for the hostages, it certainly looks that way. So you say to yourself, why didn't they make the right deal? This is one of the worst deals ever made by any country in history. The deal with Iran will lead to nuclear problems. All they have to do is sit back 10 years, and they don't have to do much, and they're going to end up getting nuclear. I met with Bibi Netanyahu Netanyahu the other day. Believe me, he is not a happy camper.
Home Secretary Clinton, 2 minutes.
Let me start by saying words matter. Words matter when you run for president, and they really matter when you are president. And I want to reassure our allies in Japan and South Korea and elsewhere that we have mutual defense treaties and we will honor them. It is essential that America's word be good. And so I know that this campaign has caused some questioning and some worries on the part of many leaders across the globe. I've talked with a number of them. But I want to, on behalf of myself, and I think on behalf of a majority of the American people, say that, you know, our word is good. It's also important that we look at the entire global situation. There's no doubt that we have other problems with Iran, but personally I'd rather deal with the other problems having put that lid on their nuclear program than still to be facing that. And Donald never tells you what he would do. Would he have started a war? Would he have bombed Iran? If he's going to criticize a deal that has been very successful in giving us access to Iranian facilities that we never had before, then he should tell us what his alternative would be. But it's like his plan to defeat ISIS. He says it's a secret plan, but the only secret is that he has no plan. So we need to be more precise in how we talk about these issues. People around the world follow our presidential campaigns so closely, trying to get hints about what we will do. Can they rely on us? Are we going to lead the world with strength and importance with our values? That's what I intend to do. I intend to be a leader of our country that people can count on, both here at home and around the world, to make decisions that will further peace and prosperity, but also stand up to bullies, whether they're abroad or at home. We cannot let those who would try to destabilize the world, to interfere with American interests and security, to be given any opportunities at all.
Well, that's the one thing I'd like to say.
Very quickly.
I will go very quickly, but I will tell you that Hillary will tell you to go to her website and read all about how to defeat ISIS, which she could have defeated by never having it, get going in the first place. Right now, it's getting tougher and tougher to defeat them because they're in more and more places, more and more states, more and more nations, and it's a big problem. And as far as Japan is concerned, I want to help all of our allies, but we are losing billions and billions of dollars. We cannot be the policemen of the world. We cannot protect countries all over the world where they're not paying us what we need.
We have just a few
She doesn't say that because she's got no business ability. We need heart, we need a lot of things, but you have to have some basic ability. And sadly, she doesn't have that. All of the things that she's talking about could have been taken care of during the last 10 years, let's say, while she had great power. But they weren't taken care of, and if she ever wins this race, they won't be taken care of.
Mr. Trump, this year, Secretary Clinton became the first woman nominated for president by a major party. Earlier this month, you said she doesn't have, quote, a presidential look. She's standing here right now. What did you mean by that?
She doesn't have the look. She doesn't have the stamina. I said she doesn't have the stamina, and I don't believe she does have the stamina. To be president of this country, you need tremendous stamina.
The court will.
You have, wait a minute, let me ask me a question. Did you ask me a question? You have to be able to negotiate our trade deals. You have to be able to negotiate. That's right, with Japan, with Saudi Arabia. I mean, can you imagine we're defending Saudi Arabia, and with all of the money they have, we're defending them, and they're not paying? All you have to do is speak to them. Wait, you have so many different things you have to be able to do, and I don't believe that Hillary has the stamina.
Let's let her respond.
Well, as soon as he travels to 112 countries and negotiates a peace deal, a ceasefire, a release of dissidents, an opening of new opportunities in nations around the world, or even spends 11 hours testifying in front of a congressional committee, he can talk to me about stamina.
The world, let me tell you, Hillary has experience, but it's bad experience. We have made so many bad deals during the last... So she's got experience, that I agree, but it's bad experience. Whether it's the Iran deal that you're so in love with, where we gave them $150 billion back, whether it's the Iran deal, whether it's anything you can name, you almost can't name a good deal. I agree. She's got experience, but it's bad experience. And this country can't afford to have another 4 years of that kind of experience.
We are at the final question.
One thing, Oscar, is, you know, he tried to switch from looks to stamina. But this is a man who has called women pigs, slobs, and dogs. And someone who has said pregnancy is an inconvenience to employers, who has said women don't deserve equal pay unless they do as good a job as men. And one of the worst things he said was about a woman in a beauty contest. He loves beauty contests, supporting them and hanging around them. And he called this woman Miss Piggy. Then he called her Miss Housekeeping because she was Latina. Donald, she has a name.
Where did you find
her name is Alicia Machado.
Where did you find
and she has become a U.S. citizen, and you can bet she's going to vote this November.
Okay, good. Let me just tell you.
Mr. Trump, I'm going to take 10 seconds now.
You know, Hillary is hitting me with tremendous commercials. Well, some of it said an entertainment. Some of it said somebody who's been very vicious to me, Rosie O'Donnell. I said very tough things to her, and I think everybody would agree that she deserves it, and nobody feels sorry for her. But you want to know the truth? I was going to say something extremely rough to Hillary, to her family, and I said to myself, I can't do it. I just can't do it. It's inappropriate, it's not nice, but she spent hundreds of millions of dollars on negative ads on me, many of which are absolutely untrue. They're untrue and they're misrepresentations. And I will tell you this, Lester, it's not nice, and I don't deserve that, but it's certainly not a nice thing that she's done. It's hundreds of millions of ads, and the only gratifying thing is I saw the polls come in today, and with all of that money, over $200 million is spent, and I'm either winning or tied, and I've spent practically nothing.
One of you will not win this election, so my final question to you tonight, are you willing to accept the outcome as the will of the voters? Secretary Clinton?
Well, I support our democracy, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But I certainly will support the outcome of this election. And I know Donald's trying very hard to plant doubts about it, but I hope the people out there understand this election's really up to you. It's not about us so much as it is about you and your families and the kind of country and future you want. So I sure hope you will get out and vote as though your future depended on it, because I think it does.
Mr. Trump, very quickly, the same question. Will you accept the outcome as well of the voters?
I want to make America great again. We are a nation that is seriously troubled. We're losing our jobs. People are pouring into our country. The other day, we were deporting 800 people. And perhaps they passed the wrong button. They pressed the wrong button. Or perhaps, worse than that, it was corruption. But these people that we were going to deport for good reason ended up becoming citizens. And it was 800, and now it turns out it might be 1,800, and they don't even know. Look, here's the story. I want to make America great again. I'm going to be able to do it. I don't believe Hillary will. The answer is, if she wins, I will absolutely support her.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for us. That concludes our debate for this evening. A spirited one. We covered a lot of ground. Not everything, as I suspected we wouldn't. The next presidential debates are scheduled for October 9th at Washington University in St. Louis and October 19th at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. The conversation will continue. A reminder, the vice presidential debate is scheduled for October 4th at Longwood University in Farmville, Virginia. My thanks to Hillary Clinton and to Donald Trump and to Hofstra University for hosting us tonight. Good night, everyone. Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and clicking on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to this evening's debate at Belmont University here in Nashville. I am Janet Brown, Executive Director of the Commission on Presidential Debates. Over the next few minutes, you will hear some ground rules for the evening and many expressions of gratitude to the people and organizations who got us here tonight. I'd like to start with three of them who are genuine champions of debate and true friends to the CPD. The first is Dr. Robert Fisher, the president of Belmont University. We held a 2008 debate here. Belmont served as a backup site in 2016, and Bob has managed to make this evening happen in spite of a lot of challenges that 2020 has brought to this campus and all the others across the country. They don't come any better than Bob and his colleagues. The second is Nashville's own Martin Slutsky. Marty has been the CPD's executive producer since 2000, and tonight is his 23rd debate. We could never do this without Marty, and he's a treasure. The third is our third co-chair, Dot Ridings, who is not here with us this evening. She is in Louisville, Kentucky at home, but here in spirit. She is an absolutely remarkable asset to the CPD board and staff. I'd like now to introduce the other co-chairs, our founding co-chair, Frank Fahrenkopf and Ken Wallach.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I join Janet in welcoming you all to Belmont and to Nashville. And we really owe a great debt of gratitude to the city and to this university. They've been so courteous and working so hard for us, and what a beautiful place this is. I hope you all got a chance to walk around and see this marvelous campus. We also have a crew full of people working around. There are cameramen, lighting people, people who produce this great background. We have over 60 of them. And we've had 4 debates in 4 different parts of this country. And thanks to United Airlines, who stepped up to the plate and is providing free of charge air service for our entire crew back and forth from one city to another. And so we really owe United Airlines. Now this one sounds funny, but we also owe Anheuser-Busch a great thank you. Not only for their beer, but for what they've done for this commission for many, many years. It's a little less of a lift now. Normally, if we were here with normal times, there'd be 900 of them probably in this audience. But with coronavirus, it just wasn't necessary for us to, and possible for us to do that. But they have always provided a giant tent with the food to feed the 5,000 reporters that usually come from all over the world, our crew, the news people who are here. And Anheuser-Busch is with us again this year, and we thank them. A Pentagram was really responsible for some of the great work you see here. Colin Warren, a firm in Washington, law firm. And tonight at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., the National Press Club is putting on, for the 4th time, a media filing center. If those of you walk around the campus, you'll see a giant tent out here. And that's where media from all over the world are sitting at tables, watching this on television, and filing their stories. And many, because of the coronavirus, were not able to come here for this. And so the National Press Club has set up a national filing center a media filing center for them. Now, there's been a lot of controversy about this debate, and so I want to spend a few minutes telling you what the rules are, because I think there's been some misconceptions and misstatement of what the rules are. We published in July the rules for this debate and the first debate, and they were the same. That the 90 minutes would be divided into 6 15-minute segments, with the moderator of each being able to name the subject matter, the general subject matter of each of those 6 segments. And the parties agreed that for the first 4 minutes of those 15-minute segments, each of them would, for 2 minutes, have the ability to speak without interruption of any sort. Then after they each spoke for 2 minutes, it was open for open debate. Now, unfortunately, if you happen to watch the first debate, those rules were not necessarily followed. And so the commission felt that we could not put in a new rule. And what we thought we would do was just put in a way to enforce what they had agreed to, the original rule, no interruption. So you're going to see tonight, I believe the first question will be directed to the president, and he will speak for 2 minutes. They have lights, you can't see them. They're looking into their cameras and tell them how much time is left and so forth. And at the end of 2 minutes, the president will stop speaking, and then Mr. Biden's microphone, which has been off for the 2 minutes that the president has been speaking, will come on. And this will happen at the start of each of the 6 sections. There's no other censure, there's no other buttons that are going to be pushed to stop them, because the rest of the time in each of the segments is for open debate. We want them to engage each other. We hope they do it civilly and discuss the issues so that the American people will learn something about where they are on the issues. Now, this is a very, very important debate for each of these candidates. The first debate, some weeks ago, had, according to Nielsen, 78 million people who watched it. Now, that doesn't count people who watched it on C-SPAN, or people who had it on their computers, or on their iPhones, or on their iPads. We think this debate tonight could reach 100 million people. Now, you're very fortunate that you're sitting on seats that make you part of history. Those people at home are watching to try to learn something about these candidates, to make that important decision as to who they are going to support when they go to the polls if they haven't already done so. So it's not for you to participate by clapping, by standing up, by doing anything that would bring you into this. So please, don't yell, because you're interfering with what those people are seeing. Now, there also is a rule on masks. It's not only our rule, it's the rule of the city, it's the rule of this university, so that you must wear a mask to come in, and you must keep your mask on. If you remove your mask while you're here, you will be approached, and you'll be asked to put it back on, and if you don't put it back on, you'll be asked to leave, and if you won't leave, you'll be escorted to leave. Which will cause you some embarrassment and will take time away from the important things that are going on today. One other thing, at exactly 8 o'clock, you're going to hear a lot of noise. Because if you turn around and look behind you, those are the anchor booths of the major networks. And at exactly 8 o'clock, they're all going to go on at the same time. And you're going to hear a lot of voices that you'll recognize from different networks. So don't be surprised. That'll go on, and then they'll settle down as we go, and the moderator comes out and also says some words. So with that, let me introduce my co-chairman, Ken Walker.
Good evening. I join Frank, Janet, and fellow board members, including Yvonne Howe and John Griffin, who are with us tonight, in welcoming you to the 24th presidential debate sponsored and organized by the Commission on Presidential Debates, and the second hosted by Belmont University. As the newest co-chair of the Commission, I'm proud to work alongside dedicated board members and a talented staff and crew who, against uphill odds, have built a nonpartisan institution since the Commission was established in 1987. Our sole mission continues to be the holding of debates that serve and inform the American people. Now, please spare me a moment to explain the Commission's efforts. Debates have evolved over the past 3 decades. More transparent criteria for qualification of debate participants, the trend toward a single moderator in order to focus greater attention on the candidates, and the allocation of time for different subject areas are but a few of the many changes that have been made. Many of the details for organizing the debates are left to agreement by the candidates themselves. The Commission has selected the times and places.
I run this shit.
From NBC News.
I run this shit.
A couple of the most corrupt political.
I run this shit. I run this shit.
Thank you. This may be the most important speech.
I run this shit. My money runs this
I
shit.
want to provide an update on our ongoing efforts to expose the tremendous voter fraud and irregularities which took place during the ridiculously long November 3rd elections. We used to have what was called Election Day. Now we have election days, weeks and months. And lots of bad things happen during this ridiculous period of time, especially when you have to prove almost nothing to exercise our greatest privilege, the right to vote. As president, I have no higher duty than to defend the laws and the Constitution of the United States. That is why I am determined to protect our election system, which is now under coordinated assault and siege. For months leading up to the presidential election, we were warned that we should not declare a premature victory. We were told repeatedly that it would take weeks, if not months, to determine the winner, to count the absentee ballots, and to verify the results. My opponent was told to stay away from the election. Don't campaign. We don't need you. We've got it. This election is done. In fact, they were acting like they already knew what the outcome was going to be. They had it covered. And perhaps they did, very sadly for our country. It was all very, very strange. Within days after the election, we witnessed an orchestrated effort to anoint a winner, even while many key states were still being counted. The constitutional process must be allowed to continue. We are going to defend the honesty of the vote by ensuring that every legal ballot is counted and that no illegal ballot is counted. This is not just about honoring the votes of 74 million Americans who voted for me. It's about ensuring that Americans can have faith in this election and in all future elections. Today I will detail some of the shocking irregularities, abuses, and fraud that have been revealed in recent weeks. But before laying out just a small portion of the evidence we have uncovered, and we have so much evidence, I want to explain the corrupt mail-in balloting scheme that Democrats systematically put into place that allowed voting to be altered, especially in swing states, which they had to win. They just didn't know that it was going to be that tough because we were leading in every swing state by so much, far greater than they ever thought possible. While it has long been understood that the Democrat political machine engages in voter fraud from Detroit to Philadelphia to Milwaukee, Atlanta, so many other places. What changed this year was the Democrat Party's relentless push to print and mail out tens of millions of ballots sent to unknown recipients with virtually no safeguards of any kind. This allowed fraud and abuse to occur on a scale never seen before. Using the pandemic as a pretext, Democrat politicians and judges drastically changed election procedures just months and in some cases weeks before the election on the 3rd of November. Very rarely were legislatures involved, and constitutionally they had to be involved, but very, very rarely, and you'll see that as we continue to file our suits, it's constitutionally absolutely incorrect what took place, even from a legal standpoint. Many states such as Nevada and California sent millions of live ballots to every person on their voter rolls, whether those individuals had requested ballots or not, whether they were dead or alive, they got ballots. Other states such as Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin instituted universal absentee ballot right in the middle of an election year, sending absentee ballot request forms to all voters on all rolls. It didn't matter who they were. This colossal expansion of mail-in voting opened the floodgates to massive fraud. It's a widely known fact that the voting rolls are packed with people who are not lawfully eligible to vote, including those who are deceased, have moved out of their state, and even are non-citizens of our country. Beyond this, the records are riddled with errors, wrong addresses, duplicate entries, and many other issues. This is not disputed. It has never been disputed. Dozens of counties in the key swing states have more registered voters on the rolls than they have voting age citizens, including 67 counties in Michigan. All of this is evidence. In Wisconsin, the state's Board of Elections could not confirm the residency of more than 100,000 people, but repeatedly refused to remove those names from its voter rolls before the election. They knew why, nobody else did. I knew why. They're illegal voters. It is a travesty that in the year 2020, we do not have any means of verifying the eligibility of those who cast ballots in an election, and such an important election it is, or determining who they are, whether they live in the state, or whether they are even American citizens. We have no idea. We have in all swing states major infractions or outright fraud, which is far more in numbers or votes than we need to overturn the results of a state. In other words, in Wisconsin, as an example, where we were way up on election night, they ultimately had us miraculously losing by 20,000 votes. And I can show you right here that Wisconsin, we're leading by a lot. And then at 3:42 in the morning, there was this. It was a massive dump of votes. Mostly Biden. Almost all Biden. And to this day, everyone's trying to figure out, where did it come from? But I went from leading by a lot to losing by a little. And that's right here. That's at 3:42 in the morning. That's Wisconsin. A terrible thing. Terrible, terrible thing. But we will have far more, many times more, than the 20,000 votes needed to overturn the state. If we are right about the fraud, Joe Biden can't be president. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes. We're talking about numbers like nobody has ever seen before. Just as an example, in certain states, we'll be down by, let's say, 7,000 votes. But we'll find later on 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 discrepancies or fraudulent votes. And that includes votes that went through when they were not allowed to be seen by Republican poll watchers because the poll watchers were locked out of the building. Or people that innocently came to vote on November 3rd, who were all excited about their vote. They were happy. They were proud to be citizens of the United States of America. And they went up and they said, I'd like to vote. and they were told that they can't vote. I'm sorry, they were told. I'm sorry. You've already voted by mail-in ballot. Congratulations. We received a ballot, so you can no longer vote. They didn't know what to do. They had no one to complain to. Most just left and said, that's strange. But many people complained and complained vehemently. And in a lot of cases, they filled out a provisional ballot, which was almost never used, but in virtually every case was a vote for Trump. In other words, they wanted to vote, and they were told that they voted. And they didn't vote. And they left, and they felt horror. And they lost respect for our system. And this happened tens of thousands of times all over the country. That's how desperate the Democrats were. They would fill out ballots of people, not even knowing if these people were going to show up. And when they did show up, they said, sorry, you've already voted. And on top of everything else, we have a company that's very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With the turn of a dial or the change of a chip, you can press a button for Trump and the vote goes to Biden. What kind of a system is this? We have to go to paper. Maybe it takes longer, but the only secure system is paper. Not these systems that nobody understands, including, in many cases, the people that run them. Although, unfortunately, I think they understand them far too well. In one Michigan county, as an example, that used Dominion systems, they found that nearly 6,000 votes had been wrongly switched from Trump to Biden. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is what we caught. How many didn't we catch? Are there hundreds of other examples throughout the country? Are there thousands? We just got lucky, and they called it a glitch. But we found numerous glitches that evening. 96% of the company's political donations went to Democrats, not surprisingly. And frankly, when you look at who's running the company, who's in charge, who owns it, which we don't know, where are the votes counted, which we think are counted in foreign countries, not in the United States, Dominion is a disaster. Election authorities in Texas have repeatedly blocked the deployment of Dominion systems due to concerns about security, vulnerabilities, and the potential for errors and outright fraud. Every district that uses Dominion systems must be carefully monitored and carefully investigated. But not only for the future. Right now, we're worried about the present and what went on with an election that we won without question. Under my lead, the Republicans won almost every state house in the United States, which they weren't expected to do. We won up to 16 seats in the House. The numbers are still being tabulated because there are 9 seats that nobody really knows. They don't know. They're still, 2 weeks later, still under consideration because it's a mess. Republicans were supposed to lose many seats, and instead they won those seats in the House. And a very important election that's coming up will determine whether or not we hold the Senate. David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler are 2 tremendous people. Unfortunately, in Georgia, they're using the same horrible Dominion system. And it's already been out that hundreds of thousands, think of it, hundreds of thousands of absentee ballots have been requested. You check it out, who's requesting those ballots. The difference is, it's one state and we will have our eyes on it like nobody's ever watched anything before, because we have to win those 2 Senate seats. The tremendous success we had in the House of Representatives and the tremendous success we've had so far, in the Senate, unexpected success all over the country and right here in Washington. It is statistically impossible that the person, me, that led the charge, lost. The greatest pollsters, the real pollsters, not the ones that had us down 17 points in Wisconsin when we actually won, or the ones that had us down 4 or 5 points in Florida and we won by many points, or had us even and down in Texas and we won by a lot. Not those pollsters, but real pollsters. Pollsters that are fair and honest. Said we can't understand a thing like this, it's never happened before. You led the country to victory, and you were the only one that was lost. It's not possible. The Speaker of the House of a certain state said, sir, I expected to lose my seat, and instead, because of you, because of that incredible charge and all of those rallies, we had a tremendous victory, and everybody knows it. You were much more popular than me, sir, except I got many more votes than you did. And it's impossible that that happened. There is something wrong. I'll tell you what's wrong. Voter fraud. Here's an example. This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in. Unexpected. We were winning by a lot. That batch was received in horror. Nobody knows anything about it. By the way, there's your line. This is one of many. Here's what is normal. And all of a sudden, look at that. This is normal. Normal. Look, even here. Normal. And then boom. All of a sudden, I go from winning by a lot to losing a tight race. It's corrupt. Detroit is corrupt. I have a lot of friends in Detroit. They know. But Detroit is totally corrupt. Look at this. Look at this. That's at 6:31 in the morning. Unexpectedly came in. In the recent recount in Georgia, which means nothing because they don't want to check signatures. And if you're not going to check signatures in Georgia, it doesn't work. But we have a Secretary of State and a governor who made it very difficult to check signatures. Why? You'll have to test it. But without a signature match or check, it doesn't matter. They found thousands and thousands of votes that were out of whack, all against me. This was during a recount that I didn't even think mattered. They found many thousands of votes, and that recount didn't matter. The one that matters is the one that's going on now. That because of the fact it's so close, they had to, by law, give another recount. But the recount has to be a recount where they check the signatures. Otherwise, they're just checking the same dishonest thing. It won't matter. In this case, the signatures on envelopes are the only thing that is relevant. We will compare the signature on the envelope to the signatures from past elections, and we will find that many thousands of people signed these ballots illegally. The Democrats had this election rigged right from the beginning. They used the pandemic, sometimes referred to as the China virus, where it originated, as an excuse to mail out tens of millions of ballots, which ultimately led to a big part of the fraud, a fraud that the whole world is watching. And there is no one happier right now than China. Many people received 2, 3, and 4 ballots. They were sent to dead people by the thousands. In fact, dead people, and we have many examples, filled out ballots, made applications, and then voted, which is even worse. In other words, dead people went through a process. Some have been dead for 25 years. Millions of votes were cast illegally in the swing states alone. And if that's the case, the results of the individual swing states must be overturned and overturned immediately. Some people say that's too far out. That's too harsh. Well, does that mean we take a president and we've just elected a president where the votes were fraudulent? No, it means you have to turn over the election. And everybody knows, without going much further, and they've seen the evidence, but they don't want to talk about it, what a disaster this election was. A total catastrophe. But we're going to show it, and hopefully the courts in particular, the Supreme Court of the United States will see it, and respectfully, hopefully they will do what's right for our country. Because our country cannot live with this kind of an election. We could say, let's go on to the next one. But no, we have to look also at our past. We can't let this happen. Maybe you'll have a revote, but I don't think that's appropriate. When those votes are corrupt, when they're irregular, when they get caught, they're terminated. And I very easily win. In all states, I very easily win these swing states. Just like I won them at 10 o'clock in the evening of the election. So we're not looking to show you 25 faulty or fraudulent votes, which don't mean anything because it doesn't overturn the state. Or 50 or 100. We're showing you hundreds of thousands, far more than we need, far more than the margin, far more than the law requires. We can show many times what is necessary to win the state. The media knows this, but they don't want to report it. In fact, they outright refuse to even cover it because they know the result if they do. Even what I'm saying now will be demeaned and disparaged, but that's okay. I just keep on going forward because I'm representing 74 million people, and in fact, I'm also representing all of the people that didn't vote for me. The mail-in voting scam is the latest part of their 4-year effort to overturn the results of the 2016 election. And it's been like living in hell. Our opponents have proven many times, again and again, that they will say and do anything to get back into power. The corrupt forces who are registering dead voters and stuffing ballot boxes are the same people who have perpetrated one phony and fraudulent hoax after another. You've been watching it now for 4 years. These entrenched interests oppose our movement because we put America first. They don't put America first. And we're returning power to you, the American people. They don't want America first. They only want power for themselves. They want to make money. That's why they don't want me as your president. I've been investigated from soon after I announced I was running for president, when I immediately went to #1 in the Republican primary polls. The investigations never stopped. They went on for 4 years. And I won them all. I beat them all. Russia, Russia, Russia. The impeachment hoax. And so much more. Robert Mueller spent $48 million of taxpayer money investigating me for 2.5 years, issued over 2,800 subpoenas, executed nearly 500 search warrants, issued 230 orders for communications records, and conducted 500 witness interviews, all looking to take me down. There was no collusion in the end. None whatsoever. Senator Marco Rubio, the head of the Senate Intelligence Committee, stated the committee found no evidence that then-candidate Donald Trump or his campaign colluded with the Russian government. And I thank Senator Rubio for that statement. Now I hear that these same people that failed to get me in Washington have sent every piece of information to New York so that they can try to get me there. It's all been gone over and over again. For $48 million, you go through tax returns, you go through everything. The New York Attorney General who recently ran for office, campaigned without knowingly stating, we will join with law enforcement and other attorneys general across this nation in removing this president from office. I never met her. It's important that everybody understands, she said, that the days of Donald Trump are coming to an end. And all it's been is a big investigation in Washington and New York and any place else that can investigate. Because that's what they want to do. They want to take not me, but us down. And we can never let them do that. Everything's been looked at. A friend of mine who's very smart said, you've probably seen more than anybody else. You've probably been investigated more than anybody else. And for you to come out with a clean bill of health makes you probably the cleanest person in this country. Some people in this administration, but fortunately not all, have been beaten down and disparaged. They just disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to them. Why aren't they active? Why aren't they involved? There's so much to be involved in. The corruption is so rampant. They just couldn't take it anymore. They were threatened by Democrats with impeachment, and horrible things were said about them, and they're good people. Even recently, the head of the GSA was hounded and harassed, as she reported, like she has never been before. What can I say? We caught Comey Cole, we caught McCain Cole, we caught them all. We're still waiting for a report from a man named Durham, who I have never spoken to and I have never met. They can go after me before the election as much as they want, but unfortunately, Mr. Durham didn't want to go after these people or have anything to do with going after them before the election. So who knows if he is ever going to even do a report. But if you look at the lies and the leaks and the illegal acts and behavior done by so many people in their desire to hurt the President of the United States, something should happen. The hardest thing I have to do is explain why nothing is happening with all of these people that got caught spying on my campaign. It's never happened before, and it should never happen again to a president of the United States. All you have to do is watch the hearing and see for yourself. The evidence is overwhelming. The fraud that we've collected in recent weeks is overwhelming, having to do with our election. Everyone is saying, wow, the evidence is overwhelming when they get to see it. But really, it's too late to change the course of an election. It's too late to change the outcome. In fact, there is still plenty of time to certify the correct winner of the election. And that's what we're fighting to do. But no matter when it happens, when they see fraud, when they see false votes, and when those votes number far more than is necessary, you can't let another person steal that election from you. All over the country, people are together in holding up signs, stop the steal. To understand how we will challenge this fraud, it is important to know the problems with mail-in ballots. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Georgia, Arizona, and most other states allowed anyone to get an absentee ballot and cast their vote without showing any ID. The voting took place entirely on the honor system. No identification of any kind was required. Most Americans would also be shocked to learn that no state in the country verifies United States citizenship as a condition for voting in federal elections. This is a national disgrace. No other advanced country conducts elections this way. Many European countries have instituted major restrictions on mail-in voting specifically because they recognize the nearly unlimited potential for fraud. Out of 42 European nations, all but 2 prohibit absentee ballots entirely for people who reside inside the country, or else they require those who need absentee ballots to show a very, very powerful ID. Throughout the Democrat effort to dramatically expand mail-in voting, the Democrat Party leaders were also feverishly working to block measures designed to protect against fraud, such as signature verification, residency verification, or voter ID, and citizenship confirmation was almost unthought of that we should ask for. Can you believe this? These are not the actions of people who want fair elections. These are the actions of people who want to steal elections, who are willing to create fraud. The only conceivable reason why you would block common sense measures to verify legal eligibility for vote is you are trying to encourage, enable, solicit, or carry out fraud. It is important for Americans to understand that these disruptive changes to our election laws were not a necessary response to the pandemic. The pandemic simply gave the Democrats an excuse to do what they have been trying to do for many, many years. In fact, the very first bill that House Democrats introduced when Nancy Pelosi became Speaker was an attempt to mandate universal mail-in voting and eliminate measures such as voter ID, which is so necessary. Dramatically eroding the integrity of our elections was the Democrats' #1 priority, for a simple reason. They wanted to steal the 2020 presidential election. All of the Democrat efforts to expand mail-in balloting laid the groundwork for the systematic and pervasive fraud that occurred in this election. In Pennsylvania, large amounts of mail-in and absentee ballots were processed illegally and in secret in Philadelphia and Allegheny counties without our observers present. They were not allowed to be present. In fact, they weren't even allowed in the same room. They were thrown out of the building, and they looked from outside in, but they had no way of even seeing because there were no windows, and the windows that were there were boarded up. Democrats even went to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to block observers from receiving access. There is only one possible reason that the corrupt Democrat political machine would oppose transparency during the vote count. It's because they know they are hiding illegal activity. It's very simple. This is an egregious, inexcusable, and irreversible harm that stains the entire election. Yet this unprecedented practice of excluding our observers, our vote watchers, as some people call them, occurred in Democrat-run cities and key states all across the nation. Here are just some of the additional facts that we've uncovered. Many voters all across Pennsylvania received 2 ballots in the mail, and many others received mail-in ballots for which they never applied. So many got ballots, they didn't even know what they were for. And again, so many received more than 1 ballot, in some cases more than 2 ballots. And they happen to be, for the most part, Democrats. In Fayette County, Pennsylvania, multiple voters received ballots that were already filled out. They didn't know what happened. In Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, a poll watcher overheard unregistered voters being told to return later to try to vote under a different name. Tens of thousands of voters across Pennsylvania were treated differently based on whether they were Republicans or Democrats.
If you're ever in our
Voters who
area,
submitted
please stop
fraud
by and
ballots
be a
in
part
some
of one of our
Democrat
services.
precincts
I promise you,
were
we'll make
notified
it
and
through this
asked to
right
fix their ballots.
I like to start with
While
something funny.
Republican
I heard about
precincts,
this
and in
elderly
particular
man. He had a
Republican
serious
voters,
hearing problem
were
for
not
many
so
years.
notified,
He
which
went to the
plainly
doctor in
violates
the
the
city
Equal
with this
Protection
new
Clause
high-tech,
of the United States
state-of-the-art hearing aid
Constitution.
to where he
If
could
you
hear
were a
100%.
Democrat, we're going to fix
Months
up
later,
your
he came
ballot,
back to
make
the
sure it's
doctor and
perfect.
checked out.
If you are a
Doctor said,
Republican,
"Wow,
don't even
your
talk
hearing
about
is
it."
perfect.
In
Your
Michigan,
family
a
must be
career
so
employee of the
excited
city
that
of
you can hear
Detroit
again."
witnessed
He said,
city
"No, I haven't
workers
told my
coaching
family.
voters to vote
I
straight
just sit around
Democrat
and listen to the
while
different
accompanying
conversations,
them
and I've
to
changed my
watch
will
who
3
they were
times.
voting for, violating the law
Say it like you mean
and
it.
the sanctity
This is my
of
Bible.
the secret
I
ballot.
am what it says I am.
You can't
I
do
have
that.
what it says I have.
The same
I
worker
can do
says
what
she
it
was
says I can do.
instructed
Today
not to
I will
ask
be taught
for
the
any
word of
ID
God. I'll
and not
boldly
to
contest.
attempt to
My mind
validate
is
any
alert.
signatures.
My heart is
She was
receptive.
also
I
told
will never be
to
the same.
illegally
In Jesus'
backdate
name.
ballots,
God bless
many,
you.
many ballots,
I want
received
to talk to
after
you
the
today about
deadline.
it's on the
This
way.
is something that is so
What you're believing
unconstitutional.
for. The
And she
promises you're
estimates
standing
that
on.
thousands
The
and
dreams that
thousands
you've
of
been
ballots
praying about.
were
They're already
improperly
in The
backdated
healing is
by
coming.
her
The
and many
promotion
others.
is coming. The
Other
right
witnesses
people are
in
coming.
Detroit also saw
You may not
election
see any
officials
signs of it yet.
counting batches
Everything
of
looks
the
the
same
same.
ballots
What
many
you can't
times,
see
as
is
well as
behind the
illegally
scenes,
duplicating
God is
ballots.
moving the wrong
One
people out of the
observer
way,
testified to seeing
pushing back
boxes
the
and
forces
boxes
of
of
darkness.
ballots,
He's
all
arranging
bearing the
things
same
in your
signature.
favor,
Another
lining up the
observer in
breaks you
Detroit
need.
gave sworn
He's called the
testimony
author
that he
and
saw
the
countless
finisher of our
invalid
faith.
ballots
He's
that
going to
did not
finish what
belong
he
to
started
properly
in your life.
registered voters,
God
and
didn't
then
bring you this
witnessed
far
election
to leave
workers
you.
in Wayne County
You may have big
entering fake
challenges,
birthdays
but we
into
serve
the
a big
system
God.
in order
Your
to
enemies
illegally
may be
count them.
powerful, but our
Witnesses have
God
signed
is
sworn
all-powerful.
affidavits. In other words,
That dream
you
may
go
look
to jail
impossible.
if
You
you
don't
lie.
think you have the connections, the
Testifying that
resources,
after
the
election
talent,
officials
but
announced
God can do
the
the
last
impossible.
absentee votes had been
Even when the
received,
odds are
a
against
batch
you,
of tens
God
of
is for
thousands
you,
of ballots
and He's
arrived,
saying it's on
many
the way.
without envelopes, all
Sometimes
voting for
you need these
Democrats.
words of faith
In
spoken
Wisconsin, a
over your
record
life.
number of voters
Words have
were
created power.
categorized as
If you'll let them take
indefinitely
root,
confined,
they'll ignite the
a
faith
status
in your
reserved
spirit.
for severely
Because
disabled
life has a way of
individuals,
pushing us down.
also
If you're
for
not
the
careful, you
elderly,
look up and
that
you're not
allow them
believing
to
like you
vote
used to,
without showing
not
ID.
passionate, not
Last
dreaming.
year,
You
approximately
don't see how your
70,000
situation
people
could ever work
claimed
out.
this status
Here's
statewide.
the key.
This year,
You don't have to
the number
figure it out.
miraculously
Our
was
job is
nearly
to believe.
250,000
Our job
voters.
is to go out and
After
say
election
with expectancy,
officials in Milwaukee
saying,
and
God,
Dane
I may not
counties,
see a way, but
couple
I
of the
know
most
you have a
corrupt
way.
political
I
places
believe my
in our
breakthrough
country,
is on the way.
urge
I
citizens
believe
to
my
improperly
healing, the
register under
promotion,
this status.
freedom from this addiction,
And
it's
register
just a matter
they
of
did
time before it
in
shows
levels
up.
that don't
If you
exist.
don't have
In
this
Wisconsin, there are
anticipation that it's
approximately
on the way,
70,000
then it can
absentee
keep it from
ballots
happening.
that do not have
You may have
matching
big
ballot
obstacles
applications
in
as
your path.
required by
You
law.
can't overcome
In
on
Georgia,
your
9
own.
observers
The
have
good news
testified to
is
seeing
you're not
countless
on your own.
irregular ballots
You have the most
without the
powerful force
creases
in
or
the
typical
universe
markings
breathing in your
indicating that the
direction.
ballots
When He
did not
speaks,
arrive
red
in
seas
envelopes
part,
as
blind
required.
eyes open,
A poll watcher
dreams
in
come
Fulton
back to
County
life.
estimated
We look at
that
our
approximately
circumstances in the natural, but
98% of
He's
the
a
large number of
supernatural God.
unusually pristine ballots
Isaiah said
that she
He's
witnessed
going before
were
you,
for
making
by
crooked places straight,
highly unusual
fighting
votes.
your battle.
In
No
addition,
person can stop you.
thousands of
No bad
uncounted
break, no
ballots
sickness,
were
no
discovered
failure.
in Floyd,
Get your fire
Fayette,
back.
and
You
Walton
have to stir
counties
your faith
weeks
back.
after the election.
Maybe
And
at
these
one
ballots
time
were
you
mostly
believed,
from
you were
Trump
passionate,
voters.
excited about
They
it.
weren't counted.
Things haven't
They
turned
were
out the way
from
you
Trump
thought.
voters.
You
In
had some bad
Detroit,
breaks, some disappointments.
everybody saw
God is
the
saying
tremendous
it's
conflict
time
and the
to believe
horrible
again.
way
It's time
that
to
the
believe
two
again.
Republican
You
canvassers were
haven't
treated
seen
so
your best
horribly.
days. What
Because they
God
wouldn't
promised
vote
you
when they
is
saw that
still going to come to pass.
71% of
It's
the
not too late.
precincts
You haven't
didn't
missed too
ballot.
many opportunities.
And
If it would have
also,
happened sooner,
there were
it
more
would have been the right
votes
time.
than there
Now
were
is the
voters.
time.
Think of
Start
that.
believing
You had
again.
more votes
Maybe
than
somebody
you had
walked
voters.
out
That's
on
an
you,
easy one to figure.
did you wrong, but
And
that
spy
didn't stop
the thousands.
God's plans in your
In
life.
Arizona,
Don't
in-person
give up on your
voters whose
dreams.
ballots
You're
produced
hurt and
error
wounded, thinking they
messages
ruined
from
my life. They
tabulation
don't control
machines
your destiny.
were told to press
They
a
don't have
button
that much
that
power over
resulted
you.
in their votes
What they
not being
did may not
counted.
have been fair,
Also
but
in
God
Arizona,
is
the
going to
Attorney
make it
General
up to you.
announced
He's
that
saying
mail-in
new
ballots had
beginnings
been
are on the
stolen
way,
from
new
mailboxes
friendships,
and
new
hidden under a
opportunities.
rock. In
Hang
Clark
in
County,
from the
Nevada,
harm.
where
God's
most
gonna
of the
use it
state's
to your
voters
good.
reside, the
You may
standards
have
for
struggled in
matching
your
a
finances a
signature
long time.
using the
You seem to
signature
get ahead.
verification
You machines
Now you just
were
settle there,
intentionally
thinking
lowered
that's the way it's
to
always
allow
been.
large numbers of
God is
ballots to be
saying,
counted
I have
that
increased
otherwise would
on the
never
way. I
have
have
passed
favor,
muster.
promotion,
This
opportunity
machine was set
that
at the
have your
lowest
name on it.
level.
God
According to
said
one
he would
report,
open
in
the
order to
windows of
test the
heaven,
process,
pour out
9
blessings
voters
that
in
we
Clark
could not
County
contain.
cast ballots
Why don't you
with
get up each day
intentionally
and say, Father,
incorrect signatures.
thank you that
And 8
abundance
of
is
the
coming
9
my way.
ballots were
Thank
accepted
you that our
and
land
counted.
did not borrow.
They said you
Thank
could
you that
sign
you're
your
opening
name as
doors
Santa
that no
Claus,
man can
and it
shut.
would be accepted.
When you live
Last
with
week,
this
the Clark County
expectancy,
Commission threw
that's
out
when
the results
dreams
of a
come
local
true.
election.
Doors
After
open
the
that you could never
registrar
open.
reported finding, quote, discrepancies that we can't explain. Also in Nevada, some voters were entered into a raffle for more than a dozen gift cards worth as much as $250 if they could prove they had voted. This took place on Indian reservations. One of the most significant indications of widespread fraud is the extraordinarily low rejection rates for mail-in ballots in many key states. These are the states that I had to win. In swing state after swing state, the number of ballots rejected has been dramatically lower than what would have been expected based on prior experience. That means years and years of voting. In Georgia, just 0.2%, that's substantially less than 1% of mail-in ballots have been rejected. In other words, almost none have been rejected. They took everything. Nothing was rejected, practically, compared to 6.4% in 2016. And there are those that think that 6.4 was a low number. So think of it, almost none were rejected. And the previous election, 6.4% were rejected. We have seen similar declines in Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Michigan. Ballots weren't rejected, especially if they happen to be in Democrat areas. These irregularities are inexplicable unless there is a deliberate effort to accept ineligible ballots or fraudulent ballots. In Pennsylvania, the Secretary of State and the state Supreme Court, in essence, abolished signature verification requirements just weeks prior to the election, in violation of state law. You're not allowed to do that. It has to be approved by the legislature. A judge can't do it. A state can't do it. An official can't do it. The only one that can do it is the legislature. The reason for this is clear. They were not verifying signatures because they know the ballots have not been filled out by the voters in whose names they were cast. In other words, people filled them out that had nothing to do with the names of the ballot. A simple recount of the ballots under these circumstances only compounds the fraud. The only way to determine whether there was an honest vote is to conduct a full review of the envelopes in the relevant states. You will find that many of them, tens of thousands, have fraudulent signatures. A full forensic audit is required to ensure that only legal ballots of lawfully registered voters that were properly cast are included in the final count. This election is about great voter fraud. Fraud that has never been seen like this before. It's about poll watchers who were not allowed to watch. So illegal. It's about ballots that poured in. And nobody but a few knew where they came from. But they were counted, and they weren't for me. It's about big leads on election night. Tremendous leads. Leads where I was being congratulated for a decisive, easy victory. And all of a sudden, by morning or a couple of days later, those leads rapidly evaporated. It's about numbers of ballots that were sent. And nobody knows where they came from. It's about machinery that was defective. Machinery that was stopped during certain parts of the evening, miraculously opened with more votes. It was about many other things, but above all, it was about fraud. This election was rigged. Everybody knows it. I don't mind if I lose an election, but I want to lose an election fair and square. What I don't want to do is have it stolen from the American people. That's what we're fighting for, and we have no choice to be doing that. We already have the proof, we already have the evidence, and it's very clear. Many people in the media, and even judges so far, have refused to accept it. They know it's true, they know it's there, They know who won
You're
the
not at the
election.
mercy of your age,
But they refuse to
education,
say,
your background.
"You're
God
right."
has unlimited
Our
power.
country needs somebody
One
to say
touch
you're
in
right.
his favor can turn a
Ultimately,
situation
I am
around.
prepared to accept
Sarah
any
thought
accurate
her
election
rule
result.
was dead.
And I
What
hope
she
that
didn't
Joe
realize
Biden
was
is as
he
well.
was only
But
asleep.
we already have
At nearly 100
we
years
already
old,
have
she
tens
gave
of
birth to a
thousands
baby.
of
The
ballots
promise
more
came to
than
pass.
we need
Like Sarah,
to overturn
God
all
has
of
put
these
wings
states that we're
and
talking
promises
about.
for you.
This is an
May not
election
have happened yet.
for the highest
Tried
office
again and again,
in the
it
greatest
didn't work
country
out.
in the
Now
history
maybe
of the
you
world.
settle there and think, well, that
Every
wasn't meant to
reasonable
be.
American should
But
be able
God
to
is
agree,
full of
based
surprises.
on what we have
He's
already
about to
done,
wake up
that
that
we
dream you've
need
given up
a
on. He's
systematic
about to bring
analysis
back to
of the
life
mail-in
what you
ballots to
thought was
review
dead.
the
Your
envelopes.
latter days are going
It's
to be
about
more rewarding,
the
more
signature.
fulfilling than your
And
former
if they're on the
days.
envelopes,
You're going to give birth
we
to
can
more
only
in the
review the
future
envelopes,
than you've
and
lost
that
in
will
the
tell us
past.
everything.
Your
This is
baby
the
is on the way.
absolute minimum we
The
should
promise
expect.
is on the way.
This is
That
not just
dream
about
is
my
on the way.
campaign, although
As
it
a
has a
young
lot
man,
to do with who's
Moses
going to
made
be
a
your
mistake
next
and
president.
killed a man.
This is about
He was
restoring
trying to
faith
deliver
and
God's
confidence
people. He had
in
that
American
dream in his heart,
elections.
but
This
he
is
got it
about our
hurt.
democracy
He had the
and the
peace of his
sacred
life.
rights that
He ended
generations
up
of
spending
Americans
years
have
on the
fought, bled,
backside
and
of
died
death.
to secure.
I'm sure he thought,
Nothing is more
I had a
urgent
big
or more
dream.
important. The
I
only
knew I was
ballots
going
that
to do
should count
something great with my
in
life.
this
I knew I was
election
going to leave my
are
life
those
like
cast
a
by
dream.
eligible
He
voters
gave
or
up on his
citizens of our
dream.
country,
He had nobody to
residents of
blame
the
except
states in which
himself.
they voted, and who
Just
cast their
because we
ballots
give up
in a lawful
doesn't mean
manner
God gives up.
before the
40
legal
years later,
deadline.
God came back
Moreover, we
and
must
said,
never
Moses,
again have
I'm
an
here to
election in
wake up
which
your dream.
there is not a
Now it's
reliable
time to
and
go deliver my
transparent
people.
system
Moses
to
went out and
verify
did
the
just that. He
eligibility,
saw the dream
identity,
come
and
to pass.
residency
Like
of
Moses,
every single
you may have
person
made mistakes.
who casts
We
a
all
ballot.
have.
A
Like
very,
Sarah,
very
you
cherished
may have had
ballot.
disappointment.
Many very smart
Your
people
plans didn't
have
work out.
congratulated
Now
me
you
on
think
all
it's
we've
too
done.
long.
The biggest
What
tax
you've given
cuts
up
in
on
history,
is not dead.
regulation
It's
cuts,
just a
the
sleep.
biggest in history.
That business
We
you wanted to
rebuilt our
start.
military.
That
We
book
took
you
care
wanted
of
to
our
write.
vets like never
That
before.
addiction you've been trying to
Space
break.
Force, and
Every
so
voice
much
tells
more.
you it's too late.
But
You're
then they
too
went
old.
on to
It's
say,
never going to happen.
as
But
big
get ready.
and as
God's
important
about to
as
wake it
these
up.
events
Your
were,
baby is coming. Your
the
spouse is
single
coming. That
greatest
business is coming.
achievement
The
in
freedom
your
is
presidency
coming.
will be
Now,
exactly
get in
what you're
agreement
doing
with God.
right now.
He's waking it
Voter
up. Don't let
integrity
it go
for our
back to
nation.
sleep.
It's more
Serve your
important
faith.
than any
Believe
of the
that
things
it's
that
on the way.
we
Go out
discuss.
with
If we
expectancy.
don't root out the
When your
fraud, the
mind tells you
tremendous,
you're never going to
horrible
get well,
fraud that's
wake
taken
up
place
believing.
in our
God is
2020
restoring
election,
health back in the nation.
we don't have a
You'll
country
never get
anymore.
out of debt. Wake up to your
So with the
abundance. I
resolve
will
and
lend
support
and not borrow.
of the American
You'll
people,
never overcome that
we will
problem.
restore
Wake up to
honesty
this.
and integrity
God always
to our
calls me to
elections.
try.
And we
Keep
will
your mind
restore
going
trust
in the right
in
direction.
our system of
Mark
government.
chapter 6.
Thank you.
Jesus went
God
back to
bless
his
you.
hometown.
And God bless
He
America.
began to teach the people in the synagogue. They had heard that Jesus had done great miracles.
There's a smarter way to speak your tax thing. Introducing Smart Box Litter with HealthMart technology. It's science that works like magic.
That's the carpenter's
Smart
son,
Box.
nothing special about it.
See what they can't say.
Because they didn't believe in him. He couldn't
Won't
do
give federal
any
subsidies to the gas, excuse me, to solar and wind. Why are we giving it to oil industry? We actually do to solar and wind. That's maybe the biggest statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement. Because basically what he's saying is he's going to destroy the oil industry. Would you remember that Texas? Would you remember that Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have to get to the final question. Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context, but the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production. By 2050, totally.
All right.
Is he going to get China to do it?
No, we're finished.
Is he going to get
For
China to do
a
it?
final question.
I'm going to rejoin Paris Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right, this is about leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you.
We have to make a country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, etc. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunity.
You take the limits off of God. Dare to believe to get
I have matching ballot applications as required
people
by
try to talk you out of it. Say things like, you really think you'll get well? You really believe you can start that business? Break that addiction? I don't know.
Thank you.
Kind of far out for
This
me.
may be
God is
the most important speech I've ever made. I want to provide an update on our ongoing efforts to expose the tremendous voter fraud and irregularities which took place during the ridiculously long November 3rd elections. We used to have what was called Election Day. Now we have election days, weeks and months, and lots of bad things happen during this ridiculous period of time, especially when you have to prove almost nothing to exercise our greatest privilege, the right to vote. As president, I have no higher duty than to defend the laws and the Constitution of the United States. That is why I am determined to protect our election system, which is now under coordinated assault and siege. For months leading up to the presidential election, we were warned that we should not declare a premature victory. We were told repeatedly that it would take weeks, if not months, to determine the winner, to count the absentee ballots, and to verify the results. My opponent was told to stay away from the election. Don't campaign. We don't need you. We've got it. This election is done. In fact, they were acting like they already knew what the outcome was going to be. They had it covered. And perhaps they did. Very sadly for our country. It was all very, very strange. Within days after the election, we witnessed an orchestrated effort to anoint the winner, even while many key states were still being counted. The constitutional process must be allowed to continue. We are going to defend the honesty of the vote by ensuring that every legal ballot is counted, and that no illegal ballot is counted. This is not just about honoring the votes of 74 million Americans who voted for me. It's about ensuring that Americans can have faith in this election and in all future elections. Today I will detail some of the shocking irregularities, abuses, and fraud that have been revealed in recent weeks. But before laying out just a small portion of the evidence we have uncovered, and we have so much evidence, I want to explain the corrupt mail-in balloting scheme that Democrats systematically put into place that allowed voting to be altered, especially in swing states, which they had to win. They just didn't know that it was going to be that tough, because we were leading in every swing state by so much, far greater than they ever thought possible. While it has long been understood that the Democrat political machine engages in voter fraud from Detroit to Philadelphia to Milwaukee, Atlanta, so many other places. What changed this year was the Democrat Party's relentless push to print and mail out tens of millions
They
of
started
ballots
believing that
sent
healing
to
was coming their
unknown
way.
recipients
Walking back
with virtually
from
no
the auditorium
safeguards of any
to the
kind.
car,
This
she
allowed
noticed
fraud
that
and
her
abuse to
husband
occur
was
at a
not in
scale
as much pain.
never seen
As
before.
the weeks went by, the
Using
tension
the
got
pandemic
less and less.
as a
Last
pretext,
January, they came back
Democrat
to Houston for their
politicians
annual
and
checkup
judges
with the same
drastically
team of
changed
doctors.
election
They
procedures
ran all the
just
tests to get
months
the
and in
new
some
marker.
cases weeks
The
before the
doctors
election
came in back.
on the 3rd
They
of
said,
November.
"We can't explain
Very
it.
rarely
We've
were
never seen this happen, but we can't find any sign
involved,
of that."
and constitutionally they had to be involved.
One of the
But very,
doctors
very
asked
rarely,
me
and you'll see
if he
that
had done anything differently.
as we continue
He
to
said,
file
"The only
our
thing
suits,
that I've done differently
it's
is I gave my life to
constitutionally
Christ."
absolutely
Doctor said that's the only
incorrect
explanation I
what
can
took
give you.
place, even from a
But
legal
like this Roman
standpoint.
officer,
Many
they
states,
weren't
such as
necessarily
Nevada and
religious
California,
people,
sent
but they
millions of
dared to
live
believe.
ballots to every
It looked
person
impossible,
on
but they
their
said,
voter
"God,
rolls.
we know you can
Whether
do
those
the impossible.
individuals
We
had
believe
requested
healing
ballots
is on the way."
or not, whether
In the
they
Old
were
Testament,
dead or
the
alive,
Israelites had wandered around
they got
in the
ballots.
desert for many
Other
years.
states such as
God was
Minnesota,
about to take
Michigan,
them
and Wisconsin
into the promised land.
instituted
But there were
universal
7
absentee
nations in
ballots
their path
right
that were
in the
much
middle of
bigger.
an election year,
Moses didn't know what they
sending
were gonna do.
absentee ballot
In the
request
natural, they could
forms
never
to
defeat
all
them.
voters
So God said to them in
on all
Deuteronomy
rolls.
7,
It
"I'm
didn't
going to
matter
go
who they
before
were.
you
This
clear out
colossal
these 7
expansion of mail-in
nations
voting
that are
opened the
stronger and
floodgates
more powerful than
to
you."
massive fraud. It's a
God is
widely
saying,
known fact
you don't have to fight
that the
these
voting
battles
rolls
in your
are
own
packed with
strength.
people
I'm going to
who
go
are not
before you
lawfully
and clear
eligible
the
to
path.
vote,
I'm going to make
including
things
those
happen
who are
you couldn't
deceased,
make happen. I'm going to
have moved
defeat
out of
your
the
enemies
state,
for you.
and
Because
even are
like the
non-citizens of
Israelites,
our country.
we all face
Beyond
times
this, the
when we're
records
odds
are
against
riddled
you.
with errors,
It's
wrong
easy to
addresses,
think this
duplicate
incurable muscle
entries.
disease, this
and
sickness
many
is
other
much bigger,
issues.
much stronger than you.
This is
This
not
addiction,
disputed.
these people coming
It has
against
never
you, they're
been
much more
disputed.
powerful.
Dozens
Don't
of
worry.
counties
God
in the
is
key
going
swing
before you
states
right now.
have
Clear
more
the path.
registered voters
On your own,
on the
you may
rolls
be outnumbered.
than they have
What you're up against
voting
may be
age
bigger,
citizens,
stronger, more talented,
including
more resources.
67 counties
But
in
you're not
Michigan.
only.
All
But
of this
God
is
who
evidence.
controls the
In
universe
Wisconsin,
says He will
the
take
state's
care
Board
of
of
it.
Elections could not
In other
confirm
words,
the residency
the
of more
cancer
than
may be stronger than you,
100,000
but
people,
it's not stronger than
but
our God.
repeatedly refused
That
to remove
death
those names from its
may
voter
look
rolls before the
insurmountable.
election.
You don't see how you could ever
They
get
knew
out,
why,
but it's
nobody
no
else
name
did.
for our God. He owns
I
it
know
all.
why.
He makes streets out of
They're
it.
illegal voters.
I talked
It
to
is
a
a
gentleman
travesty
recently.
that in the year
He struggled
2020,
with the drug addiction for
we do
many
not
years.
have any means
He's
of
an
verifying
executive,
the
has a great
eligibility
position
of
nobody knows
those
about.
who cast
He's
ballots
addicted
in
to his
an election, and such
He
an
said,
important
"Joe,
election it is,
I've tried everything.
or determining who they
I
are,
told him what I'm telling
whether
you.
they live
On
in the
your
state,
own you can,
or whether
but
they're
you have the
even
God who
American
spoke worlds
citizens.
into existence on your
We have
side.
no idea.
Instead of saying
We
I
have in all
can't do
swing
it,
states
dwelling
major
on the negative
infractions
all through the
or
day.
outright
Father,
fraud,
thank you that
which
you're
is far
defeating the
more in
enemies.
numbers or
Thank you that
votes
you're clearing the
than we
path.
need to
I know
overturn
you're
the
stronger
results
than
of
this
mistakes.
addiction, more
In other
powerful
words,
than this
Wisconsin, as
cancer,
an example,
bigger than this death.
where we were
Lord,
way
thank you
up
that
on
healing
election
is
night.
coming. Wholeness, freedom, victory
They
is on
ultimately
the
had
way.
us miraculously losing by
It's not by
20,000
our
votes.
not by our power, but
And
by
I
the
can show you
Spirit
right
of the
here
Most High God.
that
You don't have to do it on your
Wisconsin,
own. God told Moses,
we're leading
"Stand
by a lot.
still, and you will see the
And then,
deliverance of the Lord." You may
at
be up against
3:42
something big right now.
in the
Don't
morning,
get discouraged. Don't
there
get
was
stressed
this.
out.
It was a massive dump
God is
of
clearing the
votes.
path. He is fighting your battle.
Mostly
He is
Biden.
going to give you victory
Almost all
over
Biden.
powerful enemies.
And to
May
this
not
day,
happen
everyone's trying
overnight,
to figure
but
out
as
where
long
did
as
it
you're
come from.
believing, God is
But I
at
went
work.
from
At the right
leading by a
time,
lot
He's going to take you in
to
to your
losing by
promised
a
land.
little.
That victory is on the way.
And that's right here.
here. That's a
young lady we
342 in the
know
morning. That's
was in
Wisconsin.
debt $75,000
Terrible thing.
from her college.
Terrible, terrible thing.
She's in her 20s. Just
But we
getting
will have
started
far
in her
more,
career.
many times
That
more,
debt looks so much bigger.
than the
so much
20,000
stronger.
votes
In the
needed
national, she would be paying
to overturn the state. If we are
She
right
heard
about
you
the
talking
fraud,
about how God wants to
Joe Biden
accelerate
can't be
things.
president.
How
We're
he can make
talking
it
about
happen
hundreds
faster
of
than
thousands of votes.
She dared to
We're
believe
talking
that
about
that was
numbers
for
like
her.
nobody
She
has
let
ever
the
seen
truth
before.
take root.
Just as an example,
Something
in certain
told her to
states,
call the school and see
we'll
if
be
there was
down
any way
by,
they could help.
let's say,
They gave her
7,000
an application to get
But we'll
assistance
find
with
later
it.
on
She filled it out.
20,000,
A couple of days later, they
50,000,
called her back
100,000,
and said your
200,000.
application has been approved decided to forgive the whole $75,000 debt.
And that includes votes that went through
God
when they were not allowed
that we
to
could
be
never
seen
make
by
happen.
Republican
Right
poll
now,
watchers.
she's going
Because the
before
poll
you
watchers were locked
defeating
out of the building.
enemies that are much more powerful.
Or people that
That
innocently
debt may
came to
look like
vote
it's
on
going to be
November
with you your
3rd.
whole life.
Who were all excited
like
about
God
their
did for her,
vote.
he's clearing the path.
They were
That
happy.
sickness,
They were
that
proud
addiction,
to
that legal
be
problem may be bigger,
citizens
stronger,
of
more
the United
powerful,
States of
but it's no
America.
match for our God. He is
And they
all
went up
powerful.
and they said, I'd like
I'm
to vote.
asking you to stir your
And they
faith
were
up.
told that they can't vote.
Don't hear all this.
I'm
and be
sorry.
like the people
They
in
were
Jesus'
told,
hometown.
I'm
They'll
sorry.
be marveled
You've already
at the unbelief.
voted by
Let's be
mail-in
like the
ballot.
Roman officer.
Congratulations.
Marvels at our
We
faith.
received a ballot,
Those
so you
things
can no
given
longer
us.
vote.
Those promises you
They
don't
didn't know what to
You
do.
need to go get
They
them
had
back.
no one to complain
They're
to.
not dead.
Most just
They're
left
just asleep.
and said,
Like Lazarus,
that's strange.
God is about to wake up.
But many
what you
people
thought was
complained
going
and
to be
complained.
I believe in the
vehemently.
healing is on the way.
And in a lot
Freedom
of
is on the
cases,
way.
they filled out a
Abundance is on the
provisional
way.
ballot,
The fullness of your destiny.
which was
in
almost
Jesus'
never
name.
used,
If you
but
receive
in
it,
virtually
say
every
amen today.
case was a vote for Trump.
We never like to close
In
our
other words,
broadcast
they went
without
into
giving you an
vote,
opportunity to
and they
make
were
Jesus
told
the
that
Lord
they
of your
voted.
life. Would you pray with me?
And they
Just
didn't
say,
vote.
Lord Jesus,
And they left,
I repent
and
of
they
my
felt
sins.
horror.
Come into my heart.
And they
I
lost
make you my
respect for our
Lord and
system.
Savior.
And this happened tens of thousands of times all over the country. That's how desperate the Democrats were. They would fill out ballots of people not even knowing if these people were going to show up. And when they did show up, they said, sorry, you've already voted. And on top of everything else, we have a company that's very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With the turn of a dial or the change of a chip, you can press a button for Trump and the vote goes to Biden. What kind of a system is this? We have to go to paper. Maybe it takes longer, but the only secure system is paper. Not these systems that nobody understands, including, in many cases, the people that run them. Although, unfortunately, I think they understand them far too well. In one Michigan county, as an example, that used Dominion systems, they found that nearly 6,000 votes had been wrongly switched from Trump to Biden. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is what we caught. How many didn't we catch? Are there hundreds of other examples throughout the country? Are there thousands? We just got lucky, and they called it a glitch. But we found numerous glitches that evening. 96% of the company's political donations went to Democrats, not surprisingly. And frankly, when you look at who's running the company, who's in charge, who owns it, which we don't know, where are the votes counted, which we think are counted in foreign countries, not in the United States, Dominion is a disaster. Election authorities in Texas have repeatedly blocked the deployment of Dominion systems due to concerns about security vulnerabilities and the potential for errors and outright fraud. Every district that uses Dominion systems must be carefully monitored and carefully investigated. But not only for the future. Right now, we're worried about the present and what went on with an election that we won without question. Under my lead, the Republicans won almost every state house in the United States, which they weren't expected to do. We won up to 16 seats in the House. The numbers are still being tabulated because there are 9 seats that nobody really knows. They don't know. They're still, 2 weeks later, still under consideration because it's a mess. Republicans were supposed to lose many seats, and instead they won those seats in the House. And a very important election that's coming up will determine whether or not we hold the Senate. David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler are 2 tremendous people. Unfortunately, in Georgia, they're using the same horrible Dominion system And it's already been out that hundreds of thousands, think of it, hundreds of thousands of absentee ballots have been requested. You check it out, who's requesting those ballots. The difference is, it's one state and we will have our eyes on it like nobody's ever watched anything before, because we have to win those 2 Senate seats. The tremendous success we had in the House of Representatives and the tremendous success we've had so far in the Senate, unexpected success all over the country and right here in Washington. It is statistically impossible that the person, me, that led the charge, lost. The greatest pollsters, the real pollsters, not the ones that had us down 17 points in Wisconsin when we actually won, or the ones that had us down 4 or 5 points in Florida and we won by many points, or had us even and down in Texas and we won by a lot. Not those pollsters, but real pollsters. Pollsters that are fair and honest. Said we can't understand a thing like this, it's never happened before. You led the country to victory, and you were the only one that was lost. It's not possible. The Speaker of the House of a certain state said, sir, I expected to lose my seat, and instead, because of you, and because of that incredible charge and all of those rallies, we had a tremendous victory, and everybody knows it. You were much more popular than me, sir, except I got many more votes than you did. And it's impossible that that happened. There is something wrong. I'll tell you what's wrong. Voter fraud. Here's an example. This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in. Unexpectedly. We were winning by a lot. That batch was received in horror. Nobody knows anything about it. By the way, there's your line. This is one of many. Here's what is normal. And all of a sudden, look at that. This is normal. Normal. Look, even here. Normal. And then boom, all of a sudden, I go from winning by a lot to losing a tight race. It's corrupt. Detroit is corrupt. I have a lot of friends in Detroit. They know it. But Detroit is totally corrupt. Look at this. Look at this. That's at 6:31 in the morning. Unexpectedly came in. In the recent recount in Georgia, which means nothing because they don't want to check signatures. And if you're not going to check signatures in Georgia, it doesn't work. But we have a Secretary of State and a governor who made it very difficult to check signatures. Why? You'll have to ask him. But without a signature match or check, it doesn't matter. They found thousands and thousands of votes that were out of whack, all against me. This was during a recount that I didn't even think mattered. They found many thousands of votes, and that recount didn't matter. The one that matters is the one that's going on now. That because of the fact it's so close, they had to, by law, give another recount. But the recount has to be a recount where they check the signatures. Otherwise, they're just checking the same dishonest thing. It won't matter. In this case, the signatures on envelopes are the only thing that is relevant. We will compare the signature on the envelope to the signatures from past elections, and we will find that many thousands of people signed these ballots illegally. The Democrats had this election rigged right from the beginning. They used the pandemic, sometimes referred to as the China virus, where it originated, as an excuse to mail out tens of millions of ballots, which ultimately led to a big part of the fraud, a fraud that the whole world is watching. And there is no one happier right now than China. Many people received 2, 3, and 4 ballots. They were sent to dead people by the thousands. In fact, dead people, and we have many examples, filled out ballots, made applications, and then voted, which is even worse. In other words, dead people went through a process. Some have been dead for 25 years. Millions of votes were cast illegally in the swing states alone. And if that's the case, the results of the individual swing states must be overturned and overturned immediately. Some people say that's too far out. That's too harsh. Well, does that mean we take a president and we've just elected a president where the votes were fraudulent? No, it means you have to turn over the election. And everybody knows, without going much further, and they've seen the evidence, but they don't want to talk about it, what a disaster this election was. A total catastrophe. But we're going to show it, and hopefully the courts, in particular, the Supreme Court of the United States, will see it, and respectfully, hopefully they will do what's right for our country. Because our country cannot live with this kind of an election. We could say, let's go on to the next one. But no, we have to look also at our past. We can't let this happen. Maybe you'll have a revote, but I don't think that's appropriate. When those votes are corrupt, when they're irregular, when they get caught, they're terminated. And I very easily win. In all states, I very easily win these swing states. Just like I won them at 10 o'clock in the evening of the election. So we're not looking to show you 25 faulty or fraudulent votes, which don't mean anything because it doesn't overturn the state, or 50 or 100. We're showing you hundreds of thousands, far more than we need, far more than the margin, far more than the law requires. We can show many times what is necessary to win the state. The media knows this, but they don't want to report it. In fact, they outright refuse to even cover it because they know the result if they do. Even what I'm saying now will be demeaned and disparaged, but that's okay. I just keep on going forward because I'm representing 74 million people, and in fact, I'm also representing all of the people that didn't vote for me. The mail-in voting scam is the latest part of their 4-year effort to overturn the results of the 2016 election. And it's been like living in hell. Our opponents have proven many times, again and again, that they will say and do anything to get back into power. The corrupt forces who are registering dead voters and stuffing ballot boxes are the same people who have perpetrated one phony and fraudulent hoax after another. You've been watching it now for 4 years. These entrenched interests oppose our movement because we put America first. They don't put America first. And we're returning power to you, the American people. They don't want America first. They only want power for themselves. They want to make money. That's why they don't want me as your president. I've been investigated from soon after I announced I was running for president, when I immediately went to #1 in the Republican primary polls. The investigations never stopped. They went on for 4 years. And I won them all. I beat them all. Russia, Russia, Russia. The impeachment hoax, and so much more. Robert Mueller spent $48 million of taxpayer money investigating me for 2.5 years, issued over 2,800 subpoenas, executed nearly 500 search warrants, issued 230 orders for communications records, and conducted 500 witness interviews, all looking to take me down. There was no collusion in the end. None whatsoever. Senator Marco Rubio, the head of the Senate Intelligence Committee,
stated the committee found no evidence that then candidate Donald Trump or his campaign colluded with the Russian government. And I thank Senator Rubio for that statement. Now I hear that these same people that failed to get me in Washington have sent every piece of information to New York so that they can try to get me there. It's all been gone over and over again. For $48 million, you go through tax returns, you go through everything. The New York Attorney General, who recently ran for office, campaigned without knowing me, stating, "We will join with law enforcement and other attorneys general across this nation in removing this president from office." I never met her. It's important that everybody understands, she said, that the days of Donald Trump are coming to an end. And all it's been is a big investigation in Washington and New York and any place else they can investigate. Because that's what they want to do. They want to take not me, but us down. And we can never let them do that. Everything's been looked at. A friend of mine who's very smart said, "You've probably seen more than anybody else. You've probably been investigated more than anybody else. And for you to come out with a clean bill of health makes you probably the cleanest person in this country." Some people in this administration, but fortunately not all, have been beaten down and disparaged. They just disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to them. Why aren't they active? Why aren't they involved? There's so much to be involved in. The corruption is so rampant. They just couldn't take it anymore. They were threatened by Democrats with impeachment, and horrible things were said about them, and they're good people. Even recently, the head of the GSA was hounded and harassed, as she reported, like she has never been before. What can I say? We caught Comey Cole, we caught McCain, Cole. We caught them all. We're still waiting for a report from a man named Durham, who I have never spoken to and I have never met. They can go after me before the election as much as they want, but unfortunately, Mr. Durham didn't want to go after these people or have anything to do with going after them before the election. So who knows if he is ever going to even do a report. But if you look at the lies and the leaks and the illegal acts and behavior done by so many people in their desire to hurt the President of the United States, something should happen. The hardest thing I have to do is explain why nothing is happening with all of these people that got caught spying on my campaign. It's never happened before, and it should never happen again to a president of the United States. All you have to do is watch the hearing and see for yourself. The evidence is overwhelming. The fraud that we've collected in recent weeks is overwhelming, having to do with our election. Everyone is saying, wow, the evidence is overwhelming when they get to see it. But really, it's too late to change the course of an election. It's too late to change the outcome. In fact, there is still plenty of time to certify the correct winner of the election. And that's what we're fighting to do. But no matter when it happens, when they see fraud, when they see false votes, and when those votes number far more than is necessary, you can't let another person steal that election from you. All over the country, people are together in holding up signs, "Stop the steal." To understand how we will challenge this fraud, it is important to know the problems with mail-in balloting. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Georgia, Arizona, and most other states allowed anyone to get an absentee ballot and cast their vote without showing any ID.
The voting took place entirely in the honor system. No identification of any kind was required. Most Americans would also be shocked to learn that no state in the country verifies United States citizenship as a condition for voting in federal elections. This is a national disgrace. No other advanced country conducts elections this way. Many European countries have instituted major restrictions on mail-in voting specifically because they recognize the nearly unlimited potential for fraud. Out of 42 European nations, all but 2 prohibit absentee ballots entirely for people who reside inside the country, or else they require those who need absentee ballots to show a very, very powerful ID. Throughout the Democrat effort to dramatically expand mail-in voting, the Democrat Party leaders were also feverishly working to block measures designed to protect against fraud, such as signature verification, residency verification, or voter ID, and citizenship confirmation was almost unthought of that we should ask for. Can you believe this? These are not the actions of people who want fair elections. These are the actions of people who want to steal elections, who are willing to create fraud. The only conceivable reason why you would block common sense measures to verify legal eligibility for voting is you are trying to encourage, enable, solicit, or carry out fraud. It is important for Americans to understand that these destructive changes to our election laws were not a necessary response to the pandemic. The pandemic simply gave the Democrats an excuse to do what they have been trying to do for many, many years. In fact, the very first bill that House Democrats introduced when Nancy Pelosi became Speaker was an attempt to mandate universal mail-in voting and eliminate measures such as voter ID, which is so necessary. Dramatically eroding the integrity of our elections was the Democrats' #1 priority, for a simple reason. They wanted to steal the 2020 presidential election. All of the Democrat efforts to expand mail-in balloting laid the groundwork for the systematic and pervasive fraud that occurred in this election. In Pennsylvania, large amounts of mail-in and absentee ballots were processed illegally and in secret in Philadelphia and Allegheny counties without our observers present. They were not allowed to be present. In fact, they weren't even allowed in the same room. They were thrown out of the building, and they looked from outside in, but they had no way of even seeing because there were no windows, and the windows that were there were boarded up. Democrats even went to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to block observers from receiving access. There is only one possible reason that the corrupt Democrat political machine would oppose transparency during the vote count. It's because they know they are hiding illegal activity. It's very simple. This is an egregious, inexcusable, and irreversible harm that stains the entire election. Yet this unprecedented practice of excluding our observers, our vote watchers, as some people call them, occurred in Democrat-run cities and key states all across the nation. Here are just some of the additional facts that we've uncovered. Many voters all across Pennsylvania received 2 ballots in the mail, and many others received mail-in ballots for which they never applied. So many got ballots, they didn't even know what they were for. And again, so many received more than 1 ballot, in some cases more than 2 ballots. And they happen to be, for the most part, Democrats. In Fayette County, Pennsylvania, multiple voters received ballots that were already filled out. They didn't know what happened. In Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, a poll watcher overheard unregistered voters being told to return lid and to try to vote under a different name. Tens of thousands of voters across Pennsylvania were treated differently based on whether they were Republicans or Democrats. Voters who submitted flawed ballots in some Democrat precincts were notified and asked to fix their ballots, while Republican precincts, and in particular Republican voters, were not so notified. which plainly violates the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution. If you are a Democrat, we're going to fix up your ballot, make sure it's perfect. If you are a Republican, don't even talk about it. In Michigan, a career employee of the city of Detroit witnessed city workers coaching voters to vote straight Democrat while accompanying them to watch who they were voting for, violating the law and the sanctity of the secret ballot. You can't do that. The same workers say she was instructed not to ask for any ID and not to attempt to validate any signatures. She was also told to illegally backdate ballots, many ballots, received after the deadline. This is something that is so unconstitutional. And she estimates that thousands and thousands of ballots were improperly backdated by her and many others. Other witnesses in Detroit also saw election officials counting batches of the same ballots many times, as well as illegally duplicating ballots. One observer testified to seeing boxes and boxes of ballots, all bearing the same signature. Another observer in Detroit gave sworn testimony that he saw countless invalid ballots that did not belong to properly registered voters, and then witnessed election workers in Wayne County entering fake birth dates into the system in order to illegally count them. Witnesses have signed sworn affidavits, in other words, you go to jail if you lie, testifying that after election officials announced the last absentee votes had been received, a batch of tens of thousands of ballots arrived, many without envelopes, all voting for Democrats. In Wisconsin, a record number of voters were categorized as indefinitely confined, a status reserved for severely disabled individuals, also for the elderly, that allow them to vote without showing ID. Last year, approximately 70,000 people claimed this status statewide. This year, the number miraculously was nearly 250,000 voters after election officials in Milwaukee and Dane counties, a couple of the most corrupt political places in our country, urged citizens to improperly register under this status. And register they did in levels that don't exist. In Wisconsin, there are approximately 70,000 absentee ballots that do not have matching ballot applications as required by law. In Georgia, 9 observers have testified to seeing countless irregular ballots without the creases or typical markings indicating that the ballots did not arrive in envelopes as required. A poll watcher in Fulton County estimated that approximately 98% of the large number of unusually pristine ballots that she witnessed were for highly unusual. In addition, thousands of uncounted ballots were discovered in Floyd, Fayette, and Walton counties weeks after the election. And these ballots were mostly from Trump voters. They weren't counted. They were from Trump voters. In Detroit, everybody saw the tremendous conflict and the horrible way that the 2 Republican canvassers were treated, so horribly, because they wouldn't vote when they saw that 71% of the precincts didn't ballot. And also, there were more votes than there were voters. Think of that. You had more votes than you had voters. That's an easy one to figure. And it's by the thousands. In Arizona, in-person voters whose ballots produced error messages from tabulation machines were told to press a button that resulted in their votes not being counted. Also in Arizona, the Attorney General announced that mail-in ballots had been stolen from mailboxes and hidden under a rock. In Clark County, Nevada, where most of the state's voters reside, the standards for matching a signature using the signature verification machine were intentionally lowered to allow large numbers of ballots to be counted that otherwise would never have passed muster. This machine was set at the lowest level According to one report, in order to test the process, 9 voters in Clark County cast ballots with intentionally incorrect signatures, and 8 of the 9 ballots were accepted and counted. They said you could sign your name as Santa Claus, and it would be accepted. Last week, the Clark County Commission threw out the results of a local election after the registrar reported finding, quote, discrepancies that we can't explain. Also in Nevada, some voters were entered into a raffle for more than a dozen gift cards worth as much as $250 if they could prove they had voted. This took place on Indian reservations. One of the most significant indications of widespread fraud is the extraordinarily low rejection rates for mail-in ballots in many key states. These are the states that I had to win. In swing state after swing state, the number of ballots rejected has been dramatically lower than what would have been expected based on prior experience. That means years and years of voting. In Georgia, just 0.2%, that's substantially less than 1% of mail-in ballots have been rejected. In other words, almost none have been rejected. They took everything. Nothing was rejected. Practically, compared to 6.4% in 2016, and there are those that think that 6.4 was a low number. So think of it, almost none were rejected. And the previous election, 6.4% were rejected. We have seen similar declines in Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Michigan. Ballots weren't rejected, especially if they happen to be in Democrat areas. These irregularities are inexplicable unless there is a deliberate effort to accept ineligible ballots or fraudulent ballots. In Pennsylvania, the Secretary of State and the state Supreme Court, in essence, abolished signature verification requirements just weeks prior to the election in violation of state law. You're not allowed to do that. It has to be approved by the legislature. A judge can't do it, a state can't do it, an official can't do it. The only one that can do it is the legislature. The reason for this is clear. They were not verifying signatures because they know the ballots have not been filled out by the voters in whose names they were cast. In other words, people filled them out that had nothing to do with the names on the ballot. A simple recount of the ballots under these circumstances only compounds the fraud. The only way to determine whether there was an honest vote is to conduct a full review of the envelopes in the relevant states. You will find that many of them, tens of thousands, have fraudulent signatures. A full forensic audit is required to ensure that only legal ballots from lawfully registered voters that were properly cast are included in the final count. This election is about great voter fraud. Fraud that has never been seen like this before. It's about fraud. So illegal. It's about it's about big leads on election night. Tremendous leads. Leads where a lead was graduated for a decisive, easy victory. And all of a sudden, by morning or a couple of days later, those leads rapidly evaporated. It's about numbers of ballots that were sent that nobody know where they came from. It's about machinery that was defective. Machinery that was stopped during certain parts of the evening, miraculously open to more votes. It was about many other things, but above all, it was about fraud. This election was rigged. Everybody knows it. I don't mind if I lose an election, but I want to lose an election fair and square. What I don't want to do is have it stolen from the American people. That's what we're fighting for. And we have no choice in doing it. We already have the proof. We already have the evidence. And it's very clear. Many people in the media, and even judges so far, have refused to accept We took care of our vets like never before. Space Force and so much more. And then they went on to say, as big and as important as these events were, the single greatest achievement in your presidency will be exactly what you're doing right now. Voter integrity for our nation. It's more important than any of the things that we discussed. If we don't root out the fraud, tremendous, horrible fraud that's taken place in our 2020 election, we don't have a country anymore. So with the resolve and support of the American people, we will restore honesty and integrity
what's going on. Together. Why is this happening? Subscribe now.
So breaking news in our kitchen world. Download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're back at we are tracking the next phase of America's reopening. What issues should be facing its classrooms? The race for the White House is on.
If you don't take care of yourself, how can you take care of others?
Simple things. After all of this, we appreciate those simple things.
We're physically together now. We are together, and that's what counts. In today's headlines, it can be hard to understand. A lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Watch what they do. Not what they say.
Protests broke out on this pandemic this week. Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 in class. Many questions remain about how well it works for the community. On the ground, deadly western wildfires in California.
Entire communities were also wiped off the map. One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
Each state has its own set of rules for the way we can love life.
Yes, it's a little confusing. That's why we have to figure it out now.
15 minutes, plan your day. And stay put. In some places, the polls are already open. Make sure you're with them.
Plan your vote. Plan your vote. Plan your vote. Yeah, that's even where it happened. The final debate of the 2020 campaign now. The race is on to Election Day.
Election now just 12 days away. It'll be a sprint to the finish for both candidates.
We have a lot more tomorrow morning, bright and early on the Today Show, all day on MSNBC and NBCNews.com. And tomorrow night, and this is my favorite show, NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
For all of us here at NBC News, thank you for joining us, everyone. Have a good night and be safe. Today's headlines can be hard to understand. A lot of kids have questions, so we started a newscast for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For education perspective, we have created a system where the ticket to the middle class is a thing that middle class families have to stress about and borrow for and patch together.
Why is this happening? With Chris News. Subscribe now.
So breaking news in our kitchen world. Download the NBC News app. Protests broke out on this pandemic this week. Emergency approval to treat COVID-19 with class. Many questions remain about how well it works for the community. On the ground, deadly western wildfires in California. Entire communities were also wiped off the map.
One of the big concerns is indoor air quality. What are you doing to address that?
With Lester Holt.
creator like we haven't seen since Ronald Reagan. It's going to be a beautiful thing to watch. Companies will come, they will build, they will expand, new companies will start, and I look very, very much forward to doing it. We have to renegotiate our trade deals, and we have to stop these countries from stealing our companies and our jobs. Senator Clinton, you want to respond?
Well, I think that trade is an important issue. Of course, we are 5% of the world's population. We have to trade with the other 95%. And we need to have smart, fair trade deals. We also, though, need to have a tax system that rewards work and not just financial transactions. And the kind of plan that Donald has put forth would be trickle-down economics all over again. In fact, it would be the most extreme version, the biggest tax cuts for top percent of the people in this country that we've ever had. I call it trumped up trickle-down, because that's exactly what it would be. That is not how we grow the economy. We just have a different view about what's best for growing the economy, how we make investments that will actually produce jobs and rising incomes. I think we come at it from somewhat different perspectives. I understand that. Donald was very fortunate in his life, and that's all for his benefit. He started his business with $14 million borrowed from his father, and he really believes that the more you have wealthy people, the better off we'll be, and that everything will work out from there. I don't buy that. I have a different experience. My father was a small businessman. He worked really hard. He printed drapery fabrics on long tables where he pulled out those fabrics, and he went down with a silk screen and dumped the paint in and took the squeegee and kept going. And so what I think is the more we can do for the middle class, the more we can invest in you, your education, your skills, your future, the better we will be off and the better we'll grow. That's the kind of economy I want us to see again.
What does all of this look like? You talked about creating 25 million jobs. You promised to bring back millions of jobs for Americans. How do you bring back the industries that have left this country for cheaper labor overseas? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
Well, for one thing, the biggest my father and we started in 1975, and I built it into a company that's worth many, many billions of dollars. We some of the greatest assets in the world, and I say that only because that's the kind of statement that our country needs. Our country's in deep trouble, and we don't know what we're doing when it comes to devaluations, and all of these countries all over the world, especially China, they're the best of them. What they're doing to us is a very, very sad thing. So we have to do that. We have to renegotiate our trade deals, and also they're taking our jobs, they're giving incentives, they're doing things that frankly we don't do. After we give you an example, we said that the contracts are a different system. When we sell into Mexico, there's a tax. When we sell into Canada, 16% approximately. When they sell into us, there's no tax. It's a defective agreement. It's been effective for a long time. Many years, but the politicians haven't done anything about it. Now, in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, yes, Senator, yes, I think he'll be very happy. And it's very important to them. But in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, when she started talking about this, it was really very recently. She's been doing this for 30 years. And why hasn't she been doing this better? The reaction is defective just because of the tax and many other reasons, but just because of the tax. Politicians should have been doing this for years, not right now because of the fact that we've created a movement. They should have been doing this for years. What's happened to our jobs and our country and our economy is that we owe $20 trillion. We cannot do it any longer.
Let's back to the question of how do you bring back, specifically bring back jobs, American manufacturers, how do you get them bring jobs back?
Well, the first thing is don't let the jobs leave. The companies leave. I could name thousands of them. They're leaving. And they're leaving in open numbers now. And what you do is you say, fine, you want to go to Mexico or some other country, good luck. We wish you a lot of luck. But if you think you can make your air conditioners or your cars or your TVs or whatever you make and bring them into our country without a tax, you're wrong. And once you say you don't have to tax them, politicians never do this because they have special interests, and the special interests want those companies to leave because in many cases they own the companies. So what I'm saying is we can stop them from leaving. We have to stop them from
listen, Grandpa, you don't even read the Bible, dude. You're a goner.
Come back from that abyss, and it has not been easy. So we're now on the precipice of having a potentially much better economy, but the last thing we need to do is to go back to the policies that failed us in the first place. Independent experts have looked at what I've proposed, have looked at what
Sit there and criticize you for everything you do.
they said this, that
And then anytime you say anything to him, give him advice that can help him, and don't take it.
middle-class families compared to the wealthy would go into effect.
You notice I noticed that, man?
Jesus said,
God's gonna be happy with me.
He didn't say he might come.
With me.
If you're a good person, if you're kind enough, if you quote enough scriptures, then you won't have to deal with grouchy people. You won't have to hit any potholes. He said they will come. On a regular basis, you will have opportunities to get upset, live bitter, offended, arguing, trying to pay people back. The word offenses in the scripture comes from a Greek word that means bait. It's used in reference to how they would catch animals. It was actually the bait that lured the animal into the trap. When you're tempted to be offended, somebody says something derogatory, they leave you out, recognize the enemy is offering you the bait. He's trying to deceive you into the trap. Come on, get upset, be bitter, argue back. Many people take the bait. They go around bitter, upset, offended. Next time that happens, instead of letting those same things upset you, you say, no thanks. I'm not taking that bait, not falling into that trap. I'm going to enjoy this day. It's easy to get baited into conflict, argue with people, try to prove our point. You have to be selective which battles you fight. You're not supposed to engage in every conflict. If that battle is not between you and your God-given destiny, you should ignore it. Most of the things that come against us are simply distractions. Ask yourself, if I win this battle, how will it benefit me? What will it accomplish? That person that cut me off in traffic, if I rush up and cut them off, what did it gain me? I don't even know the person. It's a distraction. If I'm rude back to the person that sold me the paper, yes, it makes the flesh feel good, but it doesn't put me further down the road. It's a distraction. You need to choose your battles wisely. If you make the mistake of engaging in every conflict, straightening out co-workers, proving to people who you are, you won't have time to fight the battles that do matter. When David was a teenager, he was out working in the shepherd's fields. His father asked him to take lunch to his brother. They were in another city serving in the army. When David arrived, he saw Goliath taunting the Israelites, making fun of them. He asked the men there, what is the prize for the man that defeats this giant? They said the reward is that person will get one of the king's daughters in marriage, but they won't have to pay taxes. Well, that got David's attention. He realized that was a battle worth fighting. There were spoils, there were benefits. But when David's older brother, Eliab, heard him inquiring about fighting Goliath, he tried to embarrass David. He said in front of all of the people, David, what are you even doing here? And what have you done with those few sheep you're supposed to be taking care of? He's trying to make David feel small, saying, David, you're unimportant. You'll never do anything great. Now, David had killed a lion and a bear with his bare hands. I have no doubt he could have taken care of Eliab. But the scripture says David turned and walked away. One reason David did great things is he knew which battles to fight. He could have gotten into strife, arguing, trying to prove to Eliab that he was important. But if he would have engaged in that conflict, if he would have taken the bait, he would have gotten distracted, wasted time, and who knows, maybe he would have never faced Goliath. Are you fighting battles that don't matter, that are keeping you from battles that do matter? You have to learn to walk away from things. Walk away from petty arguments. Walk away from disrespect. Walk away from jealous people. Proverbs says, avoiding a fight is a mark of honor. Not winning a fight, but walking away from a fight. That's not being weak. That takes a strong person. That's a mark of honor. In your marriage, you need to do what you can to stay in unity. It's easy to argue over every little thing. Live bitter, offended. The problem is, there will be some big giants that you and your spouse have to face. On the way to your destiny, there will be Goliath. That's how we go to new levels. But if you're distracted, arguing over little things, you won't be able to defeat those big giants. You have to pass the test of biting your tongue, walking away when you feel like telling somebody off, overlooking an offense. The scripture says one can chase 1,000, two can put 10,000 to flight. When you're in agreement with your spouse, you are 10 times more powerful. When Eliab insulted David, David was able to bite his tongue. Wonder why? David prayed in Psalm 141, Lord, take control of what I say. Help me to keep my lips sealed. He was saying, God, help me to not say things I shouldn't. Help me to walk away from rude people. Help me to stay on the high road. Yes, it's good to pray for favor. It's good to pray for wisdom, for protection. But I wonder how much further we would go if we would do like David and start praying, God, help me to shut my mouth. That's a powerful prayer. God, help me to not say hurtful things. Help me to not be critical. Help me to not argue. When God can trust you to walk away from the Eliabs, the people that are disrespectful, people that try to bait you into conflict, then he can trust you with the Goliaths. You will come into destiny moments where you will defeat giants that catapult you ahead. As I've become more known, I've had more critics. And some of them were people that had large followings. When you hear negative things, especially that are not true or where it's taken out of context, it's tempting to respond. But by the grace of God, I've always been real good at letting it go. It's never bothered me in the least bit. I've learned when I stay on the high road, when I not try to prove to people who I am, not live defensively, that God will get me to where I'm supposed to be. But some of the people that were so against me, today they don't have their platform. They don't have their following. Things have happened where it didn't last. And I'm not happy about it. My point is, God will take care of the Eliabs. God will deal with the people that are trying to discredit you. It's not your job to straighten them out. Walk away from them and let God fight those battles. David said, God prepares a table for us in the presence of our enemies. When you have an enemy, that means God has a table for you. When someone's coming against you, when you have an Eliab, somebody at work trying to discredit you, recognize there's a table there. You can go argue with them, be rude back to those that are rude to you, or you can sit at the table that God prepared. When you sit, you're saying, God, I'm trusting you to fight this battle. It's not between me and my destiny, so I'm not going to worry about these people at work that are trying to make me look bad. I'm going to keep honoring you, being my best, and I know while I'm seated at the table you prepared, while I'm in peace, you will take care of what's coming against me. The Apostle Paul did this. He had all kinds of opposition. Religious leaders didn't accept him. The government thought he had too much influence. People lied about him. He was put in prison. He had plenty of opportunities to live bitter, offended. One place we see his attitude. He said, Alexander the coppersmith has done me great wrong, but God will repay him. He was saying, that battle is not between me and my destiny. I'm not going to take the bait. I'm not going to get distracted. I'm going to sit at the table and let God fight my battles. Are you fighting where you should be sitting? Trying to straighten somebody out, prove to them who you are? That's not your battle. That battle is the Lord's. You don't have to pay people back. You don't have to get even. God is your vindicator. He will make up for the wrongs that were done to you. If you will stay in faith, stay in peace on that high road, God will vindicate you better than you can vindicate yourself. 1 Samuel chapter 10, the prophet Samuel chose Saul as the next king of Israel. Most people were happy and congratulated Saul, but when Saul returned to his hometown, some of the people that knew him the most weren't happy with Samuel's decision. They began to laugh and make fun. Saul will never be our king. He doesn't have what it takes. The truth is, they were jealous of Saul. They were so insecure, so small-minded, they thought they had to push Saul down so they wouldn't look bad. Don't ever fight battles with small-minded people. Don't waste your time with people that are jealous, people that don't value who you are, people that don't respect the anointing, the favor, the talent on your life. They are not between you and your destiny. If you engage in those conflicts, it will keep you from becoming who you were created to be. Verse 27 says, they despised Saul and refused to bring him gifts, but Saul ignored them. If you're going to fulfill your purpose, you have to get good at ignoring things. Ignore negative comments. Ignore disrespect. Ignore the naysayers. They don't control your destiny. They are distractions to try to keep you from God's best. Instead of being upset over who's not for you, frustrated over who's trying to make you look bad, do like Saul, ignore it. Jealous people can't keep you from your destiny. Small-minded people cannot stop your purpose. When Nehemiah was rebuilding the walls around Jerusalem, there were two men at the bottom of the mountain, Sanballat and Tobias, that didn't like Nehemiah. They were constantly criticizing him, spreading rumors, trying to ruin his reputation. All day they would shout insults, making fun, trying to bait Nehemiah into coming down. Well, Nehemiah could have come off the mountain and defeated them. He could have shut them up, but he knew as long as he was fighting with them, he wouldn't be making progress on the wall. He knew they were not between him and his destiny. He didn't get upset. He didn't try to straighten them out. He simply ignored them. He went on to finish the wall in record time. When God puts a dream in your heart, there will always be Sanballats and Tobiases. People that are critical, jealous, disrespectful, people that try to get you riled up. Don't take the bait. That is not a battle you have to fight. They are distractions to try to get you off course so you miss your purpose. Do like Nehemiah, learn to ignore the Sanballats and Tobiases. Your assignment is too important to be distracted by jealous, small-minded people. In the scripture, it tells us to put on the whole armor of God. Part of that armor is the shoes of peace. It's interesting that God chose our feet for peace. It implies everywhere we go, we're going to have to choose to stay in peace. Because you can have your helmet of salvation on, your shield of faith, your belt of truth, but if you don't put your shoes of peace on, if you don't make this decision that you're not going to get upset, you're not going to live offended, you're not going to get baited into conflict, then even though you have all the other armor on, without peace, it's not effective. Every morning, you need to make sure you put on your shoes of peace. Too many people go through the day barefooted, offended, discouraged, upset. But when you make this decision at the start of the day that nothing is going to upset you, really, you're putting your shoes on. You're saying, God, I trust you. I know you're directing my steps. And even if things don't go perfectly today, I believe all things are going to work out for my good. When you're in peace, you're in a position of power. When you're upset, discouraged, offended, just the opposite. You won't have the strength you need. Next time you're tempted to be offended, recognize what's happening. Don't take that bait. When someone says something derogatory, instead of trying to pay them back, ignore them. Take a seat at the table God prepared. When you walk away from the Eliabs, the battles that don't matter, you will come into your Goliaths, opportunities that will thrust you ahead. I'm asking you to protect your peace. If you'll do this, I believe and declare you're not only going to enjoy your life more, but God is going to take care of what's coming against you. He's going to vindicate you, promote you, and take you to new levels of your destiny in Jesus' name. And if you receive it, can you say amen today? Well, I'd like to give you an opportunity to make Jesus the Lord of your life. Would you pray with me? Just say, Lord Jesus, I repent of my sins. Come into my heart. I make you my Lord and Savior.
You need to find a new job somewhere else. In the workforce, I got 4 jobs. I don't get tired. But you need to find a new job in the workforce, because I know things ain't going too well at your job. I just know it, that's why. Wherever your job's at in the workforce, it's not working out for you, you have to move on, get a new job, find a job elsewhere. I own my own business. It's 6 figures. It's called Ray Ray's. I'm slinging food. And selling food to all Kalamazoo. It's called Ray Ray's. Ray Ray, man. And all 6 figures, over $100,000, ball. Okay. Alright. Okay, so we're going to so we're going to do this is like a survey. Special note, if you have been selected to represent voters in Michigan's first congressional district proposed, please, as well, please find an registration for your name. 2022 congressional district canvas. Commission by the Public Department. Please answer all the questions to the best of your ability. All individual responses will be kept confidential. The only survey tallies will be shared with our Republican leaders. When you're finished answering your canvas document, please return it within the next 7 days to ensure accurate
Well, God bless you. It's a joy to come into your home. If you're ever in our area, please stop by and be a part of one of our services. I promise you, we'll make you feel right at home. I like to talk to people concerning
identify yourself as a conservative Republican, independent voter who learns leading the Republic, moderate Republican, liberal Republican, or Democrat. Question 2. Do you plan on voting in 2022 midterm election? Yes or unsure? Question 3. How do you plan on casting your vote? In person, accidental, or by mail? What age category below applies to you? 36 to 50? Question 5. How close do you think your views are to other voters in your community? Very close, not very close, somewhat close, no opinion. Question 6. From the media source, do you regularly see the political news you can mark more than news? NBC, CBS, ABC, CNN, MSNBC, news websites, local newspaper, Friends, Fox News, Facebook, internet blogs, radio, Twitter, OAN news sites, national magazines, social networks, text messages, candidate websites. Section 2, general issues. Question number 1. Do you think our nation is going in the right direction or wrong direction? Right direction, wrong direction, unsure. Question number 2. Do you approve or disapprove of the job Joe Biden is doing? Approve, disapprove, unsure. Question number 3. How concerned are you about Joe Biden's frequent public refusal to discuss the major issues facing our nation? Very concerned, somewhat concerned, not concerned. Question number 4. Do you approve or disapprove of the Democrats' agenda to raise taxes, harass the youth, increase federal spending, keep our borders open to all legal immigrants, decrease military spending to fund police, push dangerous abortion policies back in the Supreme Court, make Washington D.C. a state, and abolish the electoral college? Approve, disapprove, unsure. Question number 5. Do you believe big tech oligarchs, the national news media, and social media sites have a strong bias against all things Republican and fail to tell American voters the real facts about our policies, goals, and accomplishments? Yes, no, no opinion. Question number 6. Do you believe social media companies suppress conservative messages and ban anti-Biden messages in order to influence public opinion? Yes, no opinion. Question number 7. Are you concerned that radical Democrats and mainstream media in our educational institutions are indoctrinating the American people? Yes, no opinion. Question number 8. Do you think political correctness has gotten out of hand in America? Yes, no opinion. Question number 9. Do you believe voters should be required to show photo identification before being allowed to vote? Yes, no opinion. Question number 10. Do you feel progressive Democrats and so-called woke corporations are waging a cultural war and dividing Americans along racial lines for their own personal and political gain? Yes, no opinion. Do you believe that critical race theory, CRT, should be taught in our nation's schools? Yes, no opinion. Do you think parents have the right to have input on what their children are taught in schools and both? Do you believe parents have the right to have input on what their children are taught in public schools? Yes, no opinion. Question 13. Please Congress order in accordance with one of the most important but 5 issues you feel must be priority addressed by the Republican Party and our candidates. Okay. Stop what Biden and Democrats from raising taxes. Stop the Democrats' massive government spending spree. Ensure the integrity of our nation's elections. Defeat Democrats' big government social agenda. Enact case reform. Protect individual liberties. Keep Joe Biden from ending U.S. energy independence by banking cracking and oil production. Stop Democrat plans to weaken America's military. Stop Democrat plans to weaken America's military. Continue to improve the care of our nation's budget. Stop the surge of illegal immigrants flooding into our nation by securing our borders. Question 14. Please indicate the top 5 issues that are most important to you. Decide the future culture. Economic jobs, healthcare, taxes, Social Security, environment, Medicare, Medicaid, protecting traditional values, energy, foreign policies, government, education, immigration, cutting federal deficit, strongholds for your homeland security, right, conservative government, race relations, police reform. Section 3, domestic issues. How confident are you that Americans plan will improve under the Biden administration? Question 1. How confident are you that Americans will improve under the Biden administration? Strongly confident, no, not too confident, no opinion, somewhat confident, not confident at all. Question number 2. Which of the following is a single most important economic issue facing you and your family? Please mark only one. Cost of healthcare, job security, unemployment, rising inflation, high taxes, and big government, socialism, loss of job openings due to pandemic. Question number 3. Does it concern you that Joe Biden and the Democrats want IRS for all our bank transactions are $600 or more? Yes, no, no opinion. Question number 4. Do you support Joe Biden's and Democrats plan to eliminate all current health insurance plans in favor of government-run plans? Yes, no, no opinion. Question number 5. Joe Biden has overseen President Trump's immigration policy and has created immigration fractions by allowing illegal immigrants to enter our country at levels unseen in decades. Do you support Republican efforts to secure the nation's borders and work aggressively to enforce immigration laws to protect our nation from illegal immigrants, human trafficking, and drug smuggling? Yes, no, no opinion. United States Senate. Dear Mr. Collins, a lot has happened in this country over the last year. And frankly, not much of it has been good. That's being bad. From your actual short assigned foreign policy decisions to economic policies that have increased the price of everything we buy. Joe Biden's presidency has been a disaster for America. One of the things that angers me the most is that the Biden administration continues to take credit for President Trump's successes, while blaming him for the radically left agenda. My mission is to help Republicans pick up at least one seat in the United States Senate to run back to the majority, bring the Biden agenda to a rough halt, and stop this tragedy from unfolding any further. As you know, December 21st marks the end of this long and difficult year, and the beginning of a new opportunity for us to return common sense to our nation's capital, December 31st. There's also one deadline for the fundraising as we close the books for 2021 and look forward to the conservative victories we can make possible in 2022. There is no doubt in my mind that the Democrats here in fundraising tools will be staggering. And most of the time contested races, millions of dollars from powerful liberal special interest groups will help the Democrats significantly outrage our Republican Democrats. Mr. Gallagher, I'm doing everything I can to fill the void and support critical Senate races through our Reclaim the Majority project. Reclaim the Majority project. You've always been there for me when I needed you. So that's why I'm asking you to mail a personal contribution of $25, $40, or $50 today. Please know that I would make this, please know I wouldn't make this request so close to the holidays if we didn't really need it. Thank you for being a loyal and trusted friend and supporter. I pray that you and your family will have a safe and joyous Christmas and holiday season. Sincerely, Lindsey Graham. P.S. The Democrats might have a fundraising advantage, but the most of the money that they are raising will be spent defending their indefensible policies. That's why your contribution of $25 or more is so important to our success next year. Thanks again, LG. Paid for by Team Graham, INC. Okay. So I got a letter in the mail from Kelly Paul. It's Rand Paul's wife. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it all, but this is from Rand Paul's wife, Kelly Paul, as she wrote me. And I'm going to read as much as I can, okay? From the desk of Kelly Paul, Saturday, 11:26 a.m. Personal correspondence regarding my husband, U.S. Senator Rand Paul. Dear fellow conservative, some days it's really hard. Sometimes I just want to quit, to have things go back to the way they were when Rand was a hard-working eye surgeon in our small town. It's not because of the long hours or because of the travel. It's because the constant media smears and lack of privacy, or even the weekends filled with rubber chicken dinners. It's because I know just how much they hate my husband. And they hate my husband because he's right. Rand was right on COVID-19, as they only elected officials who had the courage to question Dr. Fauci on the source of the virus and the NIFLS funding of dangerous gain of function research. He was vilified by the media and big tech. He continues to fight against the petty tyrants in our government and their unconstitutional lockdowns that have destroyed small businesses, as well as the anti-science mandates such as forced masking of children. He's right on endless wars and the dangers they pose to our troops and our national security. He's right on out of control spending, unconstitutional moratoriums that steal the poverty of the middle class landlords, and out of control government surveillance police state. He's right about the scourge of abortion, about the threat for Second Amendment rights, and like his father before him, about our monetary system, that alarming inflation that is already stealing our children's futures. And he's right about the fragility of our constitutional republic. And when I say they hate him, I'm not being overly dramatic. Brandon and I were surrounded by a violent mob in Washington, D.C. that spit on us, threw things at us, and threatened to kill us. We were literally unable to move for over 9 terrifying minutes until the D.C. police reinforcements arrived to create a moving barricade against the vicious mob. The mob was so filled by media lies and hatred that they literally knocking the police down to get at us. The FBI and the DA could identify many of the mob from the live stream videos, including one man who followed us into our hotel. Was a single person arrested? Not one. Rand has received credible death threats, been shot at, and we even received fake powder meant to look like anthrax, leaving me terrified that I had been exposed to lethal poison. Rand was brutally assaulted by a Trump-hating lunatic in a blindside attack in our own yard. An assault so violent it resulted in 6 broken ribs and lung damage that required surgery in 2 separate hospital stays, watching my husband struggle to breathe without pain. Was truly excruciating for me, and it leaves me in constant anxiety over his health. Reporters and celebrities laugh at his inquiries, celebrate his attacker, and call for more violence against Rand and our family, all for doing to question the status quo. But I won't quit, because I know my husband, Rand Paul, will never back down. Not because he's right, because he cares. Most people, not just because he's right, because he cares. Most people know how hard he fights for our conservative principles in Washington. But very few people know that he's a doctor who volunteers his free time doing pro bono cataract eye surgeries for impoverished people in places like Guatemala and Haiti, as well as right here in Kentucky. Many Americans know about Rand's passionate floor speeches on common sense issues like endless deficit spending, but few realize that he has done charity medical work throughout Kentucky and in the nation since he founded the Southern Kentucky Lions Eye Clinic to provide surgery and exams to underprivileged soon after we moved to Bowling Green in 1993. I am proud to be married to Rand Paul and to be a part of the Paul family. Rand's commitment to liberty and the Constitution is unmatched. That's why I stay next to him no matter what gets thrown at us. You plug yourself. Right. Okay, this is the Republican National Committee 2022 election year. What is that wording? Ronnie McDaniel, chairwoman. Gary Mr. Gallagher. It's my great honor to present your 2022 Republican National Committee RNC membership with my gratitude and deepest appreciation for your loyal dedication to our party and country. Your decision to accept your card and renew your RNC membership is one of the most important political commitments you can make this critical election year. The Republican Party has a historic opportunity to change the direction of the country in 2022 midterm elections and put America first again. But I need you to act today. Mr. Gallagher, you've been a generous supporter in the RNC in the past. However, we've not heard from you since November 4, 2020. I know how generously you have helped our party and how instrumental your support of the RNC was to President Trump's success. We need you back on board our team if Republicans are to win in 2022. With your help and that of other RNC sustaining members, the RNC is organizing the largest data-driven grassroots get out the vote operation in our party's history to help Republicans take back complete control of the Congress, governors, and state legislators, committed to stopping Joe Biden and the Democrats from destroying America. Most importantly, we're working hard to restore faith in our electoral process by establishing permanent election integrity teams in key states to oversee the election process from start to finish. And RNC is also backing Republicans' state election reforms that make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. That's why President Trump supports the RNC's 2022 campaign efforts. He recently stated, "I look forward to working with the RNC to win in 2022 and beyond." President Trump knows the RNC is leading the fight to stop the dismantling of his American First legacy and thwart the Biden Democrats' disastrous policies that are growing the size and scope of government, raising taxes, fostering redistribution of wealth, granting mass amnesty to illegal immigrants, ruining America's energy independence, and bungling foreign policies that puts America last. Please join President Trump in supporting the RNC and reaffirm your commitment to our cause by accepting your 2022 RNC membership card and renewing your membership with a contribution of $20, $40, or $55 today. Page 2, Mr. Christopher A. Gallagher. The amount I'm requesting is a little larger than your previous gift because the RNC is spearheading our party's largest midterm campaign ever. Your membership renewal gift and extra help are both crucial to helping the RNC protect election integrity. Recruit and train more volunteers and provide the polling, research, and direct financial support all our GOP candidates up and down the ballot need to win. Big labor union bosses, foreign leftist billionaires, and liberal special interest groups plan on spending hundreds of millions of dollars to keep Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in charge of a Democrat-controlled Congress so they can continue to push our country to the far left and erase all the positive gains America made under President Trump. And in addition to the liberal mainstream media fun coverage of the Biden Democrats, you can expect their extreme left-wing henchmen to attack our candidates with the usual negative ads and outright lies that have become hallmarks of the Democrats' smear and fear campaign strategy. But the Democrats and their allies can succeed only if the RNC sustaining members like you, the lifeblood of the Republican Party, sit out this election year. I'm voting this year. In November, I'm voting. Ryan McDaniels, I'm going to vote in November. But the Democrats and their allies can succeed only if the RNC sustaining members like you, the lifeblood of sit out. Mr. Gallagher, the RNC needs every dedicated GOP grassroots leader to stand with President Trump in supporting our efforts to elect Republican-controlled Congress that will reverse Biden's fundamental transformation of America and change the direction of our country before it's too late. So please return the enclosed RNC membership acceptance form today with your generous 2022 renewal contribution of $20, $40, and $55 in it. Enclosed pre-addressed reply envelope. I hope you will carry out the 2022 RNC membership card proudly as a symbol of your steadfast commitment to our party and our cause. With your renewed support, we can make 2022 a year of sweeping Republican victories. Please respond today. Sincerely, Rhonda McDaniel, Chairwoman, Republican National Committee. Personal sentence, P.S. Mr. Gallagher, the 2022 midterm elections, President, our party, with the opportunity to put the brakes on the Democrats' radical leftist agenda and effectively cut Joe Biden's term in half by reclaiming complete control of Congress. That's why your 2022 RNC membership renewal will be the single most important political contribution you make this campaign year. Please use the enclosed return envelope to send your contribution of $20, $40, or $55 to the RNC today. Thank you. I plan on voting in the midterm elections. If all is well, I'm going to vote in November 2022 for midterm elections. I might label this videos of RNC chairwoman, but RNC chairwoman Rhonda McDaniels. All right, you gotta have muscle. You gotta have muscle. You gotta have muscle, y'all. You gotta have muscle.
Was even announced. Look, there are different views about what's good for our country, our economy, and our leadership in the world. And I think it's important to look at what we need to do to get the economy going again. That's why I said new jobs with rising incomes.
All right. So, we got this. President Donald J. Trump. I got this in the mail. I'm gonna read it to you. Alright. Dear fellow patriot, I would like you to join me in supporting the Republican National Committee's RNC efforts to win back the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate in the critical 2022 midterm elections. I'm working with the RNC because I know firsthand that the RNC provides more training, research, voter registration, identification, and direct financial assistance than any other GOP committee. Resources vital to electing Trump Republican majorities to the U.S. Congress. It's all about America first. Most importantly, the RNC is leading the fight to stop voter fraud in its tracks by defeating the Democrats' federal takeover of elections, hiring an army of election integrity watchdogs across the country, and backing Republicans' state election reforms that make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. Free and fair elections are the bedrock of our constitutional republic. I hope you will join me and do your part to support the RNC in the upcoming elections by sending a 2022 RNC membership contribution of $35 or more in the enclosed pre-addressed reply envelope today. Patriots like you were instrumental in growing our America First movement and played the leading role in helping me restore America's greatness, which is now being destroyed by Biden. The Marxist Democrats, along with their pals of big tech and their allies in the fake news media, are doing everything in their power to erase all the gains you helped my administration achieve. You helped my administration to achieve and silence the voice of the real Americans like you. Under Biden's failed leadership, America's reputation is gone, our borders are broken, Afghanistan's surrender and withdrawal was a disgrace. Inflation is raging, our culture is being destroyed, and our history and heritage, both good and bad, are being extinguished by the far left. We are now the laughing stock all over the world. We cannot let this happen. The only way to stop Biden is to elect Trump Republican majorities to the U.S. House and U.S. Senate in November. Please stand shoulder to shoulder with me and the RNC by making a gift of $35, $50, $100, $250, $500, $1,000, $2,900, or whatever you can afford to activate your 2022 RNC membership and help elect Republicans up and down the ballot who will work to protect our freedoms and your rights against the radical socialist communists who are hell-bent on ruining ruining our country. Page 2. Joe Biden is destroying America. His policies have created a living national nightmare. He surrendered our energy independence, sabotaged the economies, surged violent crime and cave to China, crushed our citizens instead of the virus, creating the single greatest humiliation in our history, and his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, and left a wide open border to deadly drugs, vicious crime, and unlimited illegal immigrants at home. Now Biden and his far-left puppet masters want a federal government to take over elections, limit your First and Second Amendment rights, and raise your taxes to pay for their ever-expanding socialist welfare state. Poll after poll shows voters do not support the direction Biden is taking our nation, and my polls are at an all-time high. Perhaps because of the horrible job he is doing. Americans are realizing that we cannot afford the far left tax and spend freedom destroying wish list, that we must have a check and balance to the Democrats' unfettered power. But aided by the fake news media and Biden Democrats have free reign to mislead voters and nightly news. The nightly news, daily newspapers, social media, with their anti-Republican message. The RNC is leading the way to stop the Democrats' left-wing agenda by electing Republicans candidates up and down the ballot committed to limited government, lower taxes, individual freedom, and free enterprise, the main principle of our American First movement. The main principle of our America First movement. Everything our movement stands for is on the line in 2022. We won't recognize America if we lose the next election. So please activate your 2022 RNC membership today by sending a contribution of $35, $50, $100, $250, $500, $1,000, $2,900, or more to help elect Trump Republican majorities to the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate that will fight back against the big government socialist schemes of the left. Your immediate response will ensure that all our party's candidates will have the resources to win in 2022 and offer Americans the leadership they deserve and demand. I look forward to hearing back from you and working with you and RNC to elect Republicans up and down the ballot in November. Please give as generously as you can. Sincerely, Donald J. Trump. P.S. Personal sentence. Everything you helped me accomplish by putting America first is in danger of being erased by the Biden Democrats as they push America to the far left with their radical social agenda. Please join me in supporting the RNC's effort to win back the U.S. House, U.S. Senate by sending a generous 2022 RNC membership contribution of $35, $50, $100, $250, $500, $1,000, $2,900, or whatever you can afford to in the enclosed pre-addressed reply envelope. Thank you in advance for your continued commitment to our party and our cause. hope that was some good advice y'all can take. I hope y'all don't mind my advice that I got from, this is advice I got from Donald J. Trump for me to all my fans on YouTube. God bless the United States of America. Make sure y'all vote. Make sure y'all vote. Don't forget to vote. The midterm elections are in November of 2022. Moderate Republican, liberal Republican, or Democrat. Question 2. All right. 2022. So we're gonna send Lindsey Graham in first, and then we're gonna send Donald J. Trump in second. So Lindsey Graham, United States Senator. What age category the law applies to? 36 to 50. Dear Mr. Gallagher, a lot has happened in our country over the last year, and frankly, not much of it has been good. That's being kind. From dreadful, short-sighted foreign policies decisions to economic policies that have increased the price of everything we buy. Joe Biden's presidency has been a disaster for America. One of the things that angers me the most is that Biden administration continues to take credit for President Trump's successes, while blaming him for the failures of the radical left agenda. My mission is to help Republicans pick up at least one seat in the United States Senate to win back the majority. Bring the Biden agenda to an abrupt halt and stop this tragedy from unfolding any further. As you know, December 31st marks the end of this long and difficult year and the beginning of a new opportunity for us to return common sense to our nation's capital. December 31st is also an important deadline for fundraising as we close the books of 2021 and look forward to the conservative victories we can make possible in 2022. There's no doubt in my mind that the Democrats' year-end fundraising totals will be staggering. The most of the top contested races, millions of dollars from powerful liberal special interest groups, will help the Democrats significantly outraise the Republican candidates. Outraise our Republican candidates. Mr. Gallagher, I'm doing everything I can to fill the void and support critical Senate races through our Reclaim the Majority project. You've always been there for me when I needed you, so that's why I'm asking you to mail in a personal contribution of $25, $40, or $50 today. Please know that I wouldn't make this request so close to the holidays if we didn't really need it. Thank you for being a loyal and trusted friend and supporter. I pray that you and your family will have a safe, joyous Christmas and holiday season. Sincerely yours. Sincerely, Lindsey Graham. P.S. The Democrats might have a fundraising advantage, but most of the money raising must be spent on defending their indefensible policies. That's why your contribution of $25 or more is so important to our success next year. Thanks again. LG. Paid for by Team Graham INC. President Donald J. Trump, Wednesday morning. Dear fellow patriot, I would like you to join me in supporting the Republican National Committee's RNC efforts to win back the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate in critical 2022 midterm elections. I'm working with the RNC because I know firsthand that the RNC provides more training, research, voter registration, identification, and direct financial assistance than any other GOP committee. Resources vital to electing Trump Republican majorities to the U.S. Congress. It's all about America first. Most importantly, the RNC is leading the fight to stop the voter fraud in its tracks by defeating the Democrats' federal takeover of elections, hiring an army of elections integrity watchdogs across the country, Back your Republican state election reforms that make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. Free and fair elections are the bedrock of our constitutional republic. I hope you join me and do your part to support the RNC in the upcoming elections by sending a 2022 RNC membership contribution of $35 or more in an enclosed pre-addressed reply envelope today. Patriots like you were instrumental in growing our America First movement and played a leading role in helping me restore America's greatness, which is now being destroyed by Biden. The Marxist Democrats, along with their pals at Big Tech and their allies in fake news media, are doing everything in their power to erase all the gains you helped me, my administration, achieve, and silence the voices of real Americans like you. Under Biden's failed leadership, American reputation is gone, our borders are broken, Afghanistan surrendered and withdrawal was a disgrace, inflation is rising, our cultural is being destroyed, and our history of heritage, both good and bad, are being extinguished by the far left. We are now laughing stock all over the world. We can't let this happen. The only way to stop Biden is to elect Trump Republican majorities to the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate in November. Please stand shoulder to shoulder with me and the RNC by making a gift of $35, $50, $100, $250, $500, $1,000, $2,900, or whatever you can, $2,900, or whatever you can to afford to activate your 2022 RNC membership and help elect Republicans up and down the ballot who will work to protect your freedoms and your rights against the radical socialist communists who are hell-bent on ruining our country. Page 2. Joe Biden is destroying America. His policies have created a living national nightmare. He surrendered our energy independence, sabotaged the economy, surged violent crime, caved to China, crushed our citizens instead of the virus, created a single greatest humiliation in our history, and a disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, and left a wide open border to deadly drugs, vicious crime, and unlimited illegal immigrations at home. Now Biden and his far-left puppet masters want the federal government to take over elections, limit your First and Second Amendment rights, and raise your taxes to pay their ever-expanding socialist welfare. Poll after poll shows that voters do not support the direction Biden is taking our nation. And my polls are at an all-time high, perhaps because of the horrible job he is doing. Americans are realizing we can't afford the far left's tax and spend, freedom-destroying wish list that we must have checked and balanced to the Democrats' unfettered power. But aided by the fake news media, and the Biden Democrats have free rein to mislead voters in nightly news, daily newspapers, and social media with their anti-Republican message. The RNC is leading the way to stop the Democrats' left-wing agenda by electing Republican candidates up and down the ballot, committed to limited government, lower taxes, individual freedom, and free enterprise. The main principle of America First movement. Everything our movement stands for is on the line in 2022. We won't recognize America if we lose the next election. So please activate your 2022 RNC membership today by spending the contribution of $35, $50, $100, $250, $500, $1,000, $2,900 or more to help elect Trump Republican majorities in the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate and fight against big government socialist schemes of the left. Your immediate response will ensure that all our party's candidates will have the resources to win in 2022 and offer Americans the real leadership they deserve and demand. I look forward to hearing back from you and working with you and the RNC to elect Republicans up and down the ballot in November. Please give generously as you can. Sincerely, Donald J. Trump. P.S. Everything you helped me accomplish by putting America first is in danger of being erased by the Biden Democrats as they push America to the far left with their radical socialist agenda. Please join me in supporting the RNC efforts to win back the U.S. House and U.S. Senate by sending a generous 2022 RNC membership contribution of $35, $50, $100, $250, $500, $1,000, $209 $2,900, $1,000, or whatever you can afford. Enclosed pre-addressed reply envelope. Thank you in advance for continuing your commitment to our party and cause. President Donald J. Trump. I'm going to squeeze right around you in here. Republican National Committee 2022 election year. Wednesday morning. Rhonda McDaniel, Chairwoman. Dear Mr. Gallagher, it's my great honor to present the 2022 Republican National Committee RNC membership card with my gratitude and deepest appreciation for your loyal dedication to our party. God bless the United States of America.
Let the brother only what you more than others, deny you in the public insult. Be ye therefore perfect, even as your listen right here. Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. Take heed that you do not your own or men's to be seen of them. Otherwise you have no reward of your Father which is in heaven. Therefore, when you do as thy alms, do not sound the trumpet before thee in heaven, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and the streets. They have Lord, amen, brother, I say unto you, they have their reward. But when thou doest alms, let not the left hand know what the right hand doeth, that thy alms might be in secret, and the Father which seeth in secret himself shall reward thee openly. And when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites were. They love to pray standing in the synagogues and the corners of the streets, that they may be seen as men. Verily I say unto you, that they have their reward. But when thou prayest, enter into the closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, praying to the Father which is in secret, and the Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. But when ye pray, use not vain repetitions as the heathen do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speakings. Be not ye therefore like unto them, for your Father knoweth the things you have need of before you ask him. After this manner therefore pray ye, our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and glory forever. Amen. For if you forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespass. Moreover, when you fast, be not as the hypocrites of sad conscience, for they disfigure their faces, and they appear unto men to fast. Really, I say unto you, they have their reward. But when thou fastest, anoint thy head and wash thy face, that thou appear not unto men to fast, but unto the Father which is in secret. And thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. Lay not up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moth and rust do corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. The light of the body is the eye. Therefore, if the eye be single, the whole body shall be full of light. But if thy eye be evil, the whole body shall be full of darkness. If there is the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate one and love the other, or else he will hold to one and despise the other. He cannot serve God and man. Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, what ye shall drink, them, nor yet for your body. When you shall put on is not like more than meat and the body of raiment.
Should I say self-educated? Am I self-educated? Am I a devil that educated myself? Am I an educated devil by God? Am I a child of God? Am I a human grown man of God? Did God draw my human temple to him in his kingdom? Did the Holy Ghost lead me here? Was it Christ Jesus? Did I self-educate myself? Was it God?
Like one of these.
Was I educated by Christ Jesus, the Holy Ghost, and Christ, and God?
Which today is and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall not much clothe you of the faith. Therefore take no thought, say, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or what shall we be clothed? For all these things the Gentiles seek. For your heavenly Father, knoweth what ye have need of all these things, but seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Therefore, no thought for tomorrow shall take thought of the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Take therefore no thought for tomorrow, for the tomorrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Judge not that ye be not judged. For what the judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged, and what measure ye meet, it shall be measured unto you. It shall be measured to you again. And why beholdest the mote that is not in thy brother's eye, but consider it not the beam that is in your own eye? Or how will thou say to thy brother, let me pull the mote out of thine eye, and behold the beam in thy own eye? Thou hypocrite, first cast the beam out of thy own eye, and then thou shalt see clearly, and cast the mote out of the brother's eye. Give not that is rich, give not that which is holy unto dogs, neither cast ye pearls before swine. Give not that which is holy unto dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn against you and rend you. Ask and it shall be given, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. Or what man is there of you who that his son asked bread, and will give him a stone? I'm almost done, hang on. Or if he ask a fish, and give him a serpent? If he then being evil know how to give good gifts unto your children, how much more shall your Father which is in heaven give good things to them that ask you? Therefore all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do even so to them, for this is the law and the prophets. Enter into the straight gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. Because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way leadeth unto life, and a few there. Okay, this is because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and a few there be that find it. Beware of false prophets which come to us in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are raving wolves. You shall know them by their fruits. Did men gather grapes or thorns or figs or thistles? Even so every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit. Neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. Every tree that bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. Wherefore, by their fruits ye shall know them. Shall enter into the wait. Not everyone that saith, wherefore by their fruits ye shall know them. Okay. Not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven. Many will say to me in the day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name have we cast out devils, and in thy name done many wonderful things? And then I will profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man which built his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon the house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. Everyone that heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them not, shall be likened unto everyone that heareth these sayings of mine, and doeth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man which built his house upon the sand. And when the rain descended and the floods came, the winds blew and beat upon the house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. Have a blessed day.
I'm gonna read y'all a book. I'm gonna read y'all a book. The New Testament tour of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I'm gonna tuck y'all in, man. I'm gonna tuck y'all in and read y'all a book, okay? Alright, so let's start with let's go to Matthew 18. Let's start with Matthew 18. At the same time came the disciples unto Jesus, saying, Who is the greatest kingdom in heaven? Who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? And Jesus called a little child unto him, and set him out of the midst of them, and said, Verily I say unto you, except ye be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Whosoever therefore shall humble himself as a little child, the same is greatest in his kingdom of heaven. And whosoever shall receive one such little child in my name receiveth me. But whosoever shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, that would be better for him that a millstone was hanged about his neck, and that he was drowned in the depths of the sea. Woe unto the world because of offenses. For it must needs be that offenses come, but woe unto the man whom the offenses cometh. Wherefore, if thy hand and thy foot offend thee, cut them off and cast them from thee. It is better for thee to enter into life all or maimed, rather than having 2 hands or 2 feet, and be cast in everlasting fire. And if thy eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. It is better for thee to go enter into life with 1 eye, rather than having 2 eyes and be cast into hellfire. Take heed that you despise not one of these little ones, for I say unto you that in heaven their angels do always behold the face of the Father which is in heaven. For the Son of Man is come to save the which was lost. How think ye, if a man have 100 sheep, and one of them gone astray, doeth not leave the 99 and goeth into the mountains to seek the one which is gone astray? And if so be that he find it, verily I say unto you, he rejoices more over that sheep than the 99 that were not astray. Even so, it is not the will of your Father which is even so, it is not the will of your Father which is in heaven that one of these little ones should perish. Moreover, if thy brother shall trespass against thee, go and tell him his fault between thee and him alone. If he shall hear thee, thou hast gained thy brother. But if he will not hear thee, then take with thee one or two more, that is in the mouth of the 2 or 3 witnesses, every word that may be established. And if he shall neglect to hear them, tell it to the church, but if he neglect to hear the church, let him be unto thee as a heathen man and publican. Verily I say unto you, whatsoever ye shall bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, whatsoever ye shall loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Again I say unto you, that if 2 of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. For there are 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. Then came Peter to him and said, Lord, how often shall my brother sin against me, and I forgave him till 7 times? And Jesus said unto him, I say not unto thee until 7 times, but until 70 times 7. Therefore, if the kingdom of heaven likened unto a certain king which would take account of his servants, and when he had begun to reckon, one was brought to him which owed him 10,000 talents. But forasmuch as he had not to pay, his Lord condemned him to be sold, and his wife and children and all that he had payment to be made. The servant therefore fell down and worshipped him, saying, Lord, have patience with me, and I will pay thee all. Then the Lord of the servant was moved with compassion and loosed him and forgave him the debt. But the same servant went out and found one of his fellow servants which owed him 100 pence, and he laid hands on him, took him by the throat, saying, Pay me that thou owest. And his fellow servant fell down at his feet and besought him, saying, Have patience with me, and I will pay thee all. But he would not, but went and cast him into prison till he should pay the debt. So when his fellow servants saw what was done, they were very sorry, and came and told unto their Lord all that was done. Then his Lord, after all that he called him, said unto him, O thou wicked servant, I forgive thee all thy debt, because thou desirest me. Should not thou have had compassion on the fellow servant, even as I had pity on thee? And his Lord was wroth, and delivered him to the tormentors, till he should pay all that was due unto him. So likewise shall my heavenly Father do also unto you, if ye follow your hearts, forgive not every one his brother their trespass. Chapter 19, verse 1. And it came to pass that when Jesus had finished these sayings, and departed from Galilee, and came unto the coast of Judah beyond Jordan, and great multitudes followed him, and he healed them. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and saying unto him, Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? And he answered and said unto them, Have ye not read that which made them, the beginning made them male and female? And said, For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. Wherefore for there are no more twain but one flesh. What therefore God has joined together, let not man put asunder. They say unto him, why did Moses then command to give writing to divorcement and to put her away? He said unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your heart suffered you to put away your wives from the beginning. It was not so. And I say unto you, whoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committed adultery, and whoever married her that which was put away doeth committed adultery. His disciples say unto him, if the case of the man be so with his wife, it is not good to marry. But he said unto them, all men cannot receive the same, save they to whom it is given. For there are some Enoch, which were so born from their mother's womb, and there are some Enochs, which were made Enochs of men, and the Enochs which have been made themselves Enochs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He that is not able to receive it, let him receive it. Then when there brought unto him a little children, that he should put his hands on them and pray. And the disciples rebuked him. But Jesus said, suffer little children, and forbid them not to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. And he laid his hands on them and departed thence.
Alright, cool. Let's see. And we drew nigh unto Jerusalem, and were coming to Bethphage unto the Mount of Olives. Then said Jesus to disciples, saying unto them, go into the village over against you, and straightway you shall find an ass tied and a colt with her. Loose them and bring them unto me. And if any man say unto you, ye shall say, the Lord had need of them, and straightway they will send them. All this was done that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet, saying, tell you the daughter of Zion, behold, thy king cometh unto thee, meek and sitting upon an ass, and a colt and fall of an ass. And the disciples went and did as Jesus commanded them, and brought the ass and colt, and put them in their clothes, and they sat whereof. And brought the ass and colt, and put on them their clothes, and they sat in thereon. And a very great multitude spread their garments in the way. Others cut down branches from the trees and strawed them in the way. And the multitudes that went before, and they followed, cried, saying, Hosanna to the Son of David, blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest. And when he was come into Jerusalem, all the city was moved, saying, who is this? And the multitude said, this is Jesus, the prophet of Nazareth of Galilee. And Jesus went into the temple of God and cast out all them that were sold and bought in the temple, and overthrew the tables of the money changers and the seats of them that sold doves. And said unto them, it is written, my house shall be called a house of prayer, but ye have made it into den of thieves. And the blind and the lame came to him in the temple, and he healed them.
And when the chief priests and scribes saw the wonderful things that he did, and the children sang in the temple and sang Hosanna to the Son of David, they that are displeased, and said unto him, Hearest thou what these say? And Jesus saith unto them, Have ye never read under the mouth of babes and sucklings thou hast perfected praise? And when he left them and went out of the city into Bethany, he lodged there. Now in the morning, as he returned into the city, he hungered, and when he saw a fig tree in the way, he came to it and found nothing thereon, but leaves only, and said unto it, Let no fruit on thee henceforward forever. And presently the fig tree withered away. And when the disciples saw it, they marveled, saying, How soon is the fig tree withered away? Jesus answered and said unto them, Verily I say unto you, if ye have faith and no doubt, ye shall not only do this which is done to the fig tree, but also ye shall say unto the mountain, Be thou removed and cast into the sea, and it shall be done. And all things whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing ye shall receive. And when he has come into the temple, the chief priests and elders of the people came unto him as he was teaching, and said, By what authority doest these things, and who gave thee this authority? And Jesus answered and said unto them, I also will ask you one thing, which if ye tell me, and I likewise will tell you by what authority I do these things. The baptism of John, which was it, from heaven or men? And they reasoned with themselves, saying, If we shall say from heaven, ye shall say unto us, Why did ye not then believe? But if you say of men, be fair to the people, for all hold John as a prophet. And they answered Jesus and said, We cannot tell. And he said unto them, Neither can I tell you, neither tell I you by what authority I do these things. But what ye think? What think ye? A certain man had 2 sons, and he came to the first and said, Son, go work today in the vineyard. He answered and said, I will not. But afterward he repented and went. And he came to the second and said likewise. And he answered and said, I go, sir, and went not. Whether of them 20 did the will of his father? They say unto him, the first. Jesus saith unto them, Verily I say unto you, that the publicans and the harlots go into the kingdom of God before you. For John came unto you in the way of righteousness, and ye believed him not. But the publicans and the harlots believed him, and ye, when ye had seen it, repented not afterward, that ye might believe him. Here another parable. There was a certain householder which planted a vineyard, and hedged it round about, and digged a winepress in it, and built a tower, and let it out to the husband, and went into a far country. And when the time of the fruit drew near, he sent his servants to the husband, that they might receive the fruits of it. And when the husband took his servants and beat one and killed another and stoned another, again he sent other servants more than the first, and they did unto them likewise. But the last, all that he sent unto them was the son, saying, They will reverence my son. But when the husband saw the son, they said amongst themselves, This is the hired, come, let us kill him, and let us seize on his inheritance. And they caught him and cast him out of the vineyard and slew him. When the Lord therefore of the vineyard cometh, what will he do unto those husbandmen? They say unto him, he will visibly destroy those wicked men, and will let out his anger unto their other husbandmen, which shall render him the fruits of their seasons. Jesus said unto them, did ye never read the scriptures? The stone which the builders rejected, the same has become the head of the whole corner. This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Therefore say I unto you, the kingdom of God shall be taken away from you, and given to a nation bringing forth the fruits thereof. And whosoever shall fall on this stone shall be broken, but on whosoever it shall fall will grind him to powder. And when the chief priests and Pharisees had heard this parable, they perceived that he spake of them. But when they sought to lay hands on him, they feared the multitude, because they took him as a prophet. And Jesus answered and spake unto them again in parables, and said, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a certain king which made a marriage for his son, and sent forth the servants to call them that would bid to the wedding, and they would not come. Again he sent forth another servant, saying, tell them which are bidden, behold, I have prepared my dinner. My oxen and fatlings are killed, and things are ready to come unto the marriage. Alright, yeah, this is pretty much it. This is what I'll be reading right here, Matthew. Have a blessed night. Merry Christmas 2021. Happy New Year 2022.
Straight legit, man. It's like I just... I made sure I'm like, wait. Yo, what up? Pretty bad. I was got 200 girl. Oh, shit. She goes pretty bad. I almost got 200.
wonder if he'll let me download the video that I can upload it to Facebook.
Cry to your mama when you see your brother Chris.
And then upload it
Chris,
to
get your money. Chris, get your money.
this is
Simo, the realest rapper ever to be known. Get out the way, y'all. Get out the way, y'all. That Chris is coming through. I already made $100,000. Shit, I'm going for $500,000 too. Make money. Chris, get money. Y'all don't even know what type of person I am. I mean, don't even know what type of person I am.
we want the world.
So what you, and when you put broke, hey, don't what you people got broke, ain't there a bunch of you people that got broke bank accounts? Ain't there a bunch of, ain't there a lot of people that just don't have any bank accounts? Ain't there a lot of people that just don't have any income? Chris, get your money. Chris, get your money. Chris, get your money. Please, God, let these people have an income. Please, God, let these people have an income.
all through the head.
Enemies are everywhere and friends nowhere. To show your true heart is to risk your life. Let it come.
Do you have to ask other people in your house to get off the internet when you have important tasks to do online? Not anymore. Midwest Energy and Communications is bringing fiber internet to rural areas that have been previously overlooked by other providers. Say goodbye to slow, frustrating service and say hello to fast speeds and reliability. Plus, get access to parental controls while automatically protecting all connected devices from hackers. And we don't have data caps or charge extra for our routers. Check your address for eligibility at teammidwest.com.
Only 3 short years after the 1965 Watts riots and the death of Malcolm X and the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., a boy was conceived whose lyrics would change the world.
Q, please stop rapping so we can come on and get some more of this action, man. You know when we ain't doing no movies, I'm back out here selling half-ounce waters of that good weed, getting that neighborhood. Internationally, you want to smell my West Coast motherfucker. West Coast motherfucker. Old money, 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 old money. We got old money, old money, old money, old money, new money, no money, knows money. Don't try to run the Godfather in the sunny. Don't try to run your forefathers in the money. The rap God got the whole world praying for me. Pray for me. Third eye saw praying for me. Crazy clothes DJing for me. I'm the real Iron Man. You just robbing down me. I'm crackhead and blackface fresh out the county. Back the fuck up. I burn just like hot coke. I'm kind of sweet like coke. Look what this gang done talk. Look mama, I'm so nice. 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 You about to smell my cologne. 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 Old money, 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 old money. Candy paint flow ever since my Adidas. Ice Cube fans get sugar diabetes. Sugar Ray Leonard style, nigga, I'm the sweetest. Rolled in on some ass just like Jesus. Cool as the fridge and you shaking like Jello. Mad cause my life is like a marshmallow. Mellow, motherfucker, if you smell my shut it down, man. Dead on the block to hit y'all ass with that old Ice Cube super bomb hit. The one that sent your cousin Tony Tone to the penitentiary back in '89. The one that sent Lil Ray out from LA to St. Louis and got off the bus and served them niggas them water things. Make sure you tune into that either Ice Cube, the first one to put your niggas on.
Yeah, we are. I am ordained by God. Everything above me, everything I've seen in my body.
Someone doodle on my face? Are these tattoos?
The city's under siege. What is the plan? We fight for this place. Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire. We're all going to die. Rated PG-13.
Living just another day, and I hate the rain, and I hate the rain. Living life in California. No, get that door. We gotta get more. Living just another day,
just another day.
And can't complain,
can't complain.
And I hate the rain,
LA to the bay.
living life in California.
The JC can rap about the NYC. Why can't I talk about the shit I see without Alicia Keys, without going R&B? This ain't Motown, this is R.A.B.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Niggas can't stand if his name ain't here. On the way from the way to a neighborhood. This is how it is living in
California swagger, buck record sales. Industry outlaw like Josie Wells. California off the corner, I'ma warn you, I'm the only West Coast king. Idi Amin, get you in the ring, I'm shitty as Don King. I'm taking all the money before the bell ring. Before I grab the mic, the fat bitch sings. It's already over, supernova. I'm Kobe, you the nigga, I'm hooping over. Know me, big homie, the one and only. Ice Cube don't get airplay, cause I'm from LA and rep where I stay.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Niggas get sprayed, AK in the street. Niggas don't play, sing niggas up here. It's real in the field. Okay, we all the
Just another day in my neighborhood. First thing up in the morning and I'm looking for that good. I'm sticking to my fingertips, sitting on they hood. I'm overlooking the city, man, this shit is for real. With a yak in my cup and the lack on 50, brother. It'll be a long night before we got to get this truck. Bounce like it's an earthquake, city shake. Let's see how much noise make the city make. See, it's just another day in my neighborhood. And the police ain't fucking when we knock on wood. Put my shoes, cause he said, put my socks so good. Don't be shot, never know I see my clock so good. I rock like open, that's all they wanna hit. And it just ain't good, but they all wanna spit. With my Padre head on over scared, trying to wanna fuck around, boy, you know it goes down in California.
Get that door. Gotta get more. Living just another day.
Just another day.
Ain't gunplay.
Ain't gunplay.
LA to the bay.
LA to the bay.
Living life in California.
Black deep in a slum. Here come with the new chop sound. Click, click. Black green in my lungs. Straight from Killer Cali, got the one. With a tall steak and all blank. With that Louis Vuitton on a golf pants. So I'ma make a raw fall back. It's that Mr. Fuck everybody, I can't stand.